Hello. All right, I'm gonna try out being down here for tonight. I think this is a sweet spot for Kerbal. Jedi Indiana Jones. How you doing? Thank you for the follow. I just saw that. Cut, how's it going? Nars Bars, thank you for the hydration. I appreciate it. So it's a little early hydration. Berserker.
Hello there, General Kenobi.
Thank you very much, Cuppinator. I appreciate that. Thank you for the 3 months. B-type. You are here for the carnage. I just saw your, let's turn that sound on. I just saw your irrigation system on the Discord. Looks lovely. Followed every Jesse last night. Oh, very fun. That was a good raid. That was a good solid raid. I tend to raid people a little bit blind, so it's always a treat when it's highly enjoyable. Thank you for the follow. Bum bum. You're just gonna land on. Okay. Now, just to clarify for everybody, we're landing on the dark side of the sun during nighttime, so we should be fine. It'll be okay. We got to work our way up there. So here's the game plan, the literal game plan. Yes. How's it going, Deadly? Need to make sure you don't dry your throat. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Cornell, how's it going? So yeah, I'm gonna go through the tutorials real quick. Just, I've done some of them to refresh myself. I haven't played this game in years, and I haven't played it since they actually, like, came out of early access, and, there was a campaign. I only played this on Sandbox years ago. Can Jason into space? Hopefully. Well, maybe. We'll try to do an into space. Alright, so let's go in here. Anyway, so I'm gonna go through the tutorials. I'm probably going to go through the first few pretty darn fast until I get into like orbital mechanics, and then I'll actually pay attention. Partially just to double refresh me, because I did refresh myself a little bit, and then also anyone who's never played the game will at least have a little bit of a thing. It can help me a lot. Just don't kill... Well, okay, we'll try not to. Also, the tutorials suck. Don't do the tutorial. All right, first thing, 1, don't tell me what to do. 2, I did the tutorials the other day. They don't suck as far as I'm concerned. We're off to a really good start. Are we going to have a Factorio issue here? Bum bum. Well, if I ask you to teach me, then teach me. I could put on the no backseating tag. Would that help you? You're coming in hot and heavy. I like advisement, but you're being a little forceful. You must take. All right, let me go. Well, there's a tag if someone wants to be backseated, and there is no tag. We're off to a real good start. Don't do the tutorial. But I just said that the plan is I'm doing the tutorial. Bum bum. Alright, so what do we want to do? Now I don't remember what I was about to do, because I got agitated. Where's my little... Oh no, my wrist rest disappeared. Oh, I'm sorry. You appear to be having fun wrong. There we go. We have that sound specifically for this occasion. So we'll be doing the tutorial. Well, one thing, don't immediately meet someone and then tell them what to do. Hold on. I moved a whole bunch of shit around, and now my wrist rest is missing. Oh, how am I supposed to rest my wrist? Alright, hopefully I didn't accidentally throw it out. I do leave a garbage can dangerously close to here. Long enough to be... I mean, the plan is to get exploded. Hunter, how's it going? Alright, anyway, we're gonna go into start game. Okay, I think everything's good. I definitely meant to do something on this computer. but I don't remember. You can't show tone. Okay, well, just don't. I appreciate it, and I imagine you're going to be a lot of help, and I'm very glad that you're here. Yeah, just don't. You can suggest things, and this goes for basically any stream that you're talking on. Suggest things. Don't tell people what to do. I know that sets me off instantaneously. All right, we're going into training. All right, getting started. I'm going to blow through this really quickly because I did most of these the other day. I did the tutorial on my own, and I thought it was a perfectly fine tutorial. All right, so it's just basically telling you... Let me lower the volume a little bit. It's basically telling you everything you see here are like in, you know, different buildings. There's a space plane hangar. This is where you assemble your things. There's a tracking station, launch pad, research and development. So different stuff. And then I think you build them up. I've never done the campaign, so we'll learn together as far as that goes. Oh, thank you, Mr. Gamble, for the extra hydration. Can't wait. Yeah, Kerbal Space Program 2. It just looks beautiful. Mercilessly. The 96-inch wall stud. All right. Yeah. So basically, they're just telling us where everything is, and then I'm going okie dokie, and then we're gonna click on here, and then we go in here, and it's just telling us. So this is where you build all your shit. You gotta do that, and then yeah, I don't think it lets you have any control. So you want to select this. That's your first little pod, and then it tells you how to move around. We hit next. So right click and you can move like that. If you hold shift, you can zoom in and out with the mouse wheel. If you don't hold shift, it goes up and down, and then you reorient yourself like that. And pretty good stuff. You could use the arrow keys if you want to for that same thing, but I don't know what kind of crazy person would do that. It has co-op. Featurette. Yeah, there's a bunch of really good featurettes for Kerbal Space Program 2. It just looks gorgeous. I'm really excited. It looks better than I've seen this, because there's a lot of mods for Kerbal Space Program, and it looks better than I've seen this game modded, which is a good sign. Let me move this stack. I gotta figure out where to put things for this game, just because it's a little unique. I don't want to block the information. Information we need, I don't want to get in the way of. Don't design my rockets to work. To be practical, I designed them to work and make the most impressive explosion possible. That's a good way to do it. Co-op terrible space accidents. Yeah, I imagine. It would be interesting if you got like a International Space Station. Like maybe if you guys weren't on the same... trying to control the same spaceship, but like you were both, you know, you and your friends were launching things to one station and trying to not. Although the first guy who destroys everything, probably going to be upsetting. All right, so we right click and you can see all these little facts about the thing, and then you right click off of it. All right, so what does it actually want us to do? All right, if you like your pilot to be able to return. All right, so we're going, it's just telling me to put a parachute on the top. Click it. Pop it on there. Next. Alright, some parts like the parachute have configurable options. So if you right click on it, you can change. This is the altitude the parachute will spring out on. And then this is the, and I'm pretty sure this is meters. And then this is the air pressure. So it won't, unless it has a certain air pressure, it's in a certain atmosphere where it's actually going to function properly. You can change where it'll pop off. Bum bum. Alright, I'm just catching up on chat. Had nice little thunderstorms roll through. Your internet is... oh, jeez. The way I see it, it'd be cool to work no separate projects. Yeah, well, I like to control things. I don't like other people. If I actually do something successful, I don't like the, you know... If I, for example, in college, if I did a group project, I did the project. The rest of the group just got to do, just got to hang out. All right, so we want to increase this up to 0.2. That's what it wants me to do. And right there, we're good. Then we go to next. Next up, we're going to need to something that'll make us go. So click on the engines module, which is the thing that looks like engines. Now it's telling us what not to do. So we pop this on, and then it's basically, we go to the next one, and then it's just saying, this is way too much for just a little capsule like that. So now we want to go back. Drop it. If you grab something, grab it, and then drop it in that menu, it goes away. And then we hit next, and now it's telling us to put a more appropriate engine on, just like that. All right, and we want unlimited power. Well, that first one would have launched us so quickly, because I think it might have been a solid state, so there's no throttle. It's either go or not go. So I think the other one was so powerful and has so much lift thrust. I think everything would have just evaporated when it hit as it like tried to get through the atmosphere at speed. All right, so we put the proper thing on, and now it's teaching us how to organize over here. So the different launching stages. So we're gonna add a stage, and then I think it goes from highest to lowest. So it's the stages are always counting down from the higher number. So I basically just split up. So our first stage that's going to shoot off is the engine going off. Second stage is the parachute shooting out. 93% failure rate, only destroys half the launch complex most of the time. The one time just prepping for the stream that I launched something, I kind of messed up the deployment of the parachute. It landed fine. Everything was fine. Almost crashed into the administration building. They stayed out of my way. Why does the anti-sunburn cream burn worse than the sun? What? I don't know. Are you sure you're putting the right cream on? All right, so now we've set up our different stages for the stacks. So the engine's gonna go off, and then eventually the parachute's gonna go off. Excellent. It is important to note that the stages activate from the highest number, and then they count down. So the first stage will be stage 1, second stage will be stage 0. Now drag the engine from the icon. Yeah, we already did that. Saving it for later, so now we can save this. We will name it Poop. It seems appropriate. I'm an adult. I can do whatever I want. Alright, and now we'll save again, and then go, and there we go. So this first tutorial is literally just telling you how to make it. And then you go into the second tutorial. Training. Basic flight. Start. Your roommate replaced your shampoo with Nair. That's fun. Hey, you don't need any more shampoo once you shampoo once with Nair. You're throwing a party in space. Can you help me plan it? Oh, ho, ho, ho. All right, so what do we got? This one, now I'm going to actually read through at least half of these things. I have done past this, but we're getting to the point where I just want to explain everything. For those who have not played this game before, here I go, killing again. Hey, it didn't start happening yet, and no one's dead. He's going to be okay. Do I have... Hold on a second. Let me see if name and game is on. Because I'm pretty sure you can rename your Kerbals. I could be wrong, but let's turn this on, and if I am wrong, we'll, I don't know, refund something or whatever. All right, welcome to the Kerbal Space Space Center Launch Facility. I'm Gene Kerman. I will be teaching you the basics of spaceflight. Today, we will do a run-through of all the important controls. All right, flying a spaceship is all about control and control of a generally very chaotic situation. As a pilot, your main flight controls will affect the pitch, yaw, and roll of the ship. And then you have little dials right over here. Actually, let me, just so you guys can see things, let me do this. End scenario, I want to go into settings. And then if I scroll, I'm going to bump up the UI. Probably a little more than I really need to. Let's do 140. Apply that. All right. That'll be good. It's a little crowded. I'm playing on 1440. So that's probably appropriate. I should have more than enough screen space. All right, so we resume. Sometimes the little tips go off into the distance. Empire of Sin. I thought about buying it because it's like 50% off right now. But I don't know. I saw the mixed reviews and I was like, I got enough games. Everyone who, yes, B-Type already paid for the obituary. I do appreciate that. All right. How dare you? I did free her. I did. See, the fun thing about not having played, knowing nothing about Mass Effect and playing Mass Effect, is I can do whatever the hell I want. Bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Oh, Empire of Sin? Yeah, I got the impression it's like, it's enjoyable, but like, not an obsessive Paradox style game. All right, flying spacecraft will control blah blah, pitch and yaw. So you can see if I don't think these are unlocked yet. Yeah, I don't have any way to affect them. So you got your little pitch, roll, yaw. I will repeatedly mix up roll and yaw, so just deal with it. All right, let's go next. I don't know why those are dipping over there. All right, and that. All right, now we can actually affect the ship. So you can see the little tweeters are tweeting all around. Up, down, left, right, and then we can do the roll as well. We're not moving, so obviously that's not doing anything. So it's just, as you can see here, pitch is just S and W, yaw is A and D, and Q and E are roll. Go over there. I don't know. I think I agitated it by changing the, I think because I started this and then changed the UI size, it's trying to start where it used to be. Throttle plus pitch, raw and yaw and roll, not raw and yol. Are the main controls you'll need to master a successful crash-free flight. We'll skip over to throttle control now as this vessel has no need for it. So it's a solid state, so it's either on or it's off. Remember, these controls have limited amount of effectiveness the bigger the ship is. So this game has, and I'm going to be playing in scientific mode. I may change that depending on how brutal it is. So basically, the game tries to follow real-life physics all across the board. Very wrong since launch. So you need any advice at all, I am not the guy to help. Yeah, I'm not too worried about doing anything. I just want to have fun, you know? Obviously, I'm playing a video game. So I'm not super worried about doing, not having the ends. We're going to have some losses. We're going to say that. A few losses are going to happen. All right. Remember that all these controls have limited amounts. So the bigger, you know, basically you have a giant ship, you're going to only be able to kind of slowly nudge things the way you want. Versus this thing could just whirl, 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 whirl based on if I hold down a key. All right. It's also good. Keep in mind that the stages are separated from the ship. As stages are separated from the ship, it'll become lighter and easier to control. So pretty relatively obvious stuff. And then we'll bring that back over there. That'll fix itself once I leave this tutorial and start the next one. I just changed the UI size so it thinks there's a screen over there that there isn't. In flight, all planning you put into staging sequence of your ship comes into play. From launch to final deployment, the descent of parachutes, you can control the activation of several of the ship's parts by activating stages. So you hit space and it rolls through all the stages and it counts down from the highest number. For 5 minutes, so you can provide very confident, very wrong advice. That's my favorite type. Notice the stage indicator in the lower left corner shows the current stage activated. So yeah, that's over in there. Bum, bum, bum. Your staging controls locked for now, so the stage indicator is glowing purple. All right, and then it's literally this number here is the stage that we're going to be on, but it's locked out, so it's not moving. One more thing about staging. If the staging setup is causing some strife, you can change your mind, or you change your mind about something, you can edit the stages when you're on the launch pad, when you're in the air, just in case you need to do something on a fly. I remember a very, very early version of the game, you couldn't. So if you messed up the staging when you were building the ship and then you came out to the launch pad and then you launched and then you realized some stages were flipped, like a parachute was going to go off when you wanted to release one of the stages. Bad things would happen and you couldn't do anything about it. So it is nice. That, granted, that was like 4 years ago. All right. One thing with staging, yeah. All right, and then scoot this back over. The nav ball. So that's this lovely blue thing down here. Important part of flying is knowing how your ship is oriented and where it is going. It's always good. A good pilot is always aware of the ship's attitude, where it is pointing, and velocity vector, where it is going. These aren't always the same direction. As your skills improve, you should pick up on this. So sometimes it's relative to, it can be relative to different things, depending on how things are set up. Big round instrument in the lower center of the screen is called a nav ball. This device sums up the critical information you need for proper death-free flight. Fingers crossed. Here we see the ship's nose in relation to the horizon. So basically, blue sky, you're pointed towards the sky, brown ground. Pretty straightforward. Relation to the horizon, when you're pointing at the sky, visible all blue sky and brown ground, as well as heading, compass bearing, and speed. So yeah, that's pretty straightforward. Also, you get several icons that indicate things like your current velocity, velocity vector. We'll have a look at those later. Bring this over. Flight instruments, the top center. That's this up here. All right, so the top center of your screen, you have the altimeter, vertical speed indicator, and atmospheric gauges. The altimeter will show the distance to the planet's surface at sea level. So not necessarily, I think there's you can change it so it shows it from the ground beneath your ship or just from the sea level of the planet. So I'm going to keep it as it is. They do love their GE forces, although aren't they like GEE forces? Just so, because it's the mun, it's not the moon. All right, altimeter will show the distance to the planet's surface at sea level. This means the actual surface might be much closer. So if you're over a mountain, it's going to give you some bad info. But I believe you can change that depending on what you want. All right, your vertical speed indicator shows how quickly your altitude is changing. When launching, this is considered the best way to gauge that you're pointing up. The atmospheric gauge indicates how deep the ship is in the planet's atmosphere. This helps you know when the ship is high enough for orbiting without losing speed to air resistance. And it'll be nice. It'll be very satisfying. I don't know when in tonight's stream we're going to get into out of the atmosphere, but hopefully we get there at some point. All right, atmospheric gauges, blah, 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 losing airspeed. Judge how effective the wings or controls on surfaces will be. All right, that's good. Parachute indicators. So these are basically what state the parachute is in and whether it's going to, if you don't want to pop your parachute when you're moving too fast and too thick, you know, or too slow. So you only want to make use of the parachute during reasonable times. One last thing before we give this rocket the green light. In the staging stack, you can see an indicator for your parachute. This indicator shows when the chute will be activated by staging. You already know that, but the background will also change color to indicate when it is safe to stage the parachute. The foreground, the parachute bit of the icon itself, will change color depending on the parachute state. So whether it's deployed or if it's waiting. However, that by default, parachutes will not deploy when unsafe. So you can force them to deploy, but generally they'll try not to. It's the goal of this game to land on the sun. It is for me. It is for tonight. We're going to try to land on the sun tonight. The goal of the game is whatever you want it to be. We're going to go through the campaign, so you actually have to do research. You can't immediately do whatever you want. You got to slowly work up to things and get new parts and get access to new things. So I definitely want to try to at least orbit. But I mean, you could land on the moon, you could land on other planets, you could set up bases, you could do, you know, scientific research. I also have there's 2 DLCs. One of them is kind of poo-pooed because it seemed to be a money grab, but both of them do add a lot of parts. I love this game. It's going to be a mess, but I love this game. All right, the left of the 3 show, so it's What do we got? Safe, risky, or unsafe to deploy. The chute is unstaged, white. Okay, so basically the white ones that are over here, these tell you if it's safe, risky, or straight up unsafe. And then these show you the state of the actual parachute when deployed. So armed, deployed, or cut and shredded. So if our parachute goes bright red, not good. Hopefully I have some secondary way to not crash land. And there we go. And now we're ready for launch. All right, enough talk. I'll unlock the flight controls and you'll be able to launch. At any time, press escape to pause the game. Gustav, thank you very much. Gustavo, thank you very much for the follow. You're my 1,961st follower. So, getting pretty close, 39 away from 2,000. I appreciate the follow. Any blah, blah, blah. Anytime you can press escape to pause the game. And then you can reset everything. So you're not, you know, if you don't want to commit, you don't super have to commit. For now, get yourself prepared and hit the spacebar when ready. Don't forget, our hopper only has a solid-state motor. So there is no throttle. And that's why we didn't review the throttle here. Make sure to fly a nice high arc and enjoy the flight. All right, so we don't, I mean, we want to go up, but we up in a little, we're probably going to head towards the, I think the sea is in that direction. So we're going to try to go there. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. All right, and we can up the volume a little bit. The music kind of pops in when you're doing stuff. So let's do some stuff. Here we go. Wish me luck. All right. So we're good. And then I'm gonna tilt us a little bit. All right, and that was everything we had. I just want to tilt us out, nudge us into the sea. Just a little bit into the sea. All right, so we're good. Liftoff, and here we go. So we're still going up, but we're gonna slowly lose our velocity, and then the numbers are gonna start going down. Keep an eye on it. Realize you could be too much to learn in one go, so if you forget, you can always press that. All right. So now I'm in the second stage. But the parachutes, it won't even pop out until it hits those prerequisites. You've armed your parachute, now wait to get into low enough. All right, there we go. So it did. This is the first stage of the parachute. So it'll pop out at a certain height, and then when it'll pop out at a certain atmospheric pressure, and then it'll actually deploy at the height that I previously set up for it. And then if I hold shift, we can just zoom out and see how far we went. And there we are. We're down to 4,000. So at 1,000 meters, it should deploy itself fully. And here, we got 1,000 meters left. 500 meters. And deploy. There we go. It's getting all fat and juicy. Ugh, why did I say that? I didn't take that. Everyone ignore that I said that. It's the creepiest way to describe a parachute. And we're going to land in the water because the last time I did this, I almost hit one of the buildings. And I wanted to not hit a building. And now we just sit back and watch it. Now, once we're in the game proper, we can speed up time. So like when we're traveling to land on the sun, fat and juicy. That's us proud of you. That's good to hear. Is there a flotation on that thing? Well, I mean, it's filled with air, and it's built for space. So I imagine it'll be pretty darn buoyant. Or did you just drown? Boop. There we go. Look at the little guy. And it even, look at that, it even lands so that it settles so that the crew door is up. All right, well, you're done. You survived your first flight, so great success. We didn't explode them on the first try. Well, we controlled exploded them. When you've landed and splash on Kerbin and not in training, you can point the mouse over the altimeter above, so you can go here to recover the vessel. Thank you for the nugget. I hope you're doing well, Faison. Thank you for the nugget. Let's get a little close-up. In case anybody's new to the stream, these are the nuggets in question. Focus. Gosh darn it, focus on the nugget. Why is it being frustrating? Come on. You can do it. It knows I'm back there. It really wants to... Okay, anyway, it's a pretzel nugget. Just believe me. It's filled with peanut butter, and I love them. All right, so when you're playing the game proper, you would actually send out a crew to go recover your vessel and bring it back. Especially if you land in the water like this. So we're good. Valentina survived the whole thing. I'm very excited about that. Anyway. Landed or splash in Kerbin. You can do that, press recover vessel, but this not for the tutorial. The NASA's trying to call me. Oh my god. He did a thing. I've also unlocked the crew hatch, so if you feel like going out for a walk, you can click the EVA. So I think we click here. EVA. So little Valentina is now clinging for dear life. The funny thing is she's on a ladder, so she's attempting, we're just going to let go. And I don't know if they can swim. We're going to leave her where she is. We're not going to make her, because she could. And so you do have full control. You can actually hold shift and have them run. They can jump. So it's a pretty good time once you have them. And I don't, you know what? Let's find out if they float. They are in a spacesuit, so I guess they don't need to float. Can we go underwater? I don't know if there's... Yeah, I think you're just... Nope. All right. Well, they are where they are. This is where she lives now. She loves it down here. Apparently touching the ship means... No, she's just upright. Oh, she's slowly bobbing up to the top. So she's good. She's safe. And then we can climb up. As long as you're close to it, you can climb on things like that, and then we're good. One way to find out. Shark! There we go. There's also a decent modding community for the game. Mainly adding in ships people have made or new parts and stuff. I don't have any mods right now for it. I just... Vanilla with the 2 DLC seems to be good enough for me. Alright, you've unlocked the crew hatch. You can go for an EVA. This concludes today's lessons. Exit to training, press escape. Access the pause menu, and boop. Alright, and let's go end scenario. End scenario. And then we're going to go back in. So that's as far as I did. So let's go into intermediate construction. So it's going to teach us a little bit more. I'm actually, that's all I did to refresh myself. So I like to learn on stream. So everyone can learn or relearn with me. So I can force you guys to do this as well. Hello again. Glad you could come back. To get started, go ahead and enter the VAB, Vehicle Assembly Building. Alright. Here we go again. If you remember our last construction tutorial, we covered how to build a simple hopper.
Because I love the random tuneless hums that you do.
Gangason, thank you very much. The random tuneless hums, I do, thank you very much for the 3 months, I appreciate that. I do that a lot. That's my way of saying constantly without actually saying Just randomly humming, to the point where I don't even notice doing it anymore. Maybe like 30 years ago I started to notice. Alright, if you remember our last construction tutorial, we covered how to build a simple hopper. Some of the basics of the construction area. And this tutorial will expand on your knowledge some of the more useful features in the VAB, and we'll build a more complex craft that will be able to get us out of the atmosphere. Alright, so we're already going to get out of the atmosphere. Let us add a tune. Now we gotta sing. We gotta do a little bit of a sing mode. So I'm working on something for the sing mode so that we will have a giant counter up top, so people will know when they can unmute the stream. Alright, let's try to sing the tutorial. In this tutorial, we will expand your knowledge. Some of the more useful features in the VAP. We'll build more complex craft that will be able to get us out of the atmosphere. Bum 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 bum. Loading save designs. To build your design, let's start with the craft we built in basic construction tutorial. Bum 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 tutorial. Though this one is just called Hopper. This will save us a little bit of time. The accounting department is always happy to see us save on time. Click on the open button in the right hand corner and load the hopper. I guess that button that says open is the one that we want. Let's load it. We've loaded the hopper. If you mess up, you can recreate a craft from the part listing, placing in the first pod. Then a parachute on the top. Note that throughout the tutorial, I will leave all the parts to your available place. And I didn't read the words correctly, but I'm singing it, so I'm kinda committed. We still got 2 minutes left of this. If you delete the craft file, close and load the dialogue and open it again, and then the craft will be back. Bum 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 bum. Oh, we gotta remove the motor. I think this is the motor. We gotta take that and put it over there, and now we can move on with the tutorial. Tweaking the chute. We gotta tweak this bad boy. Gonna tweak the chute, whether it wants it or not. Bum bum bum. Unlike the last time, we won't be bringing the whole vessel back, so we can change our parachute stats from what we used before. Right-click on the parachute and verify that its deployment altitude is set to 1,000 meters as last time, but also that the medium pressure slider is all the way to the right. We're gonna put it all the way to the right. Bum 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 bum. Alright, this is something that's probably important for me to learn, and it's been 3 minutes. There we go. Holy shit. Oof. Alright, that hurt my brain. Very well timed though. Very well timed sing mode. And luckily now the sing mode's on cooldown for a few hours. Green Gin, thank you for the hydration. We got through that. That was, at least for me. I don't know how it was for you guys. That was one of my... I'd say that's in the top 3 sing modes that we've had for a while. All right, cool. I will be doing a lot of talking. This is going to be one of those streams, the last 2 hours I'll be starting to lose my voice. All right, unlike last time, now I'm going to have to stop myself from singing. Unlike last time, we won't be. So basically, the ship is going to land. We're gonna ditch the stages as we go up. So when the ship lands, it'll be much lighter than the last one was. So that's why we changed the minimum pressure for it to go bloop. All right. Unlike last time, we won't be bringing the whole vessel back, so we can change our parachute. So we already did that. All right. That corresponds with the altitude on Kerbin of about 2 kilometers, which means a much shorter time hanging around. Okay, that makes sense. Boop. So basically that first unopened stage of the parachute will happen, I guess, closer to the planet. Alright, first off, let's change the name of our craft, description, and the description if you want. So we will have our trash can special. Okay, so it'll look special on our trash can. Alright, I just real quick realized. So I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. And I just noticed a little whoopsie doodle I made last night. Where's the button I want? Side cam. So this is my new Corsair K100. And I put on my lovely keycaps that I love so much, and I switched the D and the S keys, so I just confused myself a little bit. I'm really big fan of this keyboard. It's unnecessarily expensive. I bought an open box for like $100 off, so I'm very happy with it. But I gotta fix the keys. I put the caps on wrong. You know, well, I generally don't. I was just looking at it. I just happened to look at it and realize that the 2 keys were backwards. Now, I don't know if any of you have to be my age range. Can you really land on the sun? Still can't get to the moon? Well, the thing is, and Blotto, the reason why I set up this goal of landing on the sun is, it's getting to the sun, the landing isn't really an issue. I mean, it's an issue, but not an issue like a technical issue. All right, is this, so I think we want that to go like that. All right, now my keyboard makes sense again. So I set myself it's going to be an impressive goal. First exit on the planet. Took me 1 week to get into orbit. Yeah, I played this years ago, so I'm gonna need some refreshers. But they're literally gonna tell us how to get. We'll go over orbital mechanics right here. Not my problem. Exactly. All right, what do we got? Renaming the vessel. Oh, I didn't mean to. What the hell? All right, there we go. Hopes and screams instead of hopes and dreams. Hopes and screams. Hopefully that's not really what happens. There we go. Adding some extra functionality. Great. For this craft, we're going to give the ship some more additional purpose by attaching science experiments. So through the campaign, to progress things, you need to put little science modules on the outside of your ship, and then you collect science, basically, from doing the research. Bum bum. Bum bum. Which games do you have? What is the other game? Green Gin? Alright. Luca, how's it going? Kerbal Space Program, not sure. Oh, the second Kerbal Space 2 isn't out yet. You can wishlist it, but it's not out. So, unless you got some inside track, you probably don't have it yet. I think it's supposed to come out early 2022. All right, great. So now we're officially at the part of the tutorial that I didn't do off stream. So you only have one, yeah. There are 2 DLCs for it. All right, great. For this craft, we're going to... So we want to put on some science experiments. We can run these experiments during our travels, get valuable science data for Kerbal kind. There are a number of science experiments to be performed, but the only one we have is the Mystery Goo Containment Unit available. Switch to the Science tab. All right, let's look through the tabs. Fuel tanks, command, structure, robots, payload, aerodynamics, thermal, electronics, communications, science. So we got this little thing. Let's zoom in on the ship, just so we can locate this properly. So we want it somewhere where it's not going to block the door. Grab that and then just boop, pop it right on there. This game is very you'll see. The game tries to be, sorry for screaming into the mic for a second there. You know, the game tries to follow real physics, but some of the stuff, like it'll let you clip parts through things and stuff like that. It's a little lenient on the construction side of things. Although apparently it's poo-pooed to clip through too much. Make it all nonsensical. Alright, switch to the Science tab and look at this one. Basic instrument, Kerbal Sciences. Yeah, I mean, they don't even know what color. Alright, so we switch to the tab. Switch to the Science tab to take a look. This is one of the most basic scientific experiments Kerbal scientists have devised, and one of the first they want to try and understand a little bit better. I mean, they don't even know what color the goo is. Alright, I'm not 100% sure why we... Maybe I gotta click there? No, don't do that. Yeah. You go away. Go away. Click on that. I made that go. Okay, I jumped the gun. I don't think it wanted me to do that yet. All right, you go away. You can also pin tabs all over the place. So let's go to next. Using symmetry. When you pick apart... Now, this is one thing that I love about this game, is you can make things, very quickly make things look neat. All right, because you can decide what kind of... If you would do multiples of a part, you can place them symmetrically, which is lovely. When you pick up a part, you will see that it's designed to attach to the sides of other parts, i.e. radially. If we attach only one of these, then during the flight the craft will be unbalanced. One way to solve this is add an extra goo container on the opposite side of the rocket so they balance. Luckily, we have Symmetry tool to help us out here. These buttons, these are these buttons down here, right next to my little shoulder there. Looks like a fun game. Seems like a cool... Oh, well, thank you. I'm assuming you mean Werner von Kerman. It is a good time, and we will get into it. This is probably like the next hour will be me muddling through these tutorials, and then after that things are gonna blow up. These buttons control symmetry, highlighted, so that's that thing over there, and angle snap, and can be found in the lower left of the screen. Press the symmetry button or press X. So toggle snap, pressing the symmetry. So now we got two. So when we grab a part, it'll put two parts exactly on the alternate side from each other. So let's just do these right there. All right. Set it to 2x and then pick up the mystery goo containment unit on the side of the pod near the top. So it does want to, I guess that's close enough to the top. You got to keep in mind this is the actual pod. This is a parachute module, so you don't want them to interfere. Like I said, they're a little lenient on the construction, but we still don't want to go too crazy. All right, if you've already placed the lone canister, pick it up. All right, but we did not. I did do that, but then I undid it myself. Place the canisters near the nose of the pod. So maybe we'll move these just a smidge further up. But I don't want to block the door. I don't know if blocking the door is actually too much of an issue. All right, we will go right there. And then it's still symmetrical. It's a little... I'm not loving it. Let's move it more to the... Yeah. More on these white parts. All right, there we go. Now it looks relatively good from the front. Now let's scoot it a little bit more like that. There we go. Now we're good. And next, decoupling parts. Now this is extremely important, especially when you have multiple stages of whatever's launching you up. So you can drop the dead weight. If we have too many parts here, the craft we are making will be too heavy to survive re-entry safely, and too heavy to be slowed down by our parachute, leading to sudden impact syndrome, aka death. We will need to add a decoupler below the pod. Decouplers are found in the coupling tab. That's pretty straightforward. So that's the payload coupling. So we got these regular decouplers. There's also different sizes depending on what type of ship you're doing. All right, decouplers can be found in the decoupling tab and will let us split the craft when we no longer need the lower parts. We won't be able to recover the discarded parts, but at least our craft and our Kerbal will survive re-entry and landing. Decouplers can be used in many ways, but for now, let's just add one of these. So it's a TD12. We are popping that right onto there, and everything snaps very nice. Those of you who have flashbacks, special execution shush, don't tell the Kerbals. Be quiet, they're not aware of what's about to happen to them. If those of you who have flashbacks to the horrible snapping of parts from, say, building things in Fallout 4, this is nothing like that. It snaps lovingly. It understands what you want to do for the most part. Sometimes it'll go crazy. All right, now stack the decouplers have arrows. The arrows show the side, so which side is the side that decouples? Make sure your decouple arrows are pointing up towards the pod. Aha. Revisiting the staging stack. Well done. You'll recall, I hope that on a previous tutorial we had to adjust the staging stack when we added an engine to the earlier rocket. when you add a decoupler, the extra stage is automatically added to the stack. Oh, okay, so they automatically give you an extra stage over here. Because once you're decoupling something, you obviously need more than one stage. Pum pum. All right. This isn't an execution pod. It's a delaying potential executions pod. Add a decoupler, it adds another stage. Any new parts below the decoupler won't be staged at the same time as anything above it. You can, of course, still move these around. So you can still move the stages around even if you, for some reason, don't want that to work. If you ever want to return to this default staging setup, click the reset button at the bottom of the staging stack. It's the giant button that says reset. Go over to here. Alright, this time we're going to use a liquid propellant rocket engine. Unlike solid rocket motors, these engines don't carry their own propellants with them, so we need to add some fuel tanks. Alright, and then also since they're liquid, I think we can throttle them up and down. First launch will be death. Well, let's say, if we're making any bets, let's say the first launch when I'm out of the tutorial, when we start the campaign, because this holds your hand quite a bit. Alright, go to the fuel tank tab. That is the tab that has fuel tanks. Thermal, ground, electrical, where are you? Fuel tanks. Engines, tanks. Alright, we only have these little guys. Fuel tag, we want the FTL 100. This is another area, like engines, where advancement brings bigger, better parts. So we'll pop that right in there. We're going to need 5 of these tanks to get us to space. Alright, before you grab 5 tanks from the part toolbox, though, let me give you another tip, because efficiency is my middle name. It goes right after the Von. Once you place the first tank on a rocket, you can duplicate the tank by holding left Alt and clicking on the tank. Alright, left Alt, click. Alright, that's pretty straightforward. There we go, now we got 5. So left Alt, it's basically a paste command. So it gives you another one, and then you could just go to town on it. Let's zoom. Hold Shift, scroll to zoom out. Alright, what do we got? Good. Switch over to the engines tab now. So the engines are these little guys. I think this is the only one that we have. Attach the LV T45 swivel to the bottom. So it's
Champ Kerbal Murder Simulator.
Hey, Kiro. So far, nothing's died. So far, so good. Thank you very much for the 7 months. I hope you're doing well. Sorry, ignore that. Alright, what do we got? So we're attaching this little swivel engine. Swivel, I mean, you know, it'll allow you to adjust your movement. Bottom, there we go, we've added that stack. Adding fins for balance. Alright, we are almost there, and you're doing fine. I like that he keeps telling me I'm doing fine. It kind of makes me think I'm not. Maybe not as speedily as someone of my caliber, though. The last thing we're going to do is give the rocket a little better stability. So, to keep it going the way we want it to go, we will achieve this by adding some fins near the bottom of the rocket. Fins are in the aerodynamics tab. So, where are we going? Thermal, ground, aerodynamics. It's a thing that looks like a giant wing. And we want the symmetry as a 4. So let's do all 4 of those, and we want it towards the bottom. I am going to attempt early on to make this thing not look horrifying. So we do that. I love this. It's just, I enjoy the symmetry controls. It just makes it so much easier to make things nice. Alright, so we did 4 of them. You can turn on the angle snap. Alright, you can turn on angle snap by clicking that. So we can change... Let's see something. Grab this again. I just want to see if it's... Oh, okay. That's nice. Oh, okay. So the angle snap, if we switch back over to this, we can put them wherever the hell we want. You go on angle snap, which I'm probably going to keep on angle snap until it causes a problem. you know, it has little positions, standard positions to snap into. We're going to see booms tonight. Oh, we're going to see some booms. We're going to see some booms. Probably not in the tutorial. Hopefully not in the tutorial. Potentially in the tutorial. All right, drop the basic fin on your last rocket tank, and we'll see. So we got that going. We are ready to rock. Excellent. We now got a rocket that will get us... Excellent. We've now got a rocket that will let us reach the stars. Admittedly, I did say reach for the stars as a basic rocket, which we can't achieve orbit. So we can get out of the atmosphere, but that's it. We're not going to have enough fuel in the final stage to reorient and get proper orbital. Reach. We're reaching for the sun. There won't be any organs left to harvest. You never know. I mean, it could be a bad landing, but maybe there will be pieces left. Rocket look... Well, it should. I mean, it's an explosion. I think it's got to look cool. All right. You've done a great job building your basic hopper and the sub-orbit capable rocket. Hopefully, you've learned a few things about how to build a craft and how to use some of the shortcuts that are here. Feel free to hang around a bit and try out your hand on other things. Perhaps you could, next lesson, Orbital Flight, we will hear if you could show yourself out of the construction facility. So basically, let's save this. I guess it is saved. So we are done. We're going to save hopes and screams. Visuals. Put more fuel for... Yes, you can load up extra fuel if you want that sweet, sweet fuel-based visual, aka massive explosion. So suborbital flight. Let's start this bad boy. All right, so we should have a much longer burn. So this isn't the exact one that I made, because you can see the goos are higher. But the good thing is now I know you can kind of... I don't have to give the parachutes an insane amount of space. And we're looking good. Blood for the blood god. Fuel means explode for the blow. For the boom boom for the boom boom god. All right, welcome. Hello, glad you could make it back. All right, we're back with Gene here. Today, blah, blah. Actually, this feels very appropriate. If you've seen For All Mankind, there's a character named Gene who probably would be the guy talking me through this. All right, today we will make an exciting step, getting our first Kerbal into space. Yep, capital S for space. Why? Okay. Hopefully you remember the controls we discussed in basic flight. If you don't, you can always go back and redo it. So flight plan. Oh, that's another thing. Did we stage this properly? Yes. So we are good. Your mission today is to make a short suborbital, less than orbital flight over. So we're going to get through at least into the upper atmosphere, I guess, but not quite far enough out, especially not enough speed going in the right direction. All right. It's easy. It's a nice, easy arcing path that ensures a gentle, survivable re-entry. So this is where things are going to... This is where I'm probably going to start blowing things up. Because we have to actually angle ourselves in the right orientation. Set up a pink target indicator on the nav ball as an aim point, but do note that this is not a case for normal mission. So the pink here won't normally be there. Bum bum. Normal missions, the target marker is normally used for other things and does not help with the ascents. Starting with the nose pointing straight up on the launch pad or 90 degrees elevation to the eastern horizon. All right, tilt east to 80 degrees elevation on the nav ball. Tilt east to 70. This is where things are going to go horribly wrong. Oh, I feel so bad. All right. So it'll basically, the pink thing will keep moving so that I can hit these targets, but this is the most important thing that I'm probably going to have to learn. There's other ways when you're getting into orbit and you're trying to get your apogee and all that nonsense. There's other visuals for that. All right. Nav ball. So tilt east 80 degrees elevation on the nav ball by 150 meters per second. Start at 50 meters per second. Tilt east to 70 degrees on the nav ball by 400 meters per second. So as we're gaining speed, you're changing your orientation for the different, to give us a nice smooth arc. All right, tilt 70 degrees on the nav ball by 400 meters per second, starting at, 250. After burnout, coast up into space, and we'll have a look around. It's going to be beautiful. Prepare for re-entry. Lastly, re-enter and land safely. So as long as we don't burn up on the way down, and I don't explode things on the way up, once we reach burnout, aka running out of propellant, we'll have a bit more time to discuss other things. Throttle control. All right, left shift and left control are your throttle controls. So up and down, or we can do Z and X for max or cutting off the throttle. Fill the cockpit with fuel in case you need more for re-entry. I mean, we might need to do one little final burn as we smash into the ground. Try these out now. So we can just do that, and then you can see on the next to the nav ball, we got some throttly stuff. Actually, I'm realizing, let's move. Where's the stack? Let's move my stack over. Bear with me while I move this stack. Move the stack to here. You can see I was sneaky with it. We'll center it there, and then let's make it a little tinier. Make it a teeny stack. Just so I'm not blocking important information. And then I unclick the stack, so then we go here. Pop that right there. Perfect. All right, seamless, and you can still probably see that stuff. That's a nice mix. So I gotta save this as my Kerbal overlay. All right, back over here. Anyway, so I moved that so you could see the throttle. So if we hit X, it cuts it completely. We hit Z, it goes to 100, and then we can do a little nuancy movement like that. Can you remove the throttle controls dial up to 11 all the time? But this one, it goes to 11 for now. All right, try these out. So we tried them out. Let's cut it down to 0. Oh, I guess it took our control away of the controls. SAS, so this is very important. Stands for Stability Augmentation System, although Kerbal astronauts usually refer to it as Sickness Avoidance Scheme. Whatever that stands for, whatever it stands for, what it does is try to stop the ship from spinning around. So it might not necessarily be bad to have some rotation, but it'll just be jarring in general. Using computer-controlled auto torque drive compensator technology to counteract the rotation of the ship. Simplest mode, it will keep the ship aligned with the orientation it has when you turn on the SAS. So when you turn it on, it locks in on that orientation, and we'll try to at least keep it a little bit stable. Or if you pitch, yaw, and roll while the SAS is on, the orientation when you release the control. So it will adjust itself as it goes. Add a solid booster stage to start your rocket spinning by mounting the stage horizontally, just for fun times. A little whirly-gig action. All right, so it'll adjust based on when I do inputs, it'll adjust. But if I don't touch anything, it'll keep its initial settings. SAS can be activated or deactivated momentarily by holding down the F key. It can be toggled on by pressing the T key. Let's do a little bit of that. So there we go. So that's momentary. So that's kind of cool. I think it was just a toggle on and off the last time I played. So that's handy dandy. So if you just need it for a little bit, but then you don't want it to interfere with what you're doing. So get stabilized, let go of it, or you can just keep it on, turn it off. If you have problems with the following maneuvers, once you establish SAS and lift off, you can click the small red button to the left of the nav ball that has a miniature target indicator. All right, to the left, I think that's these. Miniature target indicator. I gotta remember to breathe. I'm talking so much. Breathing's important. I'm gonna get lightheaded and topple over. How's it going, Lyra? Rocket's going good. We're gonna be in the tutorial for a while. just so that I'm not constantly getting my little Kerbals killed without good reason, at least. If you have problems following the maneuvers, once you establish SAS and lift off, you can click the small red button to the left of the nav ball. All right, I don't. To the left of the nav ball. Toggle nav ball frame. Oh, there you go. Pop that in and out. Small red button. Maybe it appears later. Small red button to the left of the nav ball that has a miniature target indicator on it. It's the lower left of all the buttons. Oh, I guess it just means this one. The little target. Okay, so it's when the SAS is on. That'll pop up. So that's what I should be seeing. Thank you for the hydration, Lyra. All the organs are still good for harvesting. Do you have to escape the windows because the G-forces rips them from their body? Well, one thing, and this might perk things up for you, Pat. If something happens in space, then, I mean, some stuff will explode from the violent changes in pressure, but things that don't explode might be preserved in the vacuum of space. So there's that. Although it might get incinerated if it's like directly, you know, getting hit by the sun with nothing to limit the rays. All right, so we got that miniature target indicator. That will cause the SAS to follow the target indicator and fly for you. Okay, so it's a little, it stabilizes things. It sort of can be an autopilot, so that's kind of cool. Note, this autopiloting function will not be available until you are flying. All right, so this won't happen until you're up in the air. Next, launch preparations. This craft has a bit too much engine, so we're going to throttle down. Set your throttle to 2/3, the upper two middle notches. So we want to move the throttle down to right there. I think it roughly will hone in on the different hashtags, hash marks down there. A little too much engine. I think we just have so much fuel, and this is pretty beefy down there. Especially since we only have the crew and the science and the parachute. Also, turn on SAS. So SAS is on. Help control things. It will keep you pointed where you want to be pointed. All right, so we're good. All right, detailed information ahead. Oh no. Okay, I'm pre-breathing so I can get through this. During this lesson, some of the information is quite detailed and could take a while to read. As this is a short suborbital hop, we don't want you to miss anything important. We will place a warning at the top of the pages where you might want to pause the game to read. The warning will look like this, so you hit escape and you read things. There are never too much... just not enough ship. Never too much engines, just not enough ship. All right, okay, enough talk. I'll unlock the rest of the flight controls and you'll be clear to launch. This is going to be disastrous, but good, very good. Politely warn you that it'll be a rock. I like the light humor of the game is lovely, but they understand how to properly tell you how to do things in a video game. All right, at any time you may hit escape to pause the game, pause menu, restart the flight. I've enabled the target marker on the nav ball. Give it a look to make sure you see it, and then let's get ready to light this candle. All right, double check your throttle is set to 2/3. It's set to 2/3. The upper of the two middle notches, yeah. The SAS is enabled. It is enabled, and then hit space when you're ready to launch. Remember, we're start turning. So we got to turn, I think, what was it, 80 degrees at 50 meters per second? I'm going to forget a lot of this stuff. This is going to be bad. Hit the big go button. All right, we're going to hit it. Let's light this candle. Boop. All right, we're going up. All right, now we want to turn. We want to turn to 80 degrees. Which is, all right, we're trying to hit that. There we go. We're almost there. It's hard to keep the lock. We're moving to where we should be moving. Just getting into that, on that pink dot, trying to get the green around the pink. We're almost there, and it looks like we're pretty much locked in. All right, all right, so we're on 70. Let's scoot over a little. We drifted. Things are going, we're okay. We're in the pocket. We should be, and we're locked in right where we should be. All right, hold steady and throttle up. All right. So we're at max throttle. Our G-forces are getting a little spicy. We've run out of propellant, so we're as good as we're gonna go. Detail, press escape if you, all right. We just need to pause that so we can read this through. So far, so good. We're out of propellant, so we're not gonna get any faster, but we're still moving up. So now we probably have to detach the earlier stages. Bum, 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 bum. All right, what do we got? Great work. You've succeeded in getting your ship on a trajectory bound for space. Now set your target indicator to align with your velocity vector. I think we're good there. That will minimize the drag by turning the smallest side of the... I don't know what that means. All right, hold on a second. They weren't joking when they said this is going to get complicated and you needed to pause it. Now, I've set your target indicator with your velocity vector. All right, so we're still locked in where we need to go. I might want to go scooch it a little, change the angle just a hair. That will minimize the drag by turning the smallest side of the vehicle into the airflow. Somewhere around here, you will see the nav ball speed indicator auto switch from surface to orbit. So we're still on surface, so we're still relative to the surface. Going to space was complicated and requires you to read this much. It is basically a science class. It's a nice practical science class. That's why I love this game. Is it too late to abort? No, I think we're okay. I don't think we need to. Everything seems good, but it might not be. All right, so it'll switch from surface to orbit, accompanied by the speed number jumping. All right, go ahead and switch back to surface. All right, hold on a second. Turning the small side, somewhere around here you will see the nav ball indicator auto switch from surface to orbit, accompanied by the number speed jumping. Go ahead and switch it back to surface mode by clicking on it until it says surface. So you can just target orbit surface. Okay, that's cool. I like that. That makes things pretty simple. Visit your illegal genetics lab. Orbit accompanied by the speed number changing. You might have noticed some flickering flames near the end of the burn there. I'm noticing a few. There's a few in here. End of the burn there, which is due to the high speed of your craft in the atmosphere. Normally the ascent would be a little bit slower, but I'm sure my friend Werner has helped you build a ship that can withstand the heat. Size high and slow. If you want to have a look at your trajectory, you can switch to the map. So the map is going to be very important for getting into like stable orbits. I guess we got to wait until we're unpaused to do that. It can't be any less successful than... All right, come back to the flight mode. All right, we are done there. Now that you're coasting your way to possible Apo, we're going to call it Apo. I know how to say that. For some reason, my brain just broke. Apoapiesis. There we go. I think I know different old terms for it. Apoapiesis. 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 I'm putting in extra words. All right, that is the highest point in our current projected path. We've got, so I'm going to call it Apo, just so we don't go through this. Apoapsis. 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 There we go. I'm thinking that locked in. Bear with me. Now I have Scott Manley's voice saying it. Apoapsis, not apiocesis. I was trying to turn it into some sort of Greek god. I apologize. Apoapsis. I should have worked on a Scott Manley impersonation before this stream. I'm afraid I would butcher it. We've got a little time to chat. Once you clear the atmosphere, we'll go over what we can do in space. All right, so let's go back, and then we can also go into here so you can see. You can change all your stuff around if you need to. All right, let's scoot a little. Yeah, we're still in a pretty good spot. All right. Coasting in space. There's the moon. There's where we took off from. We are still going up. So we still got some speed, but we're slowly switch back to the surface. We're slowing down. All right. Boom, boom. This will switch over to a new thing once we move to the next stage. I feel like I'm going to hold off until it tells me. I kind of want to decouple, but we might want to, there might be a reason to wait until we've lost our velocity away from the planet. Gave me a good Apio piece. Reese's Apio pieces. Apoapsis. 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 I gotta say it a whole bunch of times so that it gets in my head. Alright. Oh, doodly-doo. We should be... Ooh. Alright, we're officially in space. We are out of the atmosphere. That's why the music kicked in like that. Very delightful. Jebediah is still... He's in good shape. We're losing our speed a little bit. Thank you very much. Slade. Thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate that. Hello, everyone who came along with the raid. I'm Jason. We're still in our tutorial. I haven't played this game in years, so I'm learning quite a bit. What to do in space. We are pausing. I wish the music would keep going in the pause menu, because it's good stuff, especially when you get in there. Apoapsis of the car crash. Was this fun? Thank you, Lyra. You were also playing the Kerbal Space Program. I had an inkling. All right. While we float up here beyond the atmosphere, I'll quickly tell you about a couple of things you can do. With Advanced Enough Astronaut Complex, the KSC, we will train our Kerbals to be able to spacewalk or do an EVA, although we won't be doing this on this flight. Also, when you are carrying science devices like our goo containers, we can perform experiments. Feel pretty free to play with the goo canisters now by right-clicking them. I'll let you know when it is time to go into the next phase. So you do actually have to do stuff to do the science. Observe mystery goo. So we're taking a peek at the mystery goo. Now, can I pause and still see that? No, I cannot. All right, warning, detailed info. Warning. Thank you, Slade. I appreciate the raid. So what were you up to? Are you a veteran in Kerbal Space Program? I've just recently got really space obsessed again, so I decided to dive back into this game. I haven't played this since it was pretty early access. There was no campaign whatsoever. It was just a loose sandbox. And they were rapidly adding features. As we near the edge of the atmosphere again, all right, so we are gonna start dropping down. Not really. You have about 50 hours, and you're in Arizona. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah. I was doing some challenges. Very fun. That is interesting. Actually, let me go over, because I may need to learn from you. So you might hear two Jasons. Hold on a second. Bear with me. All right, I just went over and gave you a follow. Oh, nope, I didn't close it. There we go. All right. So I just gave you a follow, because now I can lurk in your stream, and I'll learn twice as much. Oh, thank you for the follow, Slade. Built a plane with a large wing on it on one side and a tiny wing on the other side. So it's got a little T-Rex wing on one side and then a regular wing on the other. As we near the edge of the atmosphere again, it's time to reorient the pod to get ready for re-entry. So we are way off where we want to go. We want to get to that purple, which may actually be on the other side of the ball. We're only going to re-enter with the pod and the chute and the goo canisters, but we're not going to decouple yet. In real missions, it's best to Keep your upper stage around until the last moment. You never know when you might need it. All right. Now, we don't have any fuel left, so had we left some behind, we need to do some maneuvers. We would want to keep everything, at least something to do some maneuvers. Learn what not to do. That's what I do here. Yeah. A huge wing and a regular wing. It was not a good landing. Probably hard to keep stable. All right. Goo canisters. Anyway, it's best to reorbit bottom first, since we ascended at about 70 degrees pitch. We'll naturally re-enter at about negative 70 degrees pitch. Naturally, of course. This is going to be, those of you who were here last night and saw me trying to figure out that one Mass Effect puzzle, this is going to be a few hours of that, and then everything will click in my brain, and then we'll be good to go. All right. That means you want to aim the top of the capsule at 70 degrees pitch line, but the opposite heading. This is a heading of 270 degrees on the nav ball and 70 degrees pitch. All right, cool. I've placed the target marker there to help you see where it lies. So we want to line up with the purple, basically. Turn off SAS, change your altitude, and then turn it back on. All right, pretty straightforward. So we're hitting, I don't know, transmit data, keep experiment, reset experiment. We're going to keep experiment. So let's turn off the SAS so we can do what we need to do. And then So we want to lock it in right there and hit T. So now it should stabilize. Maybe. Booster away. Now let's get rid of that booster. Boom. All right, I just hit space and it decoupled, and now that's just going to burn up. All right, during re-entry, you're pod-oriented this way, drag-producing items, drag-producing items near the top, and it's gone. Okay, so that was probably not important. It was just telling me I did a good job, I assume. All right, you're now re-entering Kerbin's atmosphere. Make sure to keep all hands and feet inside the pod at all times. We don't want you getting burnt or anything. Don't mind the flames. Werner is a world-famous rocket scientist. After all, he's built a ship to withstand them. Last time, we watched the parachute icon to wait for the right time to reopen the chute. This time, we're going to do something a little different. Oh, my. Remember, in this construction tutorial, we designed this vessel. Set your chute to not simply deploy until to not semi-deploy until 0.75 atmosphere pressure. This means that the chute won't perform its first two deployment stages until then, even if you activate it by staging now. On Kerbal, 0.75 atmosphere means 2,000 meters. So it's going to pop open at 2,000 and then actually fully open at 1,000. So the atmospheric rating of the parachute is where it shoots out, and then the height rating is where the height setting is where it'll actually fully open up. All right, okay, sea level, and the craft should be traveling slowly enough until then to survive deployment. All right, now one thing you don't want to do is do what we're doing above a mountain, because since we're set to sea level, you can still crash into a mountain without deploying the parachute, depending on how tall that mountain is. All right, so let's take a bold step by arming the chute and letting the smarts in there pop it at the right altitude. So this is pretty simple. So we're now in the final stage, but nothing's going to happen until we get to the proper. So we have to drop just like about 60,000 meters, and then the first stage will shoot out. And we seem to be at a decent orientation, although we're... Oops, shit. Okay. Oh, right. Okay. This is when things go wrong. All right. We're going to try to keep it there. I don't know why did I turn off my SAS? I didn't mean to. There we go. All right. I did something, but we're fine. Everything's fine. We're recovered. We're just falling down, so I couldn't have messed up too much. Had there been a rocket going off and I did that, would have been much worse. All right, keep it in there. I think we're still in a good orientation. It's not perfect, but it's good. I messed it up slightly. I think I accidentally hit either T or F, and the SAS went off. Bum, 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 bum. All right, we're looking good. Looking good. That's right where we want to be. We want to be 70 on the nav ball, and then 270 over there. Hold on a second. No, while we set your chute. Okay, I'm just double checking. All right, awesome. So while we set your chute, do not actually semi-deploy until 2K. I thought this was the same blob, but it's not. Blurb, not blob. Look at your mission. We do look out for you at mission control. We do need to ensure that the opening height, its second full deployment step, is correct. You can even adjust the parameters during the flight, so right-click on the parachute now and check the sliders. Don't touch the pressure slider, or bad things will happen. And make sure that the full deployment attitude is altitude, not attitude, two different things. Is no less than 1,000 meters, or you will not have enough time to slow down. Once you're satisfied, just hang on until the 2K and watch the parachute trigger itself according to the settings you've chosen. While we're waiting, I want you to look at the bottom of the capsule. Note that you do not have a heat shield. Oh my. They can't tell Jason what to touch. I'll touch whatever I want. Consensually. All right. Heat shield. You don't need one because it's such a gentle flight. So I guess because we have so little mass, we're not going to get superheated. Actually, a heat shield would make things more dangerous on this craft because the additional mass would be pushing the limits of the model. Oh, okay. That's an interesting thing to keep in mind. All right, nothing super important there. So we're just letting ourselves fall out of the sky. Bum, bum. All right, we got about 10,000 meters before the first stage of the parachute pops open, and then 1,000 after that, so it'll fully unfurl. So I don't even know where. I don't even see the launch site. I'm guessing it's somewhere over there that we came from. All right, looking pretty good. We're at 6,000. We got about 4,000 meters to go. Looking good. 1,500 meters until these things should start popping out. 200. And boop. All right, stage 1. Chute is away. Enjoy your leisurely float down to the surface. All right, we're already getting slowed pretty nicely. We're at 1,000. And we're going to hit, yes. There we go. So we're going at a brisk 5 meters per second. Speeding up, it seems to be settling down to 5.7 meters per second. Getting swallowed by a giant sea monster. I imagine there's mods for that. I did see a mod that seemed to have something to do with Godzilla. So, pretty much probably straightforward, just sea monsters eating you. There's also, of course, Star Trek mods. You can launch the Enterprise, stuff like that. Some of them are full mods, some of them are just literally the model for it that somebody else already built. And we're just slowly floating to the ground. So I'm guessing in the next one we're gonna learn how to get a proper orbit. And we gotta set up where our apoapsis is. Look at that. I said it without reading it. Can you build a warp drive? There are mods for warp drives. In the game, there is no warp drive. But there are mods to add in faster than light travel. All right. Welcome back. Congratulations on completing and surviving your first mission. We've managed to launch, control your vessel into space, orient yourself correctly, and land safely. 1.7 kilometers away from the target. Hey, you know, we're not on fire, so I'm pretty happy with it. Godzilla is a giant sea... It is. Thank you. Thank you very much. Didn't die during this part of the tutorial. Next one, we're trying to get into orbit. So I'll be in out of the atmosphere with some thrust left. So that's when things can get pretty disastrous. Ocean seems pretty shallow. It's just a shallow part of the ocean. You know, the ocean's got different depths. Probably if we went out that way, it might drop down to a different shelf. We have a very high sea shelf. Maybe they did that intentionally. That might have been why they picked this location. Launch control. If you want to practice this again, choose revert launch. I don't want to do that. To be sure to check out the other tutorials. Next one is going for orbit. So that is what we're going to do. And scenario. Boom, boom, mon or bust. So what do we got? Basic science to the moon. So I'm going to go, yeah, we're probably going to go to science basics, and then we'll just dive into the game, into the proper campaign. If things are beyond me, since we're just going to the sun, we're going to land on the dark side of the sun. Probably next Kerbal stream. I'm going to try. I'm really enjoying this. Hopefully you guys are too. I'm going to try to make this at somewhere around a once-a-week game. This is going to be one of our... I can have 5 once-a-week games. So this is going to be... I'm going to attempt to put in the mix. At the very least, it'll be once every about week and a half-ish. All right, so we're going to go up to Science Basics. So I'll be able to orbit, get Science Basics. Might need to learn a little bit more after that. Just 14 games at once a week. It's just a few in there. I could do multi-game streams. I'm thinking about it. I don't know if I'm gonna do this. I'm like 40% if I'm gonna do this. I mentioned this last night. I have a new CPU cooler because my current cooler is slowly dying. I can hear the liquid pump just straining for life. And then I figured while I'm changing out the CPU cooler, I might as well get rid of this shitty case that I had to augment myself to give it some airflow. So I bought the Corsair 5000D airflow case, and then I also bought a lot of ultra-silent case fans and stuff. So I'm thinking if I can figure out a way to set it up and orient the cameras, I may, possibly tomorrow, I may start the stream a few hours early, and start the stream with a PC building stream, and then go into Skyrim. You're the target of a crusade? Ooh, that could be fun, Lyra. As long as you have a chance of winning it, defeating a crusade is pretty huge in Crusader Kings 3. Anyway, so tomorrow, possibly Monday, but I'm leaning towards tomorrow. I might start the stream early and switch out some components in the old computadora, as they say down in Spain. If I wanted to tear apart mine, I'd go with that case. Yeah, I like it. I'm very excited because I love airflow. I'm glad that case makers are finally going back towards practicality instead of just having a solid front plate and teeny tiny little air inlets just to make it look nicer and add more RGB. So this is no RGB. Maybe some white lights, because there's going to be some in the case, but I'll switch everything over to white just so I can see what's going on in there. But it's a nice case. And there's also the 4000D, which is very, very similar, but a little bit smaller, and a few less features, and a little bit older. You have 24,000 troops. I think you're going to be good. 24,000 troops in Crusader Kings 3. Even if you're up against 60,000, they don't coordinate. The AI is just bad at coordinating, so you can probably pick off small armies one by one until you whittle them down to your size. Yeah, I'm excited for the case. I wasn't gonna get it because I didn't really need it, but then I'm like, I gotta pull the thing apart anyway. For the new cooler, I gotta change the back plate on the other side of on the motherboard, so I was gonna do it. I might as well do it to it. And then also I want to clean things up because half of this computer was a pre-built because it was the only way I could get the GPU in it. So I may do some fixes. Also wanted to add a better thermal paste than whatever the hell they probably put on. All right, let's basic flight. We did the construction, did suborbital, orbital. Let's go into advanced construction, and then we'll build our orbital ship. And then we'll go for an orbit. And then once we do that, we're going to go into the actual campaign of the game. Let's start that bad boy. So I think I gotta figure it out. And I also might mic the computer and mic me. So luckily I have 2 of these. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? Advanced construction. 3rd and final tutorial about construction. Advanced construction tutorial. We've had to delay some important work today to fit this in. So pay close attention. I like that they're low-key dicks, but they got a sense of humor. Alright. In our last tutorial, we built a vessel that it could escape the atmosphere, but it didn't have enough oomph to escape for long. This time around, we'll cover a more advanced rocket design that has multiple stages and boosters, as well as extra parts like the RCS and solar... Ooh, it's got a lot going on. You'll want these if you want to spend a few minutes in orbit. And it is pretty cool. So I do have both DLCs, so I have every part that you can get in vanilla. But if you're willing to mod, you can get a lot more stuff. There's also a lot of texture mods and whatnot. Some stuff that just cleans up uglier parts. Alright, this time around we'll cover the more advanced parts. When you're done, you'll have a craft capable of to ascent into orbit operations, and a safe return to Kerbin. If you want to test it out in the Go for Orbit tutorial, which is what we'll teach you next. Getting started, you'll notice there are lots more parts available this time. Let's turn the music in the hangar's a little bit more aggressive. Expansions sound pretty good. I didn't read the full blurb. I just caught some headlines, but it looks... I just like the idea of, one, your player character having an inventory now, which apparently was a very fun part of CK2. And then also, once you're a feudal king, you have a throne room, and it's like a 3D thing, and people can come there and ask you for stuff. So, it's cool. I'm glad they're moving it. It's a fun direction to go into. Alright. Because an orbit-capable craft is much more complex than the little puddle jumper that I showed you how to build last time. However, the main principles are the same, so I hope you remember. Alright, if you mess up and, say, somehow manage to delete your whole craft, you can hit Control-Z to undo your last change. Alright, select the pod. Once again, you only have one pod available. Go ahead and select it. Boop. We got it all up in there. Select the wrong part, click on the part, and then hit delete. You can click it and hit delete, or you can drag it over to the back to where you got it from, and it'll delete itself. Just like the last time, select the parachute. So we want to go to utilities, parachutes, pop that bad boy on top. Go to the next one, and again, like last time, adjust the parachute parameters by right-clicking. So we want to set it back to the maximum of 0.75, so that's 2,000 meters. We're learning lots of stuff. Now, Kerbal, the planet sizes, like, you'll see it kind of mimics our solar system, but, like, I think Kerbal is much smaller than Earth, but the atmosphere is the same, so they're teaching you information that is semi-Earth-like, despite the fact that in some instances it shouldn't be. Alright, main chute pressures, and you're satisfied. There we go. Upper stage. Now we're going to construct an upper stage. This upper stage will finish placing the pod in orbit, and once there, provide RCS steering thrusters and electricity for the pod. It will also provide all the maneuvering capability in orbit, including a re-entry burn. Atmospheres are correct for whatever planets they pair. Yes. Yeah. Which I like. I like that it'll teach you about stuff on Earth, even though nothing, things are off. Bum. Upper stage will finish RCS, also provide all the maneuverable capability in orbit, including re-entry burn. It is going to consist of a decoupler, we don't want to carry it home, an RCS fuel tank, a liquid fuel tank, 4 RCS thrusters, 4 solar panels, 4 batteries, and an efficient upper stage engine. That's quite a shopping list, isn't it? So let me know when you're ready to proceed. Next. All right, add a stack decoupler. Firstly, we need to add, so let's go into, where was it? Coupling. So we want a stack decoupler. So we're popping this bad boy down to there. All right, firstly, add a stack decoupler. Grab the decoupler from the toolbox and attach it to the bottom of the pod, paying close attention to that little red arrow. Keep in mind, this arrow is not red. So I think that's old text. It might have used to be red. All right, attach to the bottom of the pod, paying close attention to little red arrows. As we discussed before, pointing up to make sure that the decoupler is oriented in the right way. Because the decoupler doesn't just detach, I think it also blows things away. It gives it a smidge of thrust, just so things move away from each other and they don't smash. Because it wouldn't make much decoupling, but like having no change in velocity, everything would just stay relative to each other, for the most part. Your dinner is here on Discord because no one... dun dun. All right, foodsies. That looks like a delicious dinner. Oh, and if you want to see what's going on the Discord... Nope. There we go. There's an invite link to the Discord. Alright, if the arrows are pointing down, that's not good. Detach it from the pod, then use the WASD keys to rotate it the right way up, then reattach it. So we're good. Alright, adding an RCS tank. Here's where we're learning things. Cut, thank you for the coffee. I love this game. It's gonna be fun when I can just freestyle it, and I don't have to, like, reference things. Should be a good time. And just a reminder, so tomorrow, potentially, like, maybe an hour, 2 hours of a PC building stream before the normal stream. This depends on when I wake up. And then Skyrim. And then Monday is XCOM 2. All right, we'll add an RCS tank. RCS stands for Reaction Control System. And this fuel will help us with our fine maneuvers. PC build stream. It should be a good time. It could be horrifying. Hagenski, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. You are my 1,963rd follower, so thank you very much. 37 away from 2,000, which I do have. I think I have to make one more thing, and then my preparations are for the 2,000th follower stream are all set. It's gonna be real stupid. It's gonna be real stupid, but my variety of stupid. So hopefully you guys enjoy it. I mean, you are here, so you probably do. All right, next we'll add the RCS tank categories. So let's go down to the tanks, which are right there. So we want the FLR25 RCS fuel tank. Grab that, pop it right there. All right, tweak RCS loading. Your craft is not going to need all the monopropellant in the tank. To save some weight, right-click on the tank. All right, so you can see it's maxed out, 120 out of 120. Let's see, to save some weight, right-click on it and move it down to 96. So I'm assuming in the future I'll be able to gauge. There we go, and it's got little steps. I'll be able to gauge how much I need to actually get everything done. Monopropellant is called that because while large rocket engines use two propellants, fuel and oxidizer, RCS uses a single propellant. RCS is generally less efficient, but it is good for small velocity changes in any direction, rather than just forwards like the main engines do. Also be used to rotate the craft. Alright. Add propellant tanks. Alright, we'll be adding multiple liquid fuel tanks to this stage to get the right amount for the upper stage engine. We need an extra tank to offset the weight of the RCS. To add a tiny rocket propellant tank, it's the one named FL, so it's one of these guys. That's 100. That's 100, that's 400. And then add a medium. So we want to add a small one down there. Let's also move on down. And then a big one down there. Alright. and then add a medium. So we added one tiny one and one medium one, and then this is the RCS. Go to the next one. Add a Terrier engine. I like dog-based engines. Last, for the main part of this upper stage, we'll add an engine. The Terrier engine produces almost no thrust at sea level air pressure, but is highly efficient in space. All right. So what do we got? That is the Terrier. So that bops right down onto there. So that's our in orbit or out of the atmosphere. For the cat-based engines, I can't argue with that. All right, Terrier engine produces almost no thrust at sea level pressure, but is highly... this makes a good choice for any upper stage, since the engine will not be activated until the rocket has reached the conditions for this kind of engine to work well. Terrier-based fuel. Oh, no. So many Terriers were sacrificed for the filming of this. If you stage the wrong engines, you can always throw it away and try again. All right. The nice thing is when you go over, mouse over your stages over here, the different things will glow as you're floating over them. All right. Add a LV. So we already added the Terrier. That is on there. Let's go to the next one. All right. Show center of mass. So this is important. This is important. Let's shift and zoom out because we're getting bigger and bigger. Nicely done. That's pretty well assembled upper stage. Thank you so much. It's very easy step by step. If I do say so myself, it'll get you into orbit if you put enough rocket underneath it. While we have this reasonably simple vessel here, I could explore one of the other useful tools we have available. To make sure that your ship flies controllably, some parts need to be placed carefully around a point inside the ship called the center of mass. Where they produce the fuel for an honest day's pay. Okay, I like it. I prefer that. It does seem very legit. To make sure that your ship flies controllably. This COM is a spot where the mass on the side is balanced by the mass on the other side. Thrust applied to both the COM applied through the COM will cause the ship to move without unwanted rotation, while thrust properly applied around the COM will cause the ship to rotate without moving. All right, this makes the COM such a useful and important thing that we added a tool to the assembly building so you can show it with a marker. Let's have a look at how the indicator works. Click on the COM indicator toggle and we'll have, so where, I think that is over here. Boop. So now we can see that's our center of mass. Is that red, that yellow and black ball in the middle there. All right. Watch the COM. Okay, let's adjust the fuel levels in some of the tanks and see how it affects the center of mass. Right-click on each fuel tank and drag the fuel oxidizer propellant levels down to 0. So we're going to grab this and then yoink. So it moves it up because it's getting lighter, and then we move them back that way for that. All right. Right-click on each fuel tank to drag fuel oxidizers down to 0. Don't touch the monopropellant levels. They won't be burnt by the Terrier. Okay, so let's go into this one. Nope, back on, over here. Right click, so we'll bring these down to 0. And that shifts it, because that was above the center of mass. And then we'll shift that down, because that's below, mostly. So that moves it back up. Alright, now that with all those zeroed out, as you are doing this, you will see the COM moving during flight. The vessel COM will move in the same way as it burns, so it'll change obviously as you lose the mass of the fuel. All right, catch you later, Jedi Indiana Jones. Tell Jesse have a lovely stream. Alright, as you are doing this, see it moves, it'll move during flight, the tanks are empty. Alright, refill the tanks. So get back in there, refuel these bad boys all the way up. Click on that one, and can we just... Nope. There you go. Click there. That is good. They'll transform from merely something that gets us into orbit to something that helps us once we're there. Reading is hard. Learning is fun. Knowledge is fundamental. Alright, now that you know where the center of mass is when the stage is full and when it is empty, you have information you need to place the RCS thrusters. Okay, apparently I do have information. I didn't really retain it. Came in with a 12,000-man army, expecting a challenge. That's pretty weak. That's pretty weak. They may come in, that may just be the first group. But if you use your 24 to crush that 12, the rest should be easy peasy. Alright, now that we know where the center of mass, that stage is full and stage is empty. Alright, so we're going to put in the RCS thrusters. So let's go into the command and control category. Command and control. So we got these little thrusters. Alright, we might want to do these symmetrically. I don't know. I don't think you just are going to want to do one. Moving the spaceship without rotating it is called translation. This is a useful kind of maneuver for several reasons, including docking with another craft. In order for translation with the RCS to avoid unwanted rotation. It is good. It's good this is the beginning of the stream. Mid-stream to late stream, Jason would have just decided to start making things to blow them up. Alright, let's go. So the net sum of forces is balanced right on the natural pivot line. For two equal sets of thrusters, each set should be equidistant from the center of mass. For a single set, what we're doing here, they should be right around the center of mass itself. What makes this complicated is that the center of mass changes during flight, as you just saw. So we need to place the thrusters at a compromise point between the wet center of mass and the dry center of mass. So the fueled versus the post-fuel era. Alright, note that in career mode games, the RCS thrusters don't become available until fairly late. In the meantime, the reaction wheel capability built into your command pod will probably be enough for turning in space, although reaction wheels will not allow you to translate. Okay, then reaction wheels are literally just internal wheels that can spin and, you know, other mechanics that I don't know enough to explain. Alright, let's go to next. Placing the thrusters. So we want to do a 4-stack symmetry. So there we go. Let's turn on the angle snap, which I already still had on from last time. To make your angle thruster parts easier, do that by clicking on the toggle snap. And then 4 times, so we got those. Tiny rocket propellant tank is about... Alright, the tiny rocket propellant tank is about the right place to attach these. So that would be this upper one with the black bars there. So we can just kind of put it anywhere because it's going to snap and it's symmetrical. So it does make things pretty easy. So this is where the center of mass starts, and then it'll drift up to here. So you want it to be right in the middle there. If you don't get the placement quite right, you can also use the offset gizmo in the fine tuner and fine-tune their positions. Make sure you turn the angle snap off before using the offset. Okay, so we don't really need to do that, but it's good to know in case. That'll be good when I start building my own stuff and it's stupidly overcomplicated and I need to like wedge something in where it really doesn't want to exist. You'll want fine adjustments for that. Alright, hold on a second. I guess I should read this. I shouldn't ignore it. I gotta embrace reading for this stream. If you don't get the placement quite right, you can also use the offset gizmo to fine-tune their position. Make sure you turn angle snap off. Angle snap is off. Before using the offset, you will want fine adjustments for that. And with the snap turned on, the adjustments are anything but fine. Click the offset mode icon in the upper left of the main editor window. Tool, move, rotate, retool, build, actions, crew. Okay. Upper left. Pods. That's enable. Nope. Click the offset mode icon in the upper left of the main editor window. I don't think it's those. It's not that. Massive gravity, thrust, aerodynamic. Oh, what am I missing? Just to the right of the part list? Oh, just to the right. So is it these things? These, that says rotate, that's reroute. Rotate. Move. Set an attachment. Select to place the part. Am I going crazy? Click the offset mode icon in the upper left. Upper left. Why am I having difficulty finding a button? I just want to find a button. Adjustment settings. Click the offset icon in the upper left of the main editor window, just to the right of the parts list. So this is the parts list. That is just to the right of it. I'm just gonna, let's see. If you want to reset this adjustment, hit space. The second one, move, I think popped up with a mid-screen message about offset. Alright, maybe if we do that and then that. Oh, select an attachment part to offset. Okay, so it's move, and I just have to know that that means offset. That's troubling. Alright, drag one of the axis indicators. Turn it on. Go back to here. Go back to there. Select a part to offset. Okay, there we go. Now I do see how it's... Alright, that's interesting. So, and that'll control everything. Alright, I like it. I like that. That is a nice little nuanced bit of movement. Thank you, Kiro. I was, for some crazy reason, I thought the offset mode icon would say offset mode icon, not tool move. But, alright, that's good to know. This may be, my guess is there's some language in the tutorials that's old language. Thank you for helping my poor little brain get through that. That's alright. Drag on one of the axis indicators to move it. If you want to reset this, hit space when done and go back to the place mode. Alright. So we could hit that to reset, go back to place mode. When you're done, turn off the indicator. So we turned off that indicator, and now we can move to the next one. Alright, cool. That's good. Then we know how to do that. With our powers combined, I figured out how to click a button. Lots of things on this crap use an use an electrical charge. That's what us cool scientists call a rocket electricity. In order to keep your batteries topped up, you'll need a way of generating power. Now, some engines generate electricity while they're running, but you don't want to keep your engines running in orbit. Your orbit will get all kinds of messed up and you'll run out of propellant. Our command pod has some batteries built into it, but it's safe. But to be safe, you can add more batteries, and you'll add solar panel powers and other electric generating items. We'll do both next. Alright, so let's switch over to the electrical category. I'm looking for a lightning bolt. Boom, easy peasy. So we got some batteries and we got some photovoltaic... some solar panels. It's amazing that the words that I know how to say, but then when I actually see them on the spot, my brain just goes, nope. Photovoltaic? Yes, okay. I knew the word. Alright. I'm like 10 times smarter off stream. Just go with it. Just take that take that at my word. Photovoltaic, just like apsis. I knew how to say that. I've heard Scott Manley say it like 800,000 times. It's much like, imagine when you're in like 4th grade and everyone's going around the room taking turns reading from the book, and then it gets to your part, and suddenly your brain goes, what English word do? How do word? Me read now? Oh, no. Bum, 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 bum. All right, so what do we got? Electrical category. Ensure we have the angle snap turned on. Turn that back on, and we're still in 4x symmetry mode. Just full Kevin from... Exactly. Why use many word when few word do trick? When me president, they see. They see. All right. We'll use part rotation skills to adjust the panels before placing them. All right. That is good. So scoot those around with these thingies. Grab the exostat. That are these guys. We got the exostats. Hold them over the lower end of the fuel tanks, and then press A to rotate them 90 degrees. So they lower... Make sure we got this right. Hold it over the lower end of the fuel tanks. So it doesn't tell me... Those are fuel tanks, but that's also a fuel tank. I'm going to assume they mean down here. They probably don't. And then we want to hit A to rotate it by 90 degrees. So just that much. And then they'll spring out like that. Then click to set them in place. Now go ahead and place a set of 4 Z100 batteries between the solar panels. All right, that's pretty straightforward. We'll pop these in. We want them symmetrical, and right in there. Yeah, I really love the symmetry and the snapping. Just makes things so easy to make them look nice, which is the most important thing. This is a video game. Just build a small solar farm. Yes. Bum bum. Excellent work. You've built a nice starter upper stage. We will do well from some orbital exploration. Now we'll need to work on getting up to orbit, and for that we'll need a lower stage. In comparison to the upper stage, it's quite simple. Just a couple of tanks and an engine. That won't be enough alone, however, we'll need some boosters too. So we need a lower stage and boosters. So we're going to start to look somewhat legitimate pretty soon. Let's zoom out a little bit more. Change my orientation so we got some blue sky in the background there. All right, add another TD stack decoupler. So we go into the coupling, pop that there. That'll go there. So it automatically like sheathes anything above the coupler. Which the locking of parts in this game is just so beautiful. It makes every other construction game look pretty bad in comparison. Although something like Satisfactory seems to be just as good. I'm mostly talking about Fallout 4. All right. Notice how you added the coupler. A fairing was placed around the engine. This will get jettisoned automatically when the stage is decoupled. All right, add tanks. Now that we've added, let's scoot down. Now we need to add the fuel tanks for the lower stage. Add 2 of the medium rocket propellant tanks. So let's get into the tanks. So we want these, what is that? The FLT400. Those are these bad guys. So we want that. And then I don't remember what button it was to make a second one. Maybe Control? No, maybe Alt? There we go. So Alt clicking gives you a second of whatever is already there. So we got those 2 tanks. Now we need to add the Swivel Engine. We're going to add another LVT45, which is one of these guys. But let's read these things. I'm not going to assume I know what they're trying to tell me here. For our lower stage, we need an engine that is a sustainer. That's an engine that burns from liftoff until well after the boosters separate. Let's get a scientifical for a second. Rocket engine performance is measured by specific impulse, or ISP. That's very important. If you're getting into the rocket business, that's extremely important. And the ISP of an engine changes as the amount of atmospheric pressure around it changes. Just as the upper stage needed an engine that is good at a low air pressure of high altitudes, the lower stage needs boosters that are powerful at a high air pressure and high and low altitudes of the launch pad. All right, it'll help to carry a rocket through the transition from launch to upper stage, and it will need a sustainer engine, which usually sits between the boosters and the upper stage of the engines, but from a performance perspective, having a wide range between the two. To add the end, okay, so now, long way of saying, put this engine on, go to the next phase. So it does a pretty good job of setting these stages for you, but you can noodle around with them if you want to change things up for the way you prefer it. I learned that's it. We're all done. We're all done with rocket science. I'm off to NASA now. That's the noise you have to make when you're going off to NASA. To join, if you're going to join NASA and you're on your way, you have to say dooty dooty doo. It's part of the procedure. They're very big on procedures. All right. At its default thrust level, the swivel is too powerful for the rocket we're creating, and for the ascent profile we're going to teach you in the Go for Orbit tutorial, which is the next one. So you'll need to lower its thrust level. So we right-click on it, and then we can bring. Also, when you have these boxes out, if you want to keep them, you can just pin them. And then even when you go on and click other things, they'll stay put real nice. I graduated from Spectre School. That's true. I did do that. I am the Spectre now. Ascent stage, you'll need to lower the thrust level. This isn't a good solution as picking a smaller. So you'd prefer to pick the appropriate engine, but when you can't, you change the thrust level. All right, lighter engines. Right-click on the swivel to lower its thrust limiter to 65. So right there, 65. That was a very lucky click. It will only ever produce 65% of its full thrust potential. Also run longer because it's only burning 65% of as much fuel. I love the word swivel. It's a good word. I'm very pro the word swivel myself. It is very fun to say. It's fun to say, and then you get to think about swiveling. You got laying around in the garage. That is basically what will happen as soon as we're out of the tutorial. When you have 108 years old, you usually went to multiple exactly. Many graduations. Being as old as I am and trying to blend in and pretend that we're not 108 years old. All right, that is good. All right, add radial decouplers. So that's for the other stages, or the other parts of this, the lower stage. Nice. Now you have the core of your rocket completed, but as I said before, we'll also be adding boosters to help the sustainer engine get the rocket up and running. Don't look a day over 100. Well, thank you. That's very nice of you to say. And I just turned 108, so, you know, it is nice. It's nice to hear that. All right, we'll add 2 boosters symmetrically. So we keep our craft balanced, and to make sure that it doesn't lug the useless dry mass of the boosters around after they are burned out, we'll attach them using decouplers. So let's get this down to a 2. And then we also want to go into the couplers, and we're going to go into these. All right. This time, however, we're using radial decouplers so that the boosters can sit beside our lower stage core instead of firing at the same time. Select the TT38K radial decoupler. Add a 2-time symmetry near the bottom of the lowest tank on the lower stage. So we want it to get it as low as possible, and we'll snap it right into there. I'm kind of, it doesn't really matter, but I'm just keeping it in line with these engines up here. There's no good reason. It's not going to super matter. All right, next, adding the SRBs. More boosters is something you hear often around the KSC. Not to be confused with the KFC. Very different. They don't use a lot of rockets, at least in my local KFC. Symmetry is life, exactly. Symmetry will make anything look real nice. Not everything, but... when you stopped to try to keep the... Alright, add a pair of RT10 hammer SRBs to the decouplers, so we have an extra kick early on. So I think those are they... Okay, so they are engines. Are they like solid state engines? RT, hammer, solid fuel boosters. Okay, so these are boosters. They come with their own solid fuel, so you don't have to add in fuel tanks. And then we want 2 of them, and then we're locking them into here. And then let's also move down a little bit. Go here so we can see what's going on. Come on. All right, I gotta get used to that. The fact that it gives you a lot of freedom can make things a little finicky. So we get extra kick early on. I'm keeping them a hair above that. It probably won't matter. Boosters on boosters on boosters. Well, if you watch, I think Nerd Cubed has a relatively new video where he just tries to max out everything as much as he possibly can. And it's insane. He actually got something off the ground with just hundreds and hundreds of boosters. It tore itself to pieces at a certain altitude, but it looked fun. All right, tweak the SRB thrust. Unlike the liquid fuel engines where you can adjust the throttle during flight, once you light the SRB, it burns at a constant thrust till it's out of fuel. We can, however, use the throttle limiter, so we did on the swivel, so that we can have a constant thrust roll out of the launch pad. Right click on, can we click on both of them? One of the, to change its thrust, do note that changing a tweakable value on one part that's been placed in symmetry mode will have the, okay, that's what I was wondering. So that is good. So it will limit to, thrust limiter to 50%. Scooch it, there we go. So it's at 50, and then that'll apply that to both of these. Since I don't trust anything, I just want to click over here. Yep, it's been applied. Cool, cool, cool. Remember when I said I'd teach you how to make that pod and thruster craft from Construction Basic Survivals? Well, this is the thrust adjusting, how that could have been done, although you'd also have to put a decoupler on it. All right, cool. Adding a nose cone. All right. Right now, the SRBs have flat pancake tops, which would simply not look good. Oh, and be bad aerodynamically. Let's fix that by adding parts. A pair of nose cones. Nose cones can be found in aerodynamics, so aerodynamics is here. And we got little conesies. Pop those on there, easy peasy. All right, adding some fins. Well, we're on that tab in the toolbox. Let's add some fins too. Fins come in various sizes and styles. As I learned earlier, will help stabilize your craft. Since these fins are control surfaces, they also add some extra control authority. So I'm guessing you can deflect them a little bit while you're on the move, so it can help you twist things around. Where air is thick enough for, so obviously they only work when you're in somewhat of an atmosphere. Add AV R8 winglets ×4. So we want these, and we want them ×4. To the bottom of the lowest fuel tank. Is that gonna... Alright, wait. ×4, near the bottom of the lowest fuel tank in the lowest stage to make sure they don't intersect with the decouplers. So it doesn't look like we can do... I'm a little confused here. Oh, no, wait. There we go. Now we're on 4. So we can do that, and it just... Yeah, it shouldn't conflict with anything. And it actually looks like I have a vague clue of what I'm doing, so that's fun. It's a lie, but it's fun. But exceptionally short. Intersect the decouplers. If they overlap those parts, any flights will be... Yes. You're ahead of me. Fix staging. Excellent. We now have all the components for our basic orbital to rocket, but let's run through a few extra things before we can call it a day. I am talking so much. I am going to blow through my voice tonight, but hey, we're past 2 hours into the stream, so I should be fine. Oh, I got a new coffee thing. I have a new thing. It's a ceramic pour-over thing. but then you also use paper filters in it just to ease up my cleaning. So I now have another fast way of doing things. Since the booster provides more thrust than it takes up, shouldn't the boosters on boosters always work? Yes, but it's a matter of structural stability more than working or not working. If you saw the video I'm talking about, he just had hundreds, and they were in like a spiral arm kind of configuration, and then they were kind of all clipping into each other. Berserker, thank you for the hydration. Lyra, thank you for the fruits. So Fruit Me is the fruit snacks. Tear your ship apart with the thrust. Yes. Alright, I'm enjoying these fruit snacks. I'm gonna have to order more. Oh, these are they're different flavors. This is it's invisible, but just trust me that on there it says tropical. So oh, this is fun. You got like a little invisible bunny. Ooh. Well, the bunny's not invisible. That's the only thing that is visible. Diminishing return. Yeah, exactly. But in yeah, some things, there are some parts that have like no mass, but they still do something. So you can cheat things unless they fix that. Looks like a bunny made out of pizza. Little pizza bunny. Standard issue pizza bunny. Thank you, Lyra, for the fruit snacks. Yeah, these are the tropical flavors. So these are very pineapple-y, and they're delicious, and I love them. Although I just wanted to try them out, so I'm almost out of them already. But thank you for my fruit snacks, Lyra. Now they are all natural. So they don't have any total garbage in there. Oh. That was very nice of you, Kuro. I really appreciate that. And I'd also like to note that was your 130th gifted sub. So thank you so much. Your endless generosity. And that was really nice of you. Very well aimed. Alright, so that's good. Let's read more of this. And thank you again, Lyra, for the fruit, and Berserker for the hydration. I'm gonna try to heavily prioritize the hydrating. I have to read so much. Although once I'm out of the tutorials, we're only doing this one in the next tutorial, and then I'm gonna go on my own. Only 52 more gifted to top V-Bird. Just a quick 52. V-Bird's only at 181. That's even small on my screen. Can you guys even read that? I gotta adjust some of the text sizes. Yeah, and V-Bird showed up the other day and just like suddenly 30 gifted subs appeared. Excellent. We now got all the components. Firstly, we should review the staging stack to check the order of actions. Actions and parts displayed there. It's luckily I've highlighted this for you. Well, it's very nice of them to highlight that for me. Because the SRBs are set to fire before the sustainer. Oh my. And that just won't do. You won't have enough thrust to get off the pad that way. Alright, move the swivel's staging icon down to the same stage as the SRBs. So those are the that's the decouplers. That's the SRB, that's the swivel. So we're just going to move it into the same. So now these will both go off at the same time. Before, they weren't. Everything was going to be a disaster. These outer ones were going to go off, they were going to decouple, and then the sustainer was going to go on, but that's just not good. It is a little small. Yeah, I got to work with it, because I shrunk it down so I wasn't blocking stuff specifically for this game. What is this? Oh, is that this? Oh, it's my, oh, okay. There we go. I forgot, sometimes I forget how wide of an angle that camera is. That was just my little desk lamp that was floating there. And then it seems like, all right, hold on. I got to fix some stuff. Alright, it's not perfect, but it'll do. No, it's good. Okay. It settled back in. There we go. I can't have a shameful looking camera angle. And let's just, there we go. Now it's nice and clean. And we're back to business. What was I talking about? Decoupling right away just turns them into a pair of missiles. Yes. If they're still going. Alright. Swivel, note that the automatically created staging sequence would have worked if we had not wanted the long-burning sustainer to ignite at the same time as the high-thrust boosters, but since we do, we had to adjust that manually. So what's going to be really fun is when I'm on my own, and I'm not following a step-by-step, I would have had no clue to have them fire at the same time. So it's gonna be a lot of trial and error, which is what I enjoy. All right, align for launch. Finally, pick up the pod and rotate it 90 degrees around the vertical axis. Okay, let's scoot up. We got pick up the pod. This will orient the ship not just in the VAB, but also set its orientation when going to launch pad, so that the desired flight heading of east. All right, I'm a little confused. Finally, pick up the pod. Pick up the pod? What now? Oh, we picked it up. Oh, there we go. So we're rotating it 90 degrees around the vertical axis. I don't... Okay, that seems... It's something. We did something. We did what it wanted to... I don't know... See, now it's stuff like that. I don't know why that mattered. I guess it's just the orientation because these are only... There's only 2 of these. I think it was a 4 symmetry, and they're on every side. It would have been symmetrical from every angle, so that wouldn't have mattered, but I'm guessing this is just so that we can more easily orient like that way as we're getting our little angle there. Hopefully. Trying to absorb knowledge when the game wants me to. So rotate the ship, not just in the VAB, but also set its orientation. So now, okay. East will matter of steering in the pitch up and down axis. Okay, so this lets us just worry about pitch instead of having to work on a few different things. You're getting lucky. Ooh, what'd you get, Nova? I love hearing about PC deals. I got some sweet deals myself. Got a sweet keyboard and a nice new case at a good price. By default, parts in the VAB are oriented so that they are lined north. Okie dokie. Action groups. Oh boy. Let's drink some more coffee. The fun thing is now with my new coffee maker, which is very simple. It's just a little porcelain funnel that sits on top of your cup. You put a pour-over filter, which apparently are different than regular coffee filters. In that, grounds hot water in there. It's making some delicious coffee. It's very, very quick, easy, and easy to clean up, most importantly. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, so I think I'm going to commit to a, you got the pre-built for $1,000. I was able to find a 3080 for $400 at your local. Holy shit. That is huge. Not only is that a crazy price for a 3080, but the fact that you were able to get one and you got one local, that's some good stuff. Congratulations. You deserve a round of applause. That is a Herculean feat at this day and age. That is nuts. I mean, even if you get a reasonable price, you kind of expect like about a $900 to $1,000 for a 3080 right now. All right. I may be tempted. I may pretend that it's reasonable. And
hello, I'm Henry.
Hey, Insane Spork. Thank you for bringing Henry. The rumor is June 3rd, and I don't know if they've officially or like soft officially have confirmed this. Apparently June 3rd, they're going to release 3080 Ti's. So I'm gonna go on the site, and if I'm assuming bots will instantly scoop them all up. If somehow I manage to actually at least get one in my shopping cart, I may completely change. I may be going back to a 1 PC setup for the stream, because that is more than powerful enough. Yeah, 400 for a 3080 is really insane. So not only is your CPU a 10700, 16 gigabytes of RAM, planning to install it, very nice. That's going to be beefy, and you're pretty much set for a very long time. It was a lucky deal. Still can't believe it. That is crazy. Bum bum. Oh, I don't know if any of you Infocalypse the other day, and I mentioned this so you remind me to compliment them. Infocalypse put up a link to their art, some portrait work. Holy shit. If I could paint either in person or digitally like Infocalypse can, that would be the first thing I wouldn't even say hello to people. I'd just show them what I did. I'd ask strangers to put my pictures on their refrigerator. Get another one and ship it to me. I'll pay you $500. There you go. Instant profit. All right. Action groups. Let's learn about action groups. See what I can do. Make no promises. Yeah. So potentially, it would basically, if somehow magically I could get a 3080 Ti the day they come out, I'll pretty much be selling everything I have. And then go back to a 1 PC stream, which would be enjoyable because there's so much added complexity. Added benefits, but complexity. Having a 2 PC setup for the stream. Always make every effort to ensure our brave crew survive, and hopefully you will take the same stance in your space program. We'll try to. It doesn't always work out that way, of course, but that's the thought that counts. At least those of you who are not on the rocket at the time. With that in mind, let's set up an abort action group for our craft for use in case of an emergency. So this is good. So we'll have like a 1-button mashing to get our little dudes to safety. All right. Note that in the career mode, you'll have to upgrade to the VIB or the SPH in order to access action groups. Click on the turquoise action group button on the left of the toolbar. Those are overlays. Oh, we got actions. All right, we got an action button. That's complicated. That's more complicated than I wanted to see. Hunt for better fans. Kind of cool masters, but maybe corsairs. So I actually. I was doing a whole bunch of case fan research the other day. And apparently the consensus, Noctuas are always amazing, but they're can be unnecessarily expensive. So I have, these are going to be all my case fans. They are Arctic P14 PWNs. So if you run these at a semi-low RPM, like 800, they're supposed to be basically whisper silent. So they'll technically make noise, but you'd have to be all up in there. So, because I did a whole bunch of... The consensus is there's better fans, but for the price, those are an insane bang for the buck. And then you can just go to town. Because the new case that I got, you can technically mount 12 different 140 millimeter case fans on it. I am only going to use 9 of those slots, but, you know, if I wanted to go crazy, I could do all 12. All right, action groups. All right, so we got the tabs open for the action group. And then this all being said, I mentioned this before, as a 40% chance, we'll bump that up to 100%. So I'm going to start the stream early tomorrow. The first, depends on how long it takes, hour to 2 hours of the stream is going to be me putting the gaming PC into a new case, adding a new CPU cooler, changing out the case fans. A few other small things. So if you're interested in watching me bumble my way through changing out some stuff, it's all easy peasy. I think the most complicated thing will be reapplying the thermal paste to the CPU when I changed the cooler, but I got better thermal paste than probably what's on there. Alright. Redo the fan placement. Figure shipped in isn't what I would prefer. Yeah. Pre-builts can be weird. Because it depends. There's a few schools of thought on what kind of pressure to do. He's still alive? Still alive. Found the Cool Master. Hyper... Oh, okay. So a CPU cooler. Very... Yeah. Yeah, the Hyper 2012, I used to have one of those. They're pretty good. They're pretty damn good. Yeah, I used to have a 212. Forget, that was only like 2 or 3 computers ago. Hard part is the cable management. Yes. Now, luckily, the new case I got has a ton of stuff for specifically for the cable management. So it should be relatively okay. Everything on a laptop until further notice. Yeah. I used to be play all my games on an HP business laptop. It was horrible. Horrible but wonderful. You'll see. I'll try to be very neat with the cables until I get tired, and then I'll give up, and then I'll just... Luckily, the case that I'm getting has a lot of panels to hide all the horribleness. Bum bum. Hey, there's some powerful... If you're willing to part with a whole bunch of money, you can get a real beefy gaming laptop now. Alright. Any effort to ensure, blah, blah, blah. With that in mind, we'll set up an abort action group. Click on the turquoise, so it did that. Now, action groups. These are important because I forgot they existed. Still playing a Lenovo laptop from 2012. I do technically have my old HP that I always refer to. It's this little guy. He lives over there. I actually upgraded the RAM recently. Just because I could. I found RAM for it on eBay. So this little bad boy, I think it's DDR3 or DDR2. But I'm pretty sure it now has 32 or 16 gigs of extremely old RAM. It was a touchscreen that no longer works. So this was, when this came out, it was on Windows 8. Oh, you can see my ring light. There you go. It was a lovely touchscreen. It's still, I mean, if you just, if you need to do some low-tier stuff, it still works perfectly fine. Got mine on sale. Ooh. So much show and tell tonight. Have you landed on the sun yet? No, we're still doing the tutorials. I'm very rusty. I haven't played this game in like 4 years, so I gotta relearn everything. It's only, yeah, but it's DDR4. Looks like a Johnson. Hey, Tin Can. How you doing? It does look like a Johnson, the spaceship. That's true. All right, we're learning about action groups. You should add 2 circular fuel cells. We're in the tutorial. We can only add what they tell us to add. We're locked out of everything else. You're always playing the exact games. That's interesting. Yeah, you just got back into... Yeah, it was... Apple TV has a show called For All Mankind. It's alternate history. Russians landed on the moon first, and then that's where their history diverges from our history. And that show is just so good. It's the guy who made the new Battlestar Galactica wrote it and is the showrunner. It is so good that it got me re-hyped for space. That plus... You know, all the recent NASA SpaceX stuff. It's really good. Some of the stuff is bullshit, but they try to stick to real physics and whatnot. A lot of parts, a lot of stuff that was prototyped but never used, just because it changes, the small little change in history completely changes all of global history. Okay, so let's learn about action groups. Season 2 is Space... I just couldn't get into Space Force. I love Steve Carell. I got like 3 episodes into Space Force and I was just like, meh. Yes, it tricks you into a physics lesson. Want to play this game? Learn a little bit of physics? Okay. It's nice to finally play Siege with better yes, and especially imagine for Siege, you're going to want at least the frame rate being nice and locked in. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Yeah, I don't know about Space Force Season 2, but I know they're currently filming For All Mankind Season 3. It's a good show. And when the second season came out, it was the most streamed thing in the US, at least, for like a few days. All right, action groups let you assign the functions of one or more parts to a single specific key. There are some default action groups. Landing gear automatically go in a gear group. Brakes on the wheels go in the brakes group. And some custom ones activated by the keypad. The keyboard, not keypad numbers. Okay, so just these. I do have a keypad. I finally went back to a full-size keyboard. It's very exciting stuff. How much is Apple TV? I don't know. They keep giving me it for free. I think because I bought the iPhone 11 Max Pro, I got a free year. And then at the end of that year, they were like, want another free year? Because no one else will pay for this. Your rocket looks too masculine, is making me uncomfortable. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Well, if we view it from this angle, is that better? It's a little bit better? Putting more engines and fuel does not help you. Yeah. More mass doesn't always help the problem. It does have 144 refresh rate, free sync, so that, yeah, very nice. I went nuts. My monitor is actually a 240 hertz monitor. I'm never gonna be playing like that. Gave him a free trial years ago, and then Apple forgot about him. They just forgot me. Actually, I think I get another free year because I literally just got delivered the new Apple, the 4K Apple TV. It's delightful. I was using a 4K Fire Stick for a while. It's like a whole different situation. Best way to get distance? Yeah. Well, I like to learn by mistakes, so I'll come to all of your conclusions, but after a lot of explosions. Group. To set up an action group, click on the desired action key from the menu. All right, so we can custom, yeah, what do we want? We'll, desired action from the menu, then click on the part you want to activate. The actions already assigned to that group appear in the group. So if we go for gear, okay, so like lights, we already have a light group. We don't have a group for that. Brakes, we need an abort group. So we'll click on that. That's what it wants us to do. Add or remove items. You simply click on them, move them to left or right columns. Action, group actions, and selection. All right, that's cool. To clear all action group selections from a part, click reset in the selection column. So confusing, but we'll get through this. Hit launch. Your computer lags for about 30 seconds while the game decides whether or not it's gonna... Should I blow up? Should I not? I guess I won't. Took you 9 hours of trial and error to land on the moon. Yeah, that's why I set my goal for a much larger target of the sun. We're gonna land on the dark side of the sun at night, so don't worry about the heat. It's gonna be fine. Don't think about that too much. Define land. There was stuff that wasn't on the moon, and then it is now on the moon. All right, we're going to set up the abort action group. It's triggered by pressing backspace, or by clicking the big red abort button in flight. It slides out from the left of the altitude panel at the top of the screen when you mouse over that area. First, click on the abort button to get into that action group. Abort group. Great. Now click on the decoupler right below the pod. All right. Let's see. Can we action groups? So we want to click on the decoupler right below the pod. So we got that in there. We've got it selected. Cut. Thank you for the coffee. Mr. Gamble, I think I missed a hydration, so I appreciate that. Deploying parachutes is nothing. Yes. I think we discussed, was that yesterday we discussed that? I'd get you to the moon. I never said I'd get you back. Oh, no, 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 no. This is a one-way trip. Looked awesome. Have you watched Scott Manley? He's got a lot of lovely... He's got most of his non-Kerbal videos still include Kerbal, because when he's talking about something real that has to do with NASA or just space in general, he tries to make a little simulation so he has something to point to and talk about. It was because, yes, they've started releasing a whole bunch of trailers about really nice. I think they released a new one the other day for Kerbal Space Program 2. Apparently they're still aiming for early 2022 for that release. Yeah, I love Scott Manley. I've been binging his videos quite a bit recently now that I'm re-obsessed with space. All right, so great. Now click on the decoupler right below the pod. Add its decouple action to the group. All right, then click and add its decouple action selection. We do this. We drag action group. Okay, hold on a second. Oh, this is what we want. We want decouple. So this is the item, and then these are the... Okay. Okay. So we have the item up here, and here these are possible actions that item can do, and then you pick which one you want in that action group. That makes sense. So basically, we'll blow everything off the bottom of this if things go horribly wrong. And this is mostly like early in the launch. Obviously, if I'm in orbit and we hit the abort button and this all blows off, we're not going to be able to deorbit. So, yes, I've watched a decent amount of Matt Lowe. Is it Lone? The only thing that his videos seem to assume that you've been playing the game for years. So I've watched some of his stuff, but not a lot. He does a good job of explaining things. So I'm not saying he does a bad job at all. His content is really nice. I just felt like, to a certain degree, he's so familiar with the game. It felt like he was assuming I actually knew things. We're on a fuel in the moon orbit, after landing and taking off again to get to Earth. Started paying attention to the air for 10 minutes and she lost an eye and a leg. No idea how. Sometimes you just misplace things. All right, click each liquid engine in turn and assign their shutdown functions to the group. So all the liquid engines, I think, are... Let me think. I think these are all liquid engines. Maybe? Toggle same, enable same vessel, disable same vessel interaction. So that seems incorrect. Let's click on this. All right. All right. Assign their shutdown. Click each liquid engine in turn and assign their shutdown functions to the group. Go here. Toggle same vessel interaction. I don't know what any of this means. I'm being confused again. Hey, Colonel Cyborg Clone. Means the actual rocket engine, not the fuel. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. Thank you. Boop. There we go. Shutdown engine. Easy peasy. So do we need to do that with these? No, those I guess are different. So let's go down to these nozzles. Those are not liquid. So I think we're almost good. Probably not. Click on each liquid engine and turn off in turn and assign their shutdown. So we got that, but these are not liquid. I mean, I guess, are they? No, those are solid state, right? I could be wrong. That button hasn't picked up. You disabled the shutdown buttons. Just hit the ignite button. Let's light this candle. Actual rocket engines done with reading. Blow up the metal phallus. No, we've committed to reading. Don't worry. We got to do this. We're almost done with this. Then we actually use this ship, and then after that we go into the campaign, and then I'll just make some nonsense nonstop. All right, liquid engines. So maybe it does mean these, but we don't have toggle thrust. Those are solid, so we can get rid of that. Disable. That's the only liquid engine that we have. Why you no let me go? Alright, now when you trigger the abort action in flight, the engine will shut down. You're gonna go get some coffee. Alright, or if they can't shut down, they'll decouple. Under the batteries and the... I forgot we have a fairing covering up an engine. Thank you so much. I forgot there was a hidden engine under there. Boop. Alright, so we got that in there. So that's those two. We got the two liquids, but apparently that's not everything. Is there another one hidden in here? Did I forget another engine that's somewhere in here? Maybe under here? What do we got in there? Nope. Under there? Nope. That's a tank. Got that sneaky engine in there that we took care of. Name this rocket Skyrammer. When are you planning to make ICBMs or a fighter jet? Probably a few weeks from now, when I have some bearing on the... we're going to try to play this semi-often, so give me some time. I think I clicked everything, but it doesn't appear so. So let's click on these just to see if that makes the... Nope, it doesn't. All right, get rid of that. I think you also have a set of decouplers to release. Oh, okay, so it's both of the decouplers. So I think we're in here? No? Where's the other? Alright, we can look in here. So we got those. Click off. Don't click that. Click on that. So we'll just... Let me see. Oh no. Oh god. Control Z? Control X? Oh, I've ruined everything. I messed up that and I don't know what to do with... No! Hold on a second. Bear with me. Bear. How do we go backwards? Build, actions. Oh, son of a bitch. Switch editor. That's fine. You didn't change. Okay. I thought it did. This seems to have split into two things, and there was only one when I clicked it. Just because it does... Yeah, there's two decouplers. Thank you for holding my hand through this. There we go. Activate. No, we already have that set for... We'll just click on everything. Just to make sure I'm not missing anything in there. That's for activate, so we already have that done properly. And we got this. We got that. And then there. And then we click here. Activate wheel, deactivate wheel. I don't know what I'm missing here. I'm a little confused. I'm very confused. You were sending a rover to Eve, had a satellite that was going to leave in orbit, so your rover can have Wi-Fi. Ended up forgetting the decouplers, so I restarted after rebuilding. Then I got back into orbit, got the satellite in orbit, decided to enter, but then also forgot that the satellite needs to be visible to have control. Ended up burning up in the atmosphere because I couldn't control it. And point the heat shield. Oof. That's some rough stuff. Someday I'll get up to that level. At the bottom were the two solid boosters. Oh my god, yes. Alright, I forgot about these little sneaky decouplers. Thank you so much. Thank you, Slade. I really appreciate that. Alright. So now the next button has glowed up, but now I'll never forget to look for those. Every rover should have, everything should have Wi-Fi. If it exists, get some Wi-Fi. Come on, man. Imagine the pranks you'd pull if you... Just decouple everything. Just decouple the toilet from your house. Launch somebody out. Trigger short abortion. When you trigger the abort action in flight, so now everything will decouple and all the engines will shut off. So they'll decouple and they won't fire into the Kerbals that are trying to not die. Alright, and thank you, Slade. Thank you. I completely forgot about those little decouplers. Alright, here we are. And there we are, your orbital rocket is ready to fly. So we're pretty close to going into the proper campaign mode. It's been a long, it has been a long session, Thanks for hanging out in there, or hanging in there. I can read good. I do good reads, in which we've covered lots of different advanced techniques. You can give the ship a new name. Boom Boom. This one's going to be called Boom Boom. That's a lovely name for a ship. All right. Long session, give the ship a new name. It's always good practice. We're going to save it, even though we don't need to. Any vessels you create here will be lost when you exit. Just playing around. All right. So let's leave. 15 tons of force. What a toilet ride. There you go. Whee! That's a fun way to go out. I mean, it could be satisfying, depending on how the toilet business is going. Granted, like, all of the liquids in your body will probably start boiling when the pressure change happens, but, you know, there's some goods, there's some bads. Bum bum. So, time to start playing. We are playing Lyra. Sassing me. I'm trying to learn things. You're the one who always tells me to read stuff. All right, now we're going to do the go for orbit. So basically, we're going to take that ship. I'm going to try not to blow it up. Once I successfully get something in orbit and then back on the ground, then we'll go into the career mode. Which I'm excited, because the last time I played this game, there was no career mode. So that'll tell you a little bit. You're doing great at reading of subprime. Oh, that's good to hear. All right, let's go get it. I'm excited because I like to have to unlock things and then progress slowly, and then it'll just be very satisfying once we actually get into some business. All right, here we go. This is where I can really fuck shit up. What is reading? It's like LeVar Burton taught me about it when I was a child. You got to take a look in a book. It's reading Rainbow. I can go anywhere. She's fine. Everything's fine. The only real way I can fuck this up is if I don't orient on the proper angle, which... today we'll tackle an absolutely essential skill for the space program, getting into orbit. Abort! Abort! We're going to need some luck. All right, getting into orbit. Without this skill, we might as well be teaching you Kerbal Flight Simulator, like some sort of fool. I trust you've already checked the other flight tutorials. Sure? Yeah. As well as all the advanced construction one to be familiar with the Kerbal 1 vessel we will be launching today. If not, I highly recommend it if you want to go back, blah, blah, blah. All right, the flight plan. We technically have a plan here, so nobody worry. Everything's fine. All right, alrighty, let's do it. As I said before, the plan here is to get our vessel and pilot safely into orbit. As with the suborbital flight we did previously, we will follow. So there's a good chance I'll probably put this whole tutorial part of the stream on my YouTube channel, just in case anyone wants to see, wants to slowly spend 3 hours listening to me stumble through this and stumble through it as well. Don't forget to press the T. Thank you. I would have forgotten that. If he didn't point it out, I would have forgotten it, so I appreciate that. Unicorn Man. Plan. Crank those thrusters up to 11 and send it. We're going to send it. All right. Previously stated, we will follow the curved path to get to the point where we can circularize the orbit. Today's gravity turn, however, will be much shallower than a path followed previously, so we will build, so that we build speed towards orbit. Okay, that works for me. So it's going to be a little bit of a shallower angle. Firewall power and spin it as fast as possible while rocking out to space. Man, that sounds like the way to do it. If you make the vessel pull 100 Gs, yeah, I think it's at around... I forget. Once you... the little G scale goes up to 15. I forget at what point everything starts to tear apart and then everything dies. Things could go wrong. Yes. All right. This is a different way, different than how Kerbal pilots of the old did it. They would head straight up and then hang a right as if the air was soup or something. All right. We'll be turning early and smoothly, but don't turn too far or you might be mistaken for one of those low-flying turkeys. Ha 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 ha. Humor is fun. As the previous flight, I will place a target marker on the nav ball to show you the optimal velocity vector. But do note that this indicator won't be around normally. I feel like that's going to be my stumbling point. When I'm doing this without the indicator and I actually have to know what my vector should be, it's not going to be good. I'll also display some technical information about your path as we go, help you learn the right way to get there. Gene, shut up. I'm doing a full send here. Who needs markers? Just get close enough. Bets on how far this is going to go. This should be fine. It's when I build my own things. When I design my own shit, lots of death is going to happen. All right. For now, set the max throttle all the way up. I'm also going to hit T. All right. We're locked out of T, so I can't turn on the SAS right now. All right, and go over to here, ready to launch. You should now see, okay, we got that pink marker, or is that more of a fuchsia, I believe, right in the center on the nav ball, so you'll have something to follow, and the ship has been designed so that you won't need to worry about the throttle control during the ascent. So we are going to send it. We've bumped down, we put limiters on beforehand, so we're good to go. Sure you'll be fine. Maybe. Alright, hit space when you're ready to go to orbit. If you want Valentina, the Kerbal pilot, to fly the curve for you, then you enable SAS. Okay, so I want to force myself to do it. So we're not going to enable the SAS yet, but we will enable it. Once I feel like I've done the most of the work, then it's basically like turning on autopilot. So let's hit it. All right, we're going up. Don't worry about your throttle. Yeah. All right, and we are still on the ball. We're drifting a little. We're drifting a little off. Ooh, okay. I'm going to think in reverse a little bit. Yeah. All right. Ooh, oh, it does not like that one. It does not like that one. So we're probably we're gonna hit T just to ease up a bit. Yeah. Oh. There we go. That way, and then that way, and that way. It's a moving target. This isn't perfect, but it's better than bad. It's good. All right, we're moving over here. These are the difficulties. This is going to be real rough when I don't have this thing helping me. Ooh. Now we got to go the other way. And then that's drifting. We got a little. So let's do that real quick. Stage now to discard the empty SRBs. Okay, so they're empty. So we want to stage. So it should decouple. I am worried that's a little off. No. Wait. Yeah. No, that's the next stage. And then this will... Okay. Just making sure we got everything. Assuming direct control. All right, so I left these on too long. But now they're gone. So that... Holy shit. All right, it is much easier to control. So that's why we're having some stability problems there. All right, let's... Come on. Goose it up. Get in there. Got to overcompensate, and then it'll lock in. All right, we're right on target. You're doing great. Follow the indicator. We are good on the indicator. And then that's gone. Boom. Ditch the lower stage. I am very scared. Stage again. Oh, shit. Okay, we are off course, but it's fine. Everything's fine. Don't question it. Oh, God. All right, and then we're scooting over. All right, I think I recovered. Let's get up. Get some height. All right, we're not too bad. All right, hold on a second. We do appear to be off course. The tutorial is actually making you go for a less efficient way. Yeah, I guess it wants to show you the simple mechanics. All right, having trouble controlling the vessel, set it to SAS. I already have the SAS on, so that's a bad sign. Follow the target mode as I explained. Let the SAS fly it for you. All right, you'll have to worry about staging, and then I'll only have to worry about staging, but... okay. You must have made a wrong turn in Albuquerque. That is where most people make their wrong turns. All right. If you still have propellant left, you can try to reach orbit on your own, or you can try to abort and land safely. Always a good skill to practice. Otherwise, please restart the tutorial. We're going to keep going with it. I think I can... We've got a lot of liquid fuel in this stage. Although if we burned through all of it, not good. I think we should be fine. All right, let's... I'm going to attempt... All right, so we want to scoot it this way. All right, it's a little... Yeah, it's very hard to actually make significant changes. All right, we're right on the ball now. So I'm just going to keep it as is. I mean, it's still saying we're off course. I don't believe them. Turn the engine off and check the map. Well, that would be a sensible thing to do. Also, they're assuming I know how to turn the engine off. I guess I could throttle all the way down. All right. We cut the engines. Let's check the little map. Not looking good. Not looking good. Let's zoom in, pull this out. I forget. Can you drag things from here? So we're definitely not gonna... I don't know how to change this. It hasn't taught us how to do this via the map, and now we're way the hell off. But we still got our propellant, so we can still make changes. I'm gonna hit finish. Pathing towards the middle of the... Yes, we'll be fine. Everything's fine. Let's go back to here. Let's... throttle all the way back up. We are nowhere near where we need... Oh, geez. Oh, God. Okay. We're good. Everything's fine. Everything's great. All right, we're going to get it. All right, we're still... Yeah, we're still increasing. The problem is, I don't think I got out of the... I didn't ditch the other stages nearly fast enough. So we didn't get out of the atmosphere as quickly as we should have. Alright, and we're almost out of liquid fuel. So that's a problem. That's a pretty big problem. We'll put the nose on the blue. And then we'll just try to push it as far as we can. So we got the solar panels for the other engines. And I'm almost... completely out of the atmosphere. I think it's 70,000. Alright, we're almost out of liquid fuel, but we should be fine. Maybe. And... Alright, we're out of fuel, but we're in space. I am off. I can't really change until I drop this stage. I guess I might as well... ditch that stage. It didn't have any fuel in it. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, we're very nimble. Very nimble. Nope, I shouldn't have done that. I'm pretty sure I just got rid of the solar panels. Everything's fine. We're good. We're in space, so that's what's important. We have no way of going back down. There's our solar panels right over there. Oh,
well, I've got myself in a fine predicament.
All right, let's check. We'll use this as a learning situation. I mean, look at that. We managed to do something here. We'll take care of getting... That's a good point. We're not out of the pull of gravity. So we'll eventually... We could change our time scale a little bit. Since I have no way to impact anything else, I don't remember how to change time. We got some messages. Oh, look at our way of doing anything. Houston, we have a problem. I mean, it'll be fine. We're gonna land. I forget how to change up Space Center. Can we go talk to the Space Center? What's your approach backseating? I like information. If I can't find a button, we actually got to go over this very early in the stream because someone was aggressively backseating. If I can't find a button, show me where the button is. You know, just some gentle advising. We'll starve to death, but at least her corpse will make it back to Earth. Is she going down yet? No, she's still going up. She's still, and boom. Okay, now she's going down. She's picking up speed. We are now into a descent. We will be fine. It's just a matter of, we're not getting into orbit. It's poetic. He's doing fun wrong, yes. So do we have a freeways? Okay. We're in the tutorial. There are no heat shields yet. Actually, the tutorial very specifically said if we had a heat shield, it would cause us to burn up because then we would weigh too much.
Oh, I'm sorry. You appear to be having fun wrong.
Yeah. So we're not supposed to have a heat shield. That would lead us to dying. All right, come on. All right, we're going down very fast. We have a parachute, so we're fine.
Bum bum bum, falling to the ground.
I don't remember. How do you speed up time? The button seems to be hidden from me. Or is that something? No, we don't need to abort yet. Oh, here we go. All right, cannot. Oh, so we're locked out of the time warp right now. But normally I could speed these things up. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do thruster-based landing. Just drop at an insane speed and then turn on the juice at the last second. But I'm definitely really far away from that. Desert Island. You look for genies in a bottle. I will. I'll have her look for them. Look at her down there. She's having a lovely time. She's very content with herself. Internal view. So this is what it looks like from the inside. She's got a pretty horrible... She is very short. She cannot see anything. This... Oh, okay. She can see a little bit. So from her perspective, everything's fine. This is fine. All right. View. Key bindings. How do I leave? How do I go back? Oh, God. I don't know how to go back to the other view. Go back to the other view, damn it. Why would it let me change the view? All right. I need to look at things on the outside? Maybe? Squished against the window by the G-force screaming in horror. See? Thank you very much. You guys have been doing a perfectly balanced job as far as the backseating goes. I appreciate it. All right. So, we got a bad inclination. All right. I may burn up a little here. No, yeah, we want it to be at like, what, 70 degrees or so? Oh, that's bad. All right, we've set up the next stage. I think I'm at the appropriate angle here, so we should be okay. All right, we didn't burn up, so far, so good. We still got quite a while. We've got about 10,000 meters before anything kicks in. So we're at a good angle. I'm on fire face. No, she's fine. She's still got a little smirk on. All right. All right. Let's bump it up. Move up a little bit. We want to be, I guess, at around 70 degrees there. Keep in mind, we're ignoring the purple. The purple is scenario-based, and that was assuming we were trying to do orbital maneuvers at this point. We are not. And there we go. First stage. Let's zoom out a little. And then at 1,000 meters, everything should pop off. So, well, at least no deaths. All right. And it has expanded to its full size. We are down. Should get down to around 5 meters per second. And there we go. She did not die. All right, so we got to do this again. The mistakes I made was I just didn't decouple fast when I should have. As soon as they run out of fuel, I should be popping those bad boys off. You're way off target and lost at sea. It's fine. This is where she lives now. Surprised it's slowed enough for the chutes to deploy. Well, that's one of the parts where I'm an extreme pro gamer. So even sometimes I like to joke around, pretend like I don't know what I'm doing. Clearly, I'm a professional. So I'll subtly do the right thing on accident. How dare you guys not have confidence in me? I put the little thing next to the thing.
This, but I am a master.
Extreme Pro Gamer. It's quite a title to achieve. Extreme Major League Gaming Super Pro Gamer Master. All right, and we're about to splash down. Bingo, bango, bongo. Boop. There we go. She's not dead at all. She hasn't died and everything's fine. I did a great job. There's my little hand. Boop. All right, so let's redo revert flight. Revert to launch. All right, take two. I've learned. I love learning from mistakes. All right, my added incentive is, all right, flight plan. We already got that. We're great. Throttle to maximum. We Z'd up the throttle. Next. Aha. All right, I'm going to turn on the SAS now. I tried to do that manually, which obviously was a problem. Oh, I didn't see the infinite Jason. Sorry, Los Grok. I'm in deep concentration, so I didn't notice the infinite Jason. But thank you for reminding me. I've got a lot of doodads to pay attention to over there, so I didn't look over there. So we're going to do that for you, Los Grok. Thank you for reminding me. I do appreciate it. All right, let's do the infinite Jason, because if things work out and we get into orbit, it's going to take some time. Probably take about 20 minutes. So there we go. Let's go. Those of you who have never seen an infinite Jason, you're in store for something. It costs 25,000 channel points. So it's people don't trigger them lightly. Takes a while to save up for them. We got to do some presets for the infinite Jason. So I'm going to roughly double in size. Do not worry. Though I may get larger, I will not attack you. All right, there we go. And we got a little bit. Let's fix this up. I changed some camera angles. So I gotta clean that up a little bit. There we go. Perfect. Now you can't see that I'm on a green screen. That is good. Let's pause that. Hit the Windows key. Kerbal Space Program apparently is totally fine with being minimized. That is good to see. Some games freak out, and that is bad to see. She's going to die. No, she's fine. Everything's fine. All right, and then let's go into here. I think the first stage of the prep are going through our stages of prep for this. That is looking good. I'm happy with that. I'm just noticing my hairs. I don't even know what's going on here. Let's bring it back into alignment. Perfect. Now I'm properly aerodynamic. That is looking good. That's good. Make sure all the other stages of the infinite Jason are set to go. Hooking over there. All right. So those of you who might be new to the stream, especially since we're playing Kerbal Space Program for the first time on the stream, infinite Jason, it's interesting. It's actually, it's illegal. It used to just be U.S. law. Then it was international. It is now against intergalactic law to try to describe an infinite Jason to someone who hasn't seen it yet. But if the crazy person who decides to break that intergalactic law and tell you what an infinite Jason is, they would at least be doing you a little bit of a service if they made sure to tell you that the most important part is the music. So it's got a nice little beat. It's not forcing you to do anything, but it's a good time. It's a nice ground layer to set things up. And then obviously nothing about this is infinite. So let's go over to here. Whoops. Ignore that. Oh, God. Hold on a second. What is happening? You go away. Ignore all this. What is happening? Okay, now they're in the background. All right, that'll go away. Ignore that. That's not real. I was preparing for other things. Let's go back in the song a little bit. We're going to go back in the loop. That's for later. That's for 35 people from now. This is going great. Let's go back in the loop some more. All right. Obviously not infinite. We do have a bunch of Jasons, but not enough. Let's get some more Jasons in here before I destroy anything else. And then we'll get some Jasons over there. And then let's put a hat on this infinite Jason right in there. All right, a very long time ago when we played Cyberpunk, a lovely lady taught us this little dance move. Now granted, she was on every drug, including future drugs that haven't been invented yet. Might have not been a dance move, might have been a medical condition, but we move on beyond that. And then I like to invite some friends into the Infinite Jason. And then once they go to the side, we like to do a little bit of magic. And then jazz hands. And then you always gotta end with the jazz hands, otherwise it's not complete. So pretty much flawless, a pretty flawless Infinite Jason. I didn't mess up anything. Any hoozle, there you go. So looks like everybody stuck around, as is tradition. You're all very, very welcome that you got the opportunity to see an Infinite Jason, and at the same time, I sincerely apologize that even one of you had to see a moment of that. So I am so sorry, but at the same time, you're very welcome. So there you go. Another important part of the Infinite Jason is we got to make sure to clean up your Jasons and say goodbye, then clean up your Jasons. Bye, guys. See you guys later. All right, and they are all gone, and then the rest will slowly disappear into the background. And let's try for a very smooth transition back to Kerbal, and we're good. Pretty much flawless. Nothing went wrong there at all. Bum, bum, bum. Infinite now. Infinite Jason is really just panic. It is. It's hoping that I don't miss a step, or I don't have something for the future across the screen. Oh, it's exactly as it needed to. Still read something about the followers in the background. Yeah, I was setting that up, obviously. But when we hit the 2000, I had suspected as soon as I hit the infinite button on my little stream deck, I was like, did I leave it up? And I had. And then I got confused because they were going into the background, and I forgot the whole point of the whole thing. But there we go. Not sure what happened to the contrast with the extra Jasons. I don't know what's happening, Lois Grok. Every time I launch Mass Effect Legendary Edition, it makes my my capture card's contrast, gamma and brightness just go crazy. And it seems like Mass Effect Legendary does it. And it's so weird, but if I hard shut down, if I make my computer actually shut down, because most Windows computers don't really shut down, even though they appear to be fully shutting down. I have to force it to really shut down, and then it goes back to normal. So it's really weird. It's a feature, not a bug. So I try to compensate, but I thought it was fixed again, and then it turned out it wasn't. As you can only see it in here. There's not enough there's not enough layers because it repeats itself and it gets worse and worse and worse as it goes into the background. All right, so there you go. Thank you, Los Grok, for triggering the Infinite Jason and for catching my attention when I didn't notice it. And let's get into this. He has to flip the switch. Right, there we go. Ready to launch, and it's just very weird that a game does it. A game changes everything. It's probably Mass Effect doing a weird handshake with Windows and just deciding to fuck up whatever it can touch. Just gets worse and worse. Hey! All right, so let's unpause. Ready to launch. So the key things I got to remember here is just as soon as something's out of fuel, pop that bad boy off. So that's where we went horribly wrong, because I was carrying a lot of extra weight into what should have been the second stage. Been thinking about the Legendary Editions. I never played Mass Effect either. I can vouch for them. It's really good. I know a lot. I'm really enjoying playing them, and I don't have any nostalgia. I only played a little bit of Mass Effect 2 years ago, so I don't have the built-in nostalgia that could maybe blind me to some bad things about it. I'm really enjoying it, so I can vouch for it. All right, and let's get going. Boom. All right, so I'm just watching the solid fuel. Once that's gone, we pop everything off. I have the SAS on, so basically should be controlling things for me. She doesn't appear to be. Oh, there we go. Okay, real quick. It told me about this in a setting earlier, and I've never clicked it, so I never changed over. So all the SAS was doing was a stability assist. It wasn't moving towards the target. We're learning by making horrible, horrible mistakes. There was nothing bad ever about Mass Effect. That's what people keep telling me. It's always been perfectly flawless. Bum, bum. Well, thanks for stopping in, Freeways. Too tired and sore, because yesterday I went back to... Oh, yeah, that can be rough. First time back at the gym in a while. Any physical activity? Good night. Well, good for you, getting back into the gym. Thanks for stopping by. We will be playing, semi-often, we'll be playing Kerbal Space Program. So, don't feel like you're missing out on the only Kerbal stream. All right, let's keep going. So here, I've identified two horrible mistakes. One, my SAS wasn't doing what I thought it was. It was only stabilizing. It wasn't helping us drift towards the target. So that explains a lot. And two, I didn't detach the fuel, the empty fuel stages and whatnot. All right, we've started pitching. Very nice, much more subtle. I guess I just have to, I gotta let the computers do their job. All right, we're almost out of the solid fuel. The second they're gone, we shoot them off to the side. Come on. Oh, we do have a gym section on the Discord. I always forget about that. Boom. All right, those are away. We've got a lot of liquid fuel left in this bad boy. So far, so good. It even says I'm doing great, so I like being validated like that. We are looking nice. Could be possible that Best Buy received it with a wrong item code, and that's why... Oh, it could be. Trying to think, maybe in their system they think it's a 3060. That might make more sense. All right, so far we're almost out of liquid fuel on that stage. And there we go. Lower stage is away. All right, almost forgot. Almost forgot to fire the next stage. Everything's fine. Excellent. You survived through the first stage of the launch. Now you have a longer, more gentle burn to accelerate towards apoapsis. Apoapsis. Why do I keep... Apoapsis. Just gotta think that little Scott Manley in my brain. I gotta let him speak for me. So we're doing good. This is... At this point, the game had told us I made a boo-boo, and it was not fixable. We've got a decent amount of liquid fuel left. If you want to switch to your map mode, we can have a look at the trajectory of the rocket and watch it as apoapsis gets into that app. All right, so we're slowly, you can see this line's slowly stretching out. It's trying to circularize. Accelerate to Appalachia. I could, if I think, I'm trying to think, how far away are the mountains? I think the Appalachian Mountains in New Jersey are really on the northern end, like the north. So if I went on a few days trek, I could get there. All right, we're getting closer. How are we doing on fuel? We're good. We seem to be pretty good on fuel. We're almost getting circularized. At a certain point, this'll pop way over, and then we'll be looking real nice. Almost. All right, let's do this. I want to read about the map mode since I don't remember much about it. Ubisoft is doing a massive sale. If you like Ghost Recon or Division, but oh, very nice. All right. Head over. Okay. If you hover over the AP node on the map, you will be able to see the estimated highest altitude or future path. All right. So let's unpause, hover over. Yeah, that's working on it. All right. So we're probably going to have to cut some stuff pretty soon. Coasting along. That's going to get us there. I've made sure the engine is shut off. I've made sure the engine is shut off now. Oh, it is off. So he throttled down for me. Interesting. Let's unpause. All right, and then repause. Made sure the engine is shut off now. So I kind of don't like that it did that for me because I wanted to make my own mistakes. We'll coast to the clear at an atmosphere of 70,000 kilometers. You may notice that your speed dropping a little as we coast. That's nothing to be concerned about. It's just gravity trying to bring us down and the air trying to prevent our success. We'll beat it though. You're looking good. Meanwhile, I'll keep an altitude display open while you can track the progress. All right, so we're doing pretty good. Let's unpause it and then let's go back over to here. So we are looking pretty good. Coast clear of the atmosphere. I guess we're still going. Oh yeah, we're going pretty damn fast. So it is gonna still take us. Are we really gonna get to 70 kilometers? I guess so. I gotta trust the numbers. We're slowing down, but we're still moving in the right direction. And we are just coasting. So it looks like it's estimating, yeah, we're going to hit our furthest point at around 80 kilometers. Trust the numbers, classic saying in Eve. Okay, I'm going to have to. I mean, you don't have much of an option. It is space flight. Now, if we were talking about Eve Online, the saying would be, don't fly it if you can't lose it. Oh, all right, we're at 62. At 70 is when you're through the atmosphere, as far as the game is concerned. Oh, 63. So I'm more confident, because we're still trucking it. We're still trucking it. Meanwhile, keep the altitude display open. I'm just double checking I didn't miss anything. Ignore that advice, and it went fine. What does the solid fuel actually mean? Is it actually solid matter? Is it like a stick? Basically, yeah. But think of it as like a, I mean, this is a horrible metaphor. Think of it as a candle. And then you don't need an oxidizer when you have a solid fuel block. All right, and we're about to fully leave the. Ooh, look at that! So pretty. There's the moon. Not to be confused with the moon. And wait for it. Music should kick in About 100 meters. There we go. All right, let's pause it. Warping ahead. Now that we're clear of the atmosphere, we can warp ahead through time to get to the apoapsis. I don't know why my brain wants to say apioapsis. It's adding a lot of extra stuff in there. Bum, bum, bum. Fly what you're willing to use. Never underestimate the capsuleer, since the numbers won't matter. There are 3 saying yes. Also, don't trust anyone was a good EVE Online saying. You can actually buy some. Yes, you can. Yeah, if you want to do tiny little rocket launches. Fuel and the oxide are combined already. Just go. Yeah. Gives you. It's a lot of stuff that I don't know enough about. Mixture of powder, aluminum. Yeah. Well, it depends. Depends on what kind of. So there's different mixes. Okay, so now that we are clear of the atmosphere, we can warp ahead using the time, get there more quickly. Important rocket scientists like us do not have time to waste. Press the next button when you're ready, and we'll warp time until it's time to make the next burn. All right, now that we are clear, so let's do... Oh, is it already warping for us? Oh, I didn't... Okay, so it's just doing it for us. So at around 80, we're going to basically... All right. What was that? Why do you make that noise? That's not good. Bum bum. It's not going to space. Yeah, exactly. When you have oxygen, you don't need the oxidizer. I mean, I guess you could if you wanted to really... All right. We're almost there. Now all we need to do is accelerate some more so that we fall past Kerbin. That's basically what an orbit is, falling and missing. Gravity will be pulling us towards the center of Kerbin, but we'll be traveling so fast that we constantly miss. Rotate your craft to align with the prograde marker. All right. We'll learn about that later, or use the SAS maneuver mode. When it's time to throttle up, we'll tell you. All right, so prograde. Oh, I guess. Do we want to switch to that? I feel like I shouldn't be. Could do the maneuver mode. All right. Bum 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 bum. Let me reread this because I feel like I'm missing some information here. We're almost there. Now all we need to do, falling and missing, blah blah blah. Rotate your craft to align with the prograde marker. So my issue is I don't know which one of these markers is the prograde marker. I guess this can. So it's got the 3 fins and the circle. So it's the green one. I can't be sure. All right, let's go for this. So we're still doing... Oh. Is that... All right, radial out. Maneuver. Or use the mode. Let's go for... Maybe we'll go prograde. All right, that seems to be good. I think we're aligned properly. It hasn't told me to do a burn, so I'm not gonna. We're just waiting patiently. We're back down to a normal speed. Alright, he's going to tell me when it's time to throttle up. We're waiting. We continue to wait. Yeah, I think we're getting very close to maximum altitude from sea level. Almost there. Yeah, I'm really... I don't know anything compared to most people have been obsessed for longer than me, but I've been binging a lot of space mechanics videos. Basically, Scott Manley as an entry point, and then whatever YouTube thinks is associated with whatever he just tried to teach me. All right, we're looking good. We're about to hit 80,000. All right, there we go. I'll cut your engines once you've completed the burn I've calculated for you, and you or you can cut them yourself once you're in a stable orbit. All right, so we're just throttling up. There we go. It's changing our orientation, so things make a little bit more sense. We're pausing again. Bum, 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 bum. Congratulations, you're now officially in orbit. That is quite an achievement. It is. We haven't killed anything yet, so I think that's my real achievement. The first attempt at orbiting was a failure, but no one died. Poor little Valentina. All right, hopefully you can see the difference between suborbital hop and reaching orbit ascent and just how far and early we turned. Yes, I do appreciate that. Not enough to replicate it without all this guidance, but now we know. Give your first stages less oxidized. Yeah. It's all, nothing is simple. That's why it takes so many smart people to do everything. All right, turned. Also, notice how we've designed the rocket to accelerate reasonably through ascent and didn't go straight up to ludicrous speeds. Overpowering a ship is a common rookie mistake. Probably one I've made myself before this. Last time I played, there was no tutorial. Basically, Scott Manley was the tutorial. All right, in summary, that's as far as we will be taking you today. Wait, we don't go back down? I need to know how to go back down. You can catch up again in Orbit 101 tutorial, where we will show you about the orbits and adjusting them. Okay, so I'm going to stick with the plan. We're going to stop the tutorials. I'm going to go into career mode. I assume career mode will hold my hand a little bit. Worst comes to worst, we do the other tutorials if we need to do it. On front and go as fast as you pop a heat shield on there. Everything's going to be fine. If you want to fly solo for a bit, you can also try bringing her home from this tutorial flight. You'll need to turn around 180 degrees, burn retrograde. That I can kind of understand. So we will want to, we have a retrograde marker, so that we could switch over to that. That'll burn off our speed, and then we'll re-enter orbit, or re-enter gravity's proper pull. I'm gonna say a whole bunch of things incorrectly. Do not correct me. Damn it. I'm joking. You will need to turn around 180 degrees until your periapsis, I actually said that one correctly, is less than 20 kilometers, at which height in the atmosphere you will do most of the braking for you. Stage away the upper stage when you hit the atmosphere's edge. Orient retrograde, re-enter, like I taught you in the, this is going to go poorly. This is when someone's going to die now. All right. Yeah, I was watching a really interesting, I forget what the initial topic was, but Scott, I'm going to keep referring to Scott Manley. I was watching one of his videos, and he was talking about how really early on in the Apollo program, there was a few occasions where they were increasing speed to try to catch up to something, and that was actually, it was extending the circle of their orbit, and it was relatively to the thing they were trying to catch up to, making them slow down, because then they had a longer orbit. So sometimes slowing down will speed you up, because orbital mechanics are crazy. All right, let's do this. We will turn ourselves around. Now we're going to burn again. This is going to be probably really bad. Let's check our map. So what are we at? We are at 79. And we'll just keep hitting it. Let's zoom in. And then we'll hold over the AP. We're going to run out of liquid fuel, so I don't think we're going to make it. I don't think I'm going to be able to kill this quite enough. I might be able to. Who knows? Nope. Okay, we're out of fuel. So let's go back over to here. She seems really happy, so that is good. We're going down, so I guess we don't need the rest of this. So let's boop that off. All right, one way or another, we're getting pulled down towards Earth. Hello. How's it going, Ambitious Tacos? Looking at the sun. Well, I mean, we are looking at the sun right now. And that's us. Silhouetted in the sun. All right, can we speed up a little? All right, in this scenario, I cannot. So I think we're good. I don't want to be on the dark side of the planet, but just got to deal with what we got to deal with. All right, got to make sure. Now, what else do we got? Prograde normal, anti-normal, radial in, radial out. All right, I'm going to hold. Well, I guess we can change our orientation. It doesn't really matter. So that's ungood. Switch over to that. That seems pretty... That's almost... I'm just checking out what these... Yeah, that's definitely bad. That's not good. Retrograde. Prograde. I think radial out seems to be where we want to stick. That should keep me in a good... You're watching Mortal Kombat? There you go. That was a very entertaining movie. It's a perfect Mortal Kombat movie. Yeah, exactly, Unicorn Man. To make a Transformer or a Gundam in Kerbal Space, I would be shocked if someone hadn't done some version of that. So my ship is here. Oh, we can silhouette. Yeah, there we go. Now you can actually see. There's my old... There's the stage I ditched. All right, let's, yeah, we're burning. Let's do, we might burst in the... Yeah, we might be in a bit of a sticky wicket. We're going very, very fast. I don't know if she's not on fire. No, ooh. Okay, let's turn that to that, and then, oh yeah, very bad. Very bad. All right, we haven't burned up. I think if I hold this down, we might have a chance. Or maybe the other way. All right, we are stabilizing. Let's turn this off. No, I think I actually got through it without burning up. She's not dead. So there's that. All right, I can't, it doesn't, I mean, I guess I shouldn't really need to be able to see myself. I should trust the ball. All right. Whoa, okay, we are through the thick part of the atmosphere. Let's turn SAS back on. And then we'll try to orient ourselves in a more suitable spot. Trying to get up to that 70 degrees seems to be a nice sweet spot. It's funny, you can almost feel, even though there's no actual feedback, because I'm using a keyboard, you can feel when you finally cut through. All right. Where do astronauts like to hang out? At a space bar? Okay. There was some exploding. I think those were just sonic booms. I think that's the... Yeah. We must have just gone... There we go. Okay, so... Here's the issue. And I mentioned this a few times before. I can't see the ground because we're on the other side of the planet. We're on the night side. We're 1,700 meters above sea level, with 0 meters above. So basically, yeah, I forgot a very important aspect of it. It was sea level. So, yeah. So we're good. Everything's fine. Everyone look the other way. We're just going to close that. All right, end scenario. I mean, technically, it was successful until I tried to land it. Had I remembered to switch it over to ground level instead of sea level, then I would have... I also should have hit the I forgot to hit this parachute stage, because then it would have kind of solved for itself. So, made a few mistakes. I've learned from them. I'll probably make them again. All right, we're almost 4 hours into the stream. I haven't taken a break because we were deep in there. How's it going, Blue? I'm going to take a real quick break. I will be right back. Those of you who might be new to the stream, my chair's name is Gordon. Feel free to ask Gordon any low-tier life advice questions. When I come back, Gordon will answer through me. I'm going to run some ads till the pre-rolls turn off for a half hour, and I will be right back, and we're going to try not to kill. So, one death. We have one death. Whoopsie doodle. It was just in a tutorial. It's fine. All right, I'll be right back. Alright, so flawless tutorial. The blue C logo on the... Yes. Yeah. I remembered to do that. And I mentioned this like an hour or two ago, that I would probably do exactly what I did. So it's not super shocking that that happened. I made sure to point out it was set on sea level. I probably would have had an inkling if I wasn't on the dark side of the planet at that point. Alright, what do I... Are you afraid? Because in space no one can hear you, Swivel. No, Gordon's pretty laid back. He doesn't really get too afraid of anything. Just a smudge on the planet. You can switch the... Yes, you can. You just click on the thing. Alright, so let's go into... we're going to start new. Alright, sandbox, we're doing career. Career mode, you have to manage all aspects of your space program. Funds, reputation, science are all active. Contracts are available at mission control. Science is just science. You must gather data or sandbox, and then you do whatever the hell you want. So we're going to go career. We're going to call this Wee. That'll be good. The flag. Ooh, you got a lot of options here. Let's just go for a straight up NASA flag. I'm going to really give NASA a bad reputation. Got a lot of... got other stuff down here. We go NASA. I just want to see the NASA logo on everything. Make myself feel fancier. Difficulty options normal. Okay, we got a lot of options here. I don't know enough to change any of these. Later streams, you can make a custom flag. Yeah, I knew you could add a custom flag, so I should have done that for this stream. But I'll do it in the future. It'll be some version of this little dude. That'll be the center. Him on with blue on blue, maybe a light blue on like a royal blue. Have been partnering. Yeah, I mean it's just such a great way to show a visual. Is using this game, so it worked out pretty good. All right, so for easy, include stock vessels. No, we don't want stock vessels. Indestructible facilities, we don't want that. Enable a comm network. All right, re-entry heating is 100. So I may have survived those re-entries. I don't know if in the tutorials if they have the re-entry heating on 100%. So that could have been a reason why things didn't go too wrong. Doing another attempt to unify Africa. Check on the Discord media. Unifying Africa. Oh, looks like it's going pretty good. You got a good chunk. You got a vast majority of Africa already. Very well done, Lyra. Oh, all right. That is looking good. We'll just leave it on normal. I don't know enough to change anything there. And let's start. This is pretty cool. Like I said, last time I played this game consistently, the tutorial didn't exist, and neither did career mode, so this should be fun. Normal's the best, yeah. Alright, I'm Gene Kerman, Flight Director, and your guide to a quick introduction. This is the Space Center. From here you will manage all aspects of the space program. Feel free to have a look around, hold the right mouse button, and then you can scoot. Alright, or use the arrow keys. Right click on the Space Center facilities to view more info about them. Left click when you're ready to head inside. So if we do that, it just tells you vehicle assembly building. Right click over there, hangar, spacecraft hangar legs, construction of spacecraft design to be launched from a runway. And then we got the aerospace complex, contains living and recreational space for all of our crew members. So you do literally have to, all right, I only have capacity for 5 Kerbals. You should be fine. All right, and when we're done, Space Center facilities over here. If you need more, thanks. I've got it. When you're ready, head inside. Go there. I guess we'll... astronaut complex, research and development, tracking station, administration building. Let's go into here. Ooh. How do you get money? By not exploding? You can take contracts, I guess, to, like, put people's stuff in orbit and whatnot. I don't know what any of this means. Finances, science, public relations, and operations. So he's aggressive. Cannot afford setup costs. Not enough reputation. Oh, okay. So we can make them effects. Minus 0.15% funds off the cost, launch costs, and R&D purchases. Okay. So we got a... Okay. These are their upgrades. These seem to be turned on. So research rights sell out. Plus 0 funds, minus 0 science, effective immediately. As it has a one-time effect, the strategy does not remain active, but can be accepted. Okay, so basically if we need money suddenly, we can do that. Do you happen to have... I have both the DLCs. Yeah. I've never used either DLCs, but I have both of them. Alright. Bail out grant. Alright, so this will just give us an extra, like, 12,000. Reputation will go plummeting into the ground. Alright. We could make a quick buck from the science and R&D team has collected by selling exclusive rights, research rights to the highest bidder. Yes, that means we wouldn't be able to make use of that science ourselves, but the exclusive rights, I'm sure, would fetch a pretty penny. So if we're in desperate needs, we can make some extra money there. You've played CK3, your entire empire fractures, and then, yeah. That is the way That is the way of the world in Crusader Kings 3. Which I like. +0, -0, it is pretty game changing. I think that's saying plus and negative based on the fact that I don't have any science. So I don't have anything to sell. So that's why it's at 0. All right, so this is not what we needed. I don't know where to go, so we can go administration building, flagpole, launch pad, mission control, research and development, runway, space, tracking station. All right, and then let's just look at all these doodads. I don't know what this does. All right, this is the manual. So that's the Kerbal Spacepedia. Contracts, we've got messages over there. Looking up here, I don't know what any of those mean. All right, let's go to the, I don't know, for some reason I'm just going to go to the tracking. Welcome to the tracking station. Hi again. This is the tracking station facility. In here you can view all of the solar system as well as current positions and trajectories of all ongoing missions. So you can, I mean, you can literally get a space station in orbit and then use that as a waypoint and then put one around the moon and all crazy stuff like that. Go to the command thing and get contracts. Okay, so you start by getting contracts. Thank you very much. Play Mass Effect. Are you going to play? We played it yesterday, and we played it on launch, Killer Venom. So we've already we've done a good 16 hours of Mass Effect Legendary. Because I've never, to give you some context, I've never played Mass Effect 1. I've played like 10 hours of Mass Effect 2 years ago. But yeah, we'll probably play that roughly once a week. I do have about 10 once-a-week games, so that should tell you something. You can even have a refueling space station and refuel mid-orbit, but I've yet to figure that. Yeah, that's cool. I hope that someday my poor little brain can handle getting some cool, complicated setups. I do want to take it, like, obviously, I want to have fun. I'm fine with everything exploding, but at some point I would like to actually do something complex. But that'll be a very long time from now. Tracking station, when you have missions in progress, you'll see them. Sometimes contracts may require specific destinations in orbit on the surface. All right, got it. Let's go back. Leave that facility. So now we need to go to... All right, come on. What is going on? All right, games, stop freaking out. Everything's fine. Pretty sure my computer can handle Kerbal. Is that the Death Star? Damn it, that's no moon. All right, hangar, runway, research and development, assembly, mission control, launch pad, flagpole, complex, administration building. So we did go over to here. Active strategies. That's just to see our crew. So we'll go back out. Is it research, mission control? Here we go. So we got available. Gather scientific data from Kerbin. So this is basically, you just have to put a science collecty thingy and go into launch, collect the science, and then you're done. I have watched a little bit of this. I think I've watched, I forget, one of you mentioned a YouTuber who plays a lot of this consistently now. Some of his tutorials, I think I watched the first like 3 phases of the career just to have a bit of a basis. All right, one of the founding principles of Kerbin World First Record Keeping Society is to continue the advance of frontiers in science. We still have unchecked items in our list of records to break, and would like to change that. But really, there's no sense in us still talking while there's science to be done. Shall we get to it? Give us a quick crew report before launching. That's fine. If any of the lights on the control panel are flashing, just give it a swift kick. So, prestige, it's a trivial prestige. Expires in 5 hours and 55 minutes. Objective, recover or transmit any science data experiment from Kerbin to achieve this goal. So basically, we got to put one of those goo canisters, do something with it, collect the science, and then come back. You don't even have to take off for this. All right, completion. All right, it's currently incomplete, and we don't have to. All right, I'm gonna accept this. I want to see launch your first vessel. which we should be able to do pretty easily. Escape the atmosphere. So these are all, this is everything we just did in the tutorials. Hypothetically, I should be able to do these easy peasy. And I could do them all at once. I don't really have that level of confidence. But let's try to rebuild that last ship. I may not even have to. Let's go into here. I don't know what parts I'm going to start off with, because you do have to unlock parts. Alright, welcome to the Vehicle Assembly Building. Hello, my name is Werner von Kerman, not von Braun, Chief Rocketry Engineer. Rocketeer. He's the Rocketeer. I think they're remaking the Rocketeer. I don't know if it was at a TV show or a movie, so just prepare yourselves for whatever that's going to be like. I wonder if he'll use... The main thing I remember from the movie The Rocketeer is someone shot his rocket and it was leaking fuel, so he used a piece of gum to plug it up and everything was fine. Alright. This is the Vehicle Assembly Building, where we build spacecraft and later roll them out. And press of A on your left, you'll find components. You can search button, arrows, got it. Okay, so let's go into here. Nope. Alright, so we don't actually have anything saved from before. Select, so they have betrayed me, but that's fine. So we're going to use this. We're going to use the Mark 1. And then we want a decoupler. Do we have any? We don't have any. Okay. So I've got to reset my goals. We can make the hopper. So we want to put a parachute on. We will pop the parachute right there. And then double check the settings on the parachute. I think for this version of things, I wanted to get this up to 0.2. Just trying to remember everything from the tutorial. So that's good. We got that. We want some science. We can do a little bit of science. And then we'll also make sure that these are, we don't want them to tip the thing over one way or the other. Fur baby action available. Thank you very much, Lyra. Fur babies. So, oh, she's so cute. So if any of you aren't on the Discord, there's an invite link to the Discord. Lyra just posted a cat picture. Amongst other cat pictures, and it's delightful. So if you do have a fur baby, even if it's a fur baby that doesn't have fur, be sure to post it there. Because I like seeing everyone else's pets. Alright, so let's rotate. Let's do snapping. Alright, we are snapping on the grid. So I want it up high, right there. Alright, so that'll let us collect the science that we need to do. So we can at least get the science and do a launch. Since we're building the hopper, I don't have the parts to get out of the atmosphere, let alone into orbit. So we got to work up to that. So we're basically going to be slowly running through the tutorial again. And then we want this. We don't need a decoupler, mainly because we don't have one. So we got that. And that is good. Let's separate these stages. So we'll put that on 1, parachute on 2. So, I mean, just with this, do I even have anything else? Yeah, we got the parachute. What are these? EVA jetpack, a personal parachute, so we can have her jump out. I don't know. We gotta look into my astronauts, see who's our crew for this one. We could send Jebediah in. We also have Bill, Bob, and Valentina. So, no, let's leave him behind. I'm going to send Bob out. Alright, we're potentially sacrificing Bob here. We'll see how that goes. Cargo, doesn't need to be any cargo, so we'll go back over to here. I just want to run through, see if there's any other things we can even add. So we don't have... I honestly like this. I like the fact that I'm restricted. I can't go crazy. We might have some fun in sandbox mode at some point, but while I'm learning, I want to be, I enjoy restrictions. We don't need these, because we're just going up, and then we're coming back down. Yeah, it makes it very simple. I like restrictions, because I may have mentioned this once or twice, but when things are normal, I'm a master carpenter and a scenic designer. One of my favorite things when I'm designing, at least, is to have restrictions. because then it gives me a smaller zone, and then I can set my creativity free in that zone.
But I am a master
Carpenter. So sometimes restrictions can be helpful, especially when it's a, you know, it's a little counterintuitive, but I find when I have to do something creative, I occasionally like a good restriction. All right, so I guess we're good. Yeah, we should be good. We got a parachute. We can collect science. Got our pod. That's not too heavy. We can go up, and then we can safely come down. I think we're good with this. We got Bob in the seat. Let's launch this bad boy. All right, please don't die, Bob. Put Bill Nye in the seat. I was watching, I think it was like GQ or one of the magazines that their YouTube channels, they'll have experts. There's a few of them that do it. They'll have experts like answer questions or break down movie scenes and explain how they're bullshit. I was watching one with Bill Nye, and it was him answering questions from Twitter. He was being such a delightful dick. He was getting so upset by how stupid the questions were and how much people's educations had failed them. He was just getting rapidly more and more angry at the questions and being very sassy. All right, so let's, there's no throttle. It's a solid state. Let's put on the SAS. Has no operational SAS mod. Oh, that's right. We don't have access to that just yet. We're going straight up. Everything should be in balance. We're just going to go with it. Let's, boop. All right, we're going up. She doesn't appear to have died. Let's click on these. And then we'll go to the mystery goo. Oh, geez. All right, what do we got? Transmit data. All right, transmitting this experiment will render this module inoperable. Restoring functionality will require a scientist. I don't know what this means. We're going to keep the experiment? I don't really know. You know what? We'll try. So for that one, we'll transmit it. All right. No usable in-range comms. All right. We're switching to the next stage so the parachute can pop off whenever it needs to. And we won't have that whoopsie-doodle that we had on the last time. So it should shoot out sometime soon. I'm a little worried that it hasn't yet, but everything's fine. Everything's fine. We're in 0. It'll pop out at 1,000. Oh, that's right. I'm forgetting. I'm thinking of the 2,000 feet from when we were at 0.75. We're at 0.2 for the pressure. And then there we go, as intended. And then it should wait a little bit more. It'll completely unfurl, and we'll flip around it. We should be good. Fact that most school only tests on memorizing facts exactly. Yeah. All right, and we'll get a nice little splashdown. All right, and I think at 1,000 meters, it'll fully deploy. There we go. And we are slowing pretty rapidly, and we're good. We are good. That was a nice, gentle up and down. I'm basically a pro administrator. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, yeah, no, I don't blame him at all. I found it very entertaining because the questions were pretty stupid. 10,000 G's, the spine broke. He's fine. Look at him. He's very happy. He's very happy. A little splashdown. Let's zoom in. All right, review data, reset goo canister. All right, reset experiment, keep experiment. I don't really know how to do things with these. All right, and let's click on that one. All right, and we're keeping. Is keeping good? Do we need the transmit data? All right, no usable in-range comms device on this, so I have no clue. All right, hopefully the game will at some point tell me how to do these things. We will recover the vessel. Transmit gets you less science. Keep it. All right. Keeping is recover. Oh, okay. So we did get our science. So we're good. So we got the mystery goo. We got 7 science out of that. While flying. All right. Mystery goo observed while flying. We get then recovery of the vessel that survived the flight. All right. Okay. One thing I did incorrectly. I didn't actually accept the contracts. I just did the mission. I'm realizing that now. I don't think I accepted either of the contracts. So we can, at least now we know I can handle this. So we earned 13.6 science. We're at 21. Let's go next. All right, so we got some increased funds. Funds recovered from the, no, this is just stuff we recovered. So, all right, that's also interesting. Next, he is good. He gained an experience point. I love that you can... your little Kerbal astronauts can grow with you. All right, so now this time we're just going to do the same exact thing. I should have saved that. I didn't. Research and development, mission control. All right, we do have a lot more available now. Conduct a focused, not a focused, because that's not a word. Space plane? No. Maybe the next stream will move towards space plane. Ooh. Snipe Elite. Thank you very much for the, or I guess Snip Elite. We can let them share the E. Snipe Elite 100, thank you very much for the follow. You're my 1,965th follower. What time is it for me? I'm nocturnal, so it is currently 2:15 a.m. I stream overnight. I'm U.S. East Coast. I'm in New Jersey. Okay, so let's do that again, but this time, conduct a focused observation survey of Kerbin. Conduct a focused observation. All right. Test parachute in flight over Kerbin. Escape the atmosphere. All right. Active. None of them were active. None of them archived. So I'm just looking. I want to accept the ones. Haul a... Yeah, don't want to do that. Test that. Orbit Kerbin. Escape the atmosphere. Where are those other ones? Oh, those contracts are gone. Yeah, because they said they were going to expire. I should have thought about that. No, we're in year 1, day 1, hour 0. We're 9 minutes. We launched our first thing in 9 minutes. Conduct a focused... Let's at least read these things. Objectives. Take a crew report in flight below 1,000 meters near Sidus Legend. Incomplete. All right, crew report near different sector. Crew report flight above. It's bedtime now. Have a fun rest of the stream. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for all your help. I appreciate it, and thank you for the raid earlier. You have a good snooze. All right. These are all doing observations of specific areas of the planet. Test the swivel. Flight over Kerbin. All right. Some of these things, I think the Mark 16 might be the thing we... Thank you for the sourpuss, Kuro. All right. Anybody who might be new to the stream, sourpuss involves... I have a 1-pound bag of extreme sour atomic warheads, and I eat one, and you guys get to enjoy it through me. It's made, yeah, I enjoy the game. I'm very rusty, so hence people helping me quite a bit. And you're playing. I'm a good influence in that way. I'm really enjoying it. I wasn't sure how, some games are fun for streaming, some games not fun to stream, even though they might be delightful games off stream. So we got a sour blue raspberry atomic warhead. Oh god. Oh, it's aggressive looking. You can barely tell that it's blue. Yes, I'm a bad influence. If you want to not buy a lot of new games, I'm a bad influence. If you're fine with that, it's a good spot for you. All right, let's take a look at this bad boy. Yeah, it's very white and powdery, which means very sour. Alright, thank you again, Curel, for the sourpuss. Let's fix up. Yeah, my hair's losing stability, but that's fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. And there you go. And wish me luck. I'm trying to prepare myself. It's been like a week since I had one of these, so they tend to hit hard. Yep. Oof. Okay, that was real aggressive. It did let up. But man, did that hit hard. It wasn't a deep layer, but it was a spicy layer. Oof. Okay. I think it's done lingering. All right, there we go. Thank you so much. All right, and we are good. Phew. All right, so apparently I didn't take those contracts, and then I took off, and now we can't take them. I think what we're gonna do, we haven't really committed to anything. So let's leave the facility. We're gonna go to the pause menu. We're gonna quit to the main menu. We're just gonna completely start over. We haven't set up anything. Start new. We will name it there we go. Career normal start. You can feel the sour. That's what the zoom in is for. So you guys can appropriately. If I have a few days in a row, they're easy peasy. But if I go like a week in between the atomic warheads, they hit pretty hard. May like this game. Let me see. Curious Expedition 2. I'm intrigued. Oh, that looks fun. Oh, I love the animation style. I will check that out. I'm going to wishlist that. And I will check that out. Thank you, Lear. I do love recommendations, especially yours. I would never have played Darkest Dungeon. All right, we've got it. So let's go in. Let's take the contracts this time. So let's go into the command. Mission control. There we go. Gather science data. That's what we're looking for. So science data from Kerbin. All right. How much do we need? Completion gets that. Recover or transmit any science experiment data from Kerbin. All right. That's easy peasy. We'll accept that contract. Launch our first vessel. Accept that. These two I can't do with the parts that I'm going to have at my disposal. So we got 2 active. And then we're going to get... Right, not too shabby. I don't really know what any of these currencies, you know, which to favor, but we should be pretty good. Oh, so just a reminder, I have some PC components to change out. I'm changing the whole case and then changing the cooler in my CPU, so tomorrow's stream is going to start a little early, and it's going to be a tearing down, putting back together my gaming PC. Hopefully I don't destroy anything. And then once that's done, it's a Skyrim stream tomorrow night. Haven't played this one. It was also on your wish list. Not sure if it's good, but it looks... Yeah, I really like the animation style. Looked really nice. Also, what did I watch? I feel like I watched something this morning. Oh, I watched Army of the Dead on Netflix, the new Zack Snyder. It's a heist zombie movie. It is delightful. It is it's a delightful zombie movie, and I mean that in every version of the word delightful. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I mean, it's not like, you know, it's not mind-blowing, you know, the smartest movie in the world, but it's very entertaining. I liked it quite a bit. All right, so we'll go in with this. Do that first. Oh, we gotta click on that, and now we can do this. So pop that down there, go into utility, pop that on here. So now I'm going to be an expert at doing this. And then we go into this, and then we'll put the pressure up to 2 right there. And then that's good. That goes away. We need some science. Let's get some science on here. Grab that. Do 2 of them. Pop them up high, right in there. All right, now we need an engine. This bad boy. Smack it down there. We got the parachute, got the science, got the pod, and we have thrust. And we are good. Let's save. Let's call this Firsty the ship. And then we will save said ship, and then everything's fine. In case things aren't fine, we can get back to here pretty quickly. And now we have those contracts, so we'll get more credit for doing the thing that we just did. I didn't change the stages. I do need to do that. Otherwise, we're going to have a bit of an issue here. Luckily, you can do that after the fact now. Used to, a very long time ago, you couldn't change the stages. This was years and years ago, when it was still in, like, beta. You couldn't change the stages once you left the construction area. All right, and I guess I can just very easily, we'll keep that, and then we'll go into this one. Observe mystery goo, and we'll also keep that, and we are good. So I guess transmitting, you get less if you transmit it, because you can transmit it and then have everything explode and still be okay. All right, and let's go. Stage 1. We are just going straight up. All right, we're out of fuel, going into stage 2 so that it can do its thing when it needs to do it. All right, parachute is out, but now the parachute is slowing us down. It shouldn't tear in half or anything. It would have made more sense to wait until we started going back down, but this shouldn't cause any problems unless it does. I don't think it will. If anything, it's just going to take now I'm realizing why not to do that, because it's going to make everything take longer. Speed up time a little bit. And now if we go down, speed up time a lot. Now keep in mind, it's just time. Even though things are appearing to move a lot faster, they're relative to time, they're still moving at the normal speed. Alright, at about 1,000, it should spring out fully. Hopefully. There you go. And now we're nice and slow. We can recover our data. Splashing down. Okay, so we can repeat that as many times as we need to. Although I don't think we're going to get much credit. You can keep doing it, but it'll have vastly, like, hugely diminishing returns if you keep just doing the goo on the surface for science. All right, speed. Splash down and recover vessel. We have recovered the vessel. All right, we got the goo. We got we got less science that time. Less science for the top goo observation. Interesting. Maybe because we weren't. Yeah, I think because I did it before we launched, so I should do it in launch, and it's more beneficial. All right, data value 0.03, 0.07. Just recovering was a huge bump. So, all right. Yeah, we got like 3 less science for that. So I guess there is a difference between doing something on the ground or if you go into the air, which makes sense. We got a decent chunk of change back. And then he is good. He's got 1 experience point. Nice. Let's go back into mission control. Active, archived. So we finished these 2 and we got all the stuff we needed from it. So we've advanced whatever that is, and we did that, and so all good. Take good time to your free. Yeah, what is the new? I forget what the new one. There's like 2 different new ones that either just came out or are about to come out that are intriguing me. That are very Civilization-esque, but with their own spin on things. Oh, that's not good. I still got a little bit of coffee. Let's finish the coffee. Dun, 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 dun. All right, and then I'll also turn off the coffee so no one gets bamboozled. There we go. Oh yeah, Endless Legend. I haven't played that yet, but I did buy it based on your recommendation, Lyra. Phew. That's hot. Hot coffee. All right, so we got all this stuff. I don't know what to do with any of these things, but we have them, so that's pretty cool. I'm guessing I should go over into research and development, because you have a straight-up tech tree. So basic rocketry, that will give me the fuel tanks, a bigger solid booster, and then the swivel. All right, and then this costs how much? 5 research. I have 20 research, so you got to be pretty frugal with this. I love skill trees. This is why I was excited to play this now after all these years. I mean, the career mode's been in the game for a while, but not since the last time I played it. Or since the last time I played it. I'm trying Planetfall, but there's also another one coming out. Yeah, Humankind. That is the one I was trying to think of. We might try, I'll at least try out Humankind. It looks pretty good. I like it because it takes, you know, from afar, it looks like Civilization, especially Civilization 6, but the mechanics are very different. And I've seen some people playing the early versions of it, and it looks like a good time. Did we land on the sun? We have not. We have not. We have had one death. We've had one person who didn't survive. Actually, let me make this stack a little bit bigger since it's a little hard to read. Pop it right there, and then we'll scoot it over. And then we should be able to see everything that we need to see. Boop. Boop. Okay. So what? This will take 5, and that'll take 5. So we'll be able to decouple. And we can do, okay, we can use a thermometer. We can use whatever the hell that is. All right. So let's unlock that and that. So what are these next ones? Survivability. These adds, oh, now we're going to get access to heat shields. Yeah, I've landed a few things. We had one, I forgot to change my altimeter to land-based versus sea level, so we crashed into a mountain. So one of my people died. But other than that, everything's going pretty well. Never before seen maneuvers and landed on every planet at one go on a tiny little rocket. We were just using maneuvering thrusters, and we visited everywhere. It was a lot of gravity assists. All right, so I'm down to 10, and I don't think we have enough to. Okay, so we can't even look into the next stuff. So let's go back into mission control. We'll take some more missions. And Elon joined the chat earlier in shock. They were all watching, holding their breath to see, can Jason do it? Oh my, he could. All right, engine flight over Kerbin. So we're just going to keep replicating the stuff they taught me how to build in the tutorial. It is all very, very true. Shockingly true.
I don't know if I've mentioned this, but I am a master.
Aerospace engineer. All right, conduct focus observation. I don't want to do those yet. Because then I need to know how to go places. Conduct focus, yeah. Make a Mark 18, okay. I think we could have done this before we pick anything there. I want to see what parts I actually have. All right, so my parachute, Mark 16. So we could have gotten credit for that on the last one. That's fine. Let's go back out. And then we'll go back into mission control. So we're going to take this mission, because we can do that easy peasy. All right. RT hammer, solid fuel booster. All right, we can also do that. Escape the atmosphere is a little bit above my pay grade currently. Although I guess if we're doing that, we should do that too. Haul the decoupler into orbit. We're not going to be orbiting anytime soon. I did have one successful orbit. That's where we had the hard. That's when we crashed into the mountain. All right, swivel. So it'll bring a decoupler in. Even if we don't use it to decouple, I can still bring it. No, that's for orbit, so that's not going to work. Escape the atmosphere. That could happen. And we do have the stuff for it. All right, maybe we'll try that. And if we're doing that, then we'll take this as well. So I'm going to probably bite off more than I can chew. Try to escape the atmosphere. We just need to go straight up. And then try to not die, because... Oh, we can't take this one. Maybe do we have... we have a max of 2. Okay, that works out, because then I can just ditch the engine. Since I don't need to get out of the atmosphere, all we need to do is make use of these things. So that should be good. All right, let's go back over to here. Now let's build our second little doodad. I guess we don't need to keep this stage. So let's grab that, drop it into here. So now we got other parts. So we want a decoupler. Pop that there. So now just launching with this will give us what we need to do. All we need to do is go up. So I don't really have to... Do we have access to this? We've got the swivel. That is the... I think the RT-10 is what we need to make use of. So we'll pop that down there. It might be too powerful, so I may have to control the thrusters there. And then we are going to get up to quite a height, but we're going to decouple, so we can keep the parachute parameters where we were. Master! Master! Cute little rocket. Alright, let's double check. So that's at point 2, which is fine, because this is all... We're actually going to be lighter. We'll keep that there. Trying to think. Yeah, I think we should be okay. Because it's going to be atmosphere-based. Atmosphere and altitude. So we should be fine. Alright. I mean, honestly, this is all we need. My only worry... This is solid. Let's look at the... Alright, solid fuel boost. I don't know... Oh, we can try variant. Oh, I like that. Let's give it that orange stripe. I like that. And then you can download other stuff. Do we have these separated properly? They are. My worry here is this might be too powerful. So, just based on a number, a semi-arbitrary number that we used for one of the tutorial missions, I'm going to limit the thrust to 65. And then we still got the science on top, which we'll do again, just to collect that. I don't think we really need to do anything else. I mean, I'm sure when I hit the launch button, I'll immediately discover the other things that I should have used. Let's see if we do have any optional things. Just other stuff to bring along. Alright, we got the mystery goo container, but we also have a thermometer. But we didn't take any missions for that, so I'm not going to bring it. Because it does cost money every time you do this. And we have limited money. Alright, communications. Oh, there we go. So now we can communicate back. That kind of assumes we're not going to come back. So we're not going to use that. Alright, electric, we don't have anything. We do have those fins. We're already using the decoupler. We don't need that. We're using the one we want to use there. We've got this fuel tank. That's solid, so it doesn't need that. Alright, I think we're good. This is going to be firsty MK2. And we're going to save that as well. And let's go hope they don't explode. I don't think anything should go wrong. My only worry is that it'll be too much thrust. And just a sheer number of G's will kill poor Jebediah. I also didn't switch over to Bill or Bob. All right, we'll diversify. We'll use different dudes for different times. And let's go get it. Please don't die. All right, seems... Okay, G-forces are perfectly reasonable. Honestly, we probably didn't need to limit anything. All right, we're getting a little bit of a tilt, but that's fine. Now we'll just be out towards sea. And then I'm just going to let it keep burning. And then we'll drop it as soon as it's done. All right, that's a little much. Let's try to keep this a little higher, just so we're not doing anything too crazy. All right, and then we'll wait until we get pretty low. We're still going up. We'll eventually start going down. We're on the fringe there. I'm glad I did limit it the way I did, because otherwise we would have, I think we would have just burned ourselves to death going up, because that thruster was really powerful. Is living his best life right now. He is. He's having a lovely time in there. Let's look at his view. There we go. Look how beautiful that is. All right, that's a little jarring, the fact that you're teetering so much, but it's fine. He's fine. Everything's fine. We should... Yeah, definitely way too much thrust. We're going to be okay, but we're going to be very far away. This game is just so delightful. Even when you're clueless, it's still a fun time. So just mark this in your memory. 2 months from now, when I'm an expert at the game, and I have like multiple space stations, and I'm orbiting every planet. Remember back to when I was clueless. All right, we are still going up pretty fast. I may accidentally... There we go. All right, we're going back down. And so we're just going to wait. Press T. I don't have an SAS. Oh. I guess I do. That was weird. The first launch we just did in basically the same ship, I hit T and it said no. Oh, maybe I just didn't have it unlocked in the tech tree. There we go. Thank you, Higgins. I appreciate it. Did you have a pilot? I did have a pilot. I didn't unlock anything in the tech tree. Maybe you just don't have it at first. Bob was assigned. Oh, I didn't realize the. All right. I didn't think to differentiate. So Jebediah is a pilot. Bob is just a scientist. Whoops. There's different types of astronauts. Makes a lot more sense right now. All right, I'm free falling just so we can get back down faster. Thank you guys. That would have been something. That would have been something that would have taken me weeks to realize on my own. All right, we're going into the next stage. And then once it hits the atmospheres it wants to hit, we'll spring our little parachute out. And then that'll probably slow us down more than we want to. It was a chimp in disguise. I didn't realize. Maybe he collected some extra science? Ooh, which reminds me. Let's collect our science. Observe the goo while we're falling. We're going to keep that experiment. Let's observe this goo over here. And then we're going to keep that experiment. All right, first stage of that is gone. Let's speed things up, since it is already slowing us down a bit. And once we get down to about 1,000, I'll put time back to normal. There we go. All right, so 2 successful missions, and I actually got stuff done. Mystery Goo has a trademark. All right, let's speed up time again. A little bit more. We're redlining the speed of time. And slow down. You know, a little splash. I like to enjoy the little splash. And kerplunk. Kerblub. There we go. And now we recover the vessel. We get our science. I think I just finished 1 or 2 of our missions. Little Jebediah should be slightly upgraded. Yeah, I did not realize. I didn't think. Some of them are pilots, some of them are scientists. All right, so we've got some, yeah, we got a lot more data from the mystery goo. 0.7 from the first one, 1.6 from the second one. All right, we survived the flight, so that's good. So now we're over 25, so we can actually unlock one more thing for the tech tree. We've recovered all of these things. This is good. And then he's got no experience gain. Okay. At least and my reputation can go up. So that's a little bit of a bummer. All right, let's go back to mission control. Conduct focused. All right, we need to, what do I need to unlock? I might be able to get, yeah, I can definitely get out of the atmosphere. I don't know if I can get out safely. Too easy for Jeb? I suppose so. All right, conduct observations. Test the Mark II-R radial mount parachute. Flight over Kerbal. Escape the atmosphere. I guess this would be potentially the next thing we want to do. Haul the... Okay, this is into orbit. Not going to try to get into orbit now. We're going to go atmosphere, then orbit. And then once we get past that, I can no longer steal the ships that the tutorial made me make. All right. We'll just try for this, I guess. Should be doable. Hopefully. Observation, study of Kerbin. Are these specific spots? All right, area. I don't know. Or is this? Envy. So these are specific spots over the planet. I don't know where they are, so we'll have to look at the map. I'm not going to try them now. Let's just go for, we'll attempt to get out of the atmosphere. Should be pretty straightforward. We just got to go up and then come back down. It's easy, right? It's easy peasy. All right, now we go over to here. So we'll keep... Yeah, we'll keep this as is. And then we'll do stages below it. Actually, let's go into the tech tree. Might be a little easier if we unlock the next group. I'm going to have to pick and choose, though. Because we can pick one of these 3, but not all 3. So that is 20. That gives us a different engine, a giant solid fuel booster, and then a huge tank. Versus this one's for stability. Alright, aerodynamic nose cone. That's probably going to be important sooner rather than later. Radial decoupler. So these are pretty damn important. And then for this one, this gives us heat shields, barometric pressure, radiator panel, micro landing strut, service bay, Mark II radial, yeah, parachutes. Okay. I think we're going to... I might not even use these on this one, but we'll do that into there. And we got 0.7 left. All right, let's go back. Go into here. Try to repurpose everything and just build onto it as much as I can. Until we get into orbit, it doesn't need to get too complicated. All we need to do is get through the atmosphere. So if I recall correctly, if we use one of these, so let's grab this, pop that over there. We go into the fuel tanks. Alright, liquid fuel. It's maybe a mistake, but we're gonna alt-click. Alright, so I'm just copying what the tutorial had me do. Although I'm probably gonna forget a step somewhere, and it's gonna be horrifying. So we got a decoupler. This is liquid, so I can control the throttle. So if it seems like I'm about to kill my Kerbal, we'll be okay. At least now I know to bring Jebediah. Let's make sure he is the crew. Okay, he is. So he's halfway. So he did get some experience. He just didn't get a full point. Let's go back over to here. So let's look at this. Try to figure out what else we might need. So we gotta go up. This should be enough fuel to go up. And then we don't really need... We then just need to come back down. We don't really need to reorient. We should be able to use the rotational reaction mass. What could possibly go wrong? So we just need to get to 70,000. And then we're good. And that should be enough fuel to do that. I can control the throttle. Okay, I'm just talking myself through it. So I think we're good here. Let's... All right, we'll name this the Mark III. And we will save it. That is good. How are you going to land on the moon? We're many steps from moon landing. All right. Let's launch it. Send it. A good sign will be if it doesn't just tip over. At a certain point, you need to add in support structures. Okay, we haven't tipped over. So let's turn on the SAS. So that'll keep us stable. We can angle a little bit. It doesn't really matter. We should be fine. Thought I was watching a pro gamer. I'm an extreme pro gamer. So we're working up to the sun, not the moon. Ugh, just a little moon. Can't just shoot a hole into the surface of the moon. Hey, where'd the moon go? Well, Jason was trying to land on it, and now it doesn't exist anymore. So we will throttle all the way up, and then I'll see if that starts to kill poor Jebediah, and then we'll throttle things back down if that is the case. And everybody cross your fingers. I don't think I need to check anything else. Yeah, the stages are good to go, and boop. All right, let's angle over a little bit. I think we want to do like a 70 degree. I don't really know why, but it's a thing. Moon is not real. It was destroyed in Dragon Ball Z many years ago. That's a very good point, Lyra. I cannot dispute that. Asteroids and blow up that would be really cool. We could start slinging rocks at the other planets. All right, we're almost... I don't know if this is gonna work. Because we're out of fuel. We dropped the first stage. It does look like... Okay, we were overheating, but now not so much. I don't think we're getting out of the atmosphere. So while we're here, at least, we'll wait on the goo. Yeah, we're definitely not getting out. I didn't give it enough power. I don't know. There's a small chance. We're at 40,000. We only got to go to another 30,000. So we'll see how it is. Let's do some science while we're here. Observe that goo. Keep for later. Observe this goo. Keep that for later. 52,000. Yeah, we're still moving pretty good. I will brake. You could use the map. That's clearly cheating, looking at the map. We're gonna... No, we're good. We're gonna get to 98,000. Now, at what point are we so far away? I guess you would need some lateral speed. All right, we've done it. I don't know why I was so worried about that. So we are in space. We are out of the atmosphere. Can we recheck these? Review data. Reset goo canister. Review data. All right. Goo is getting very cold now. Keep that experiment.
Nice.
All right. And then let's do the same over here. Review data. Very cold. Keep experiment. So now we just have to slowly fall to Earth. I'm going to trigger the next stage just so I don't forget and we don't crash into a mountain on accident. So there we go. More boosters. Apparently we didn't need more. We're going to hit 98,000 just on that little engine with 5 stacks. Oh no. But we've done everything we wanted to do. So let's speed time up. Speed it up. All right, it was pretty spicy. All right, and then we'll go there. We're dropping in. And zoom out. Get a nice little reference point. All right, slow down. There we go. We're at a pretty good angle. Yeah, maybe we'll tilt it over a little. All right, maybe. Oop, oh, there we go. It should be appropriate. Yeah, we're good. Getting through the spicy part of the atmosphere. And now it's slowing us down enough. And we're good. Looks like we're getting close to the first parachute stage. Probably around 8,000 feet. I mean, meters. There we go, 9,000. Look at this. I've definitely figured everything out that you can possibly figure out. So we've got that down. Maybe I can pull off an orbit by myself. It's going to be tricky, but I'm going to try it. Professional space program going over here. Yes. Maybe a little bit too professional. Yeah, I'm sure. It's like, wait, you did what in Kerbal Space Program? Oh, shit. All right, we got our big boy parachute. We are slowing down our descent. Let's speed things up. Since we're going slow, let's speed things up. And then just before we boop. I do think we're going super duper slow because this is kind of set up for that little hopper solid state motor to be on it. And splash a rash. Boop. Kerplunk. Good job, everybody. Now, can he do... I just want an interior overlay. Oh, that's fun. I don't know what that means. All right. And we will recover the vessel. Amounts of feet. Each person only has 2 for bigger measurements. Yeah, that's why I prefer cubits. You know, just the distance from my personal forearm to the end of my arm. Cool mod that makes the entire solar system in Kerbal true to life. Distances are correct, and that's fun. Planets are real planets. All right, so we got a lot of science from that goo. I wasn't sure if we would get too much because we've already tested the goo, but I guess since we were we did it in the upper atmosphere. All right, and then suborbital. But we're still getting some pretty good stuff. Yeah. Cool. All right, next. We recovered everything, so this is good. He still hasn't... He's probably just shy of his first point now. Or he's getting bored with his life. All right, let's go back into mission control. So we've officially finished 4 things. One of them was a 2-star, so I'm very, very happy about that. And we got to see what we want to do there. All right, let's go back out to this. All right, I'm going to take a real quick break. I'm just running to the bathroom. I will be right back. Most of you guys know the deal. My chair's name's Gordon. Feel free to ask Gordon any low-tier life advice questions. When I come back, Gordon will answer through me. I'm going to roll some ads so the pre-rolls turn off for a half hour. And I will be right back.
We can be heroes just for one day.
Bum, bum. Well, if inflation gets crazy enough, we can all be billionaires. Bum bum. Bum bum. Alright, just reading through. Gordon, would you trust Jason? Enter in one of his rockets. Gordon says yes, 100%. He's had to hold my ass up enough that he does pretty much trust me in most respects. I think it's because I do avoid farting directly into him. He's learned, you know, that you can build a lot of trust that way. All right, so let's go back in. I think we just go for orbit. I mean, we just got out of the atmosphere. This is going to be a mess because I'm not going to have the game to hold my hand. So I don't really know the angles that we're supposed to be at. So we're going to try. I'm going to have to remember to switch over to the map mode and then see what's what. All right. Let's go to mission control, see what missions. All right, orbit Kerbin. That's probably what we want to do. It is a tier 3. So let's, what are these easier ones? Observation. So where is this? Need to test our newly acquired capabilities with a focused survey of Kerbin. Go to the designated test site, gather some observational reports. Prestige trivial. Duration 5 years. What? Alright. Construction toys. We're not afraid to try new things. As a result, we sometimes... Lyra, thank you for the Goji. That is my fun way of saying eat these delicious dried berries. They're allegedly 5 superfruits. I'm pretty sure that's a meaningless term. They're kind of they're craisins with a top hat on. So thank you very much, Lyra. They are delicious. I do enjoy them. All right, so conduct a survey. I don't know how to find these spots though. All right, as a result, we sometimes find ourselves in a situation needing outside help to solve a problem. Some Kerbals say that every place on Kerbin looks exactly the same. We disagree, but we need someone else to prove them wrong. Here's what we want you to do. All right. They're very tasty. Alright, we don't want to fail. Failing would be bad. So before we do that, let's go back out. Now, how do I find... I guess maybe if we go to the tracking station. Alright, got it. I just want to know, are these all these places they want me to go to? Alright, this is... Shelvin's Dream. That is area BWD. I mean, I guess I could do some of these while in orbit, I suppose. I don't really know how this works. Accepting the mission. Zone 6M. That is the Legend. That's an airfield. That's where we are. Let's check out this. Or is this where we are? Oh, that's the Woomerang. Desert launch site. Alright, so I don't even know how to... One of them that it wants us to fly over is Something's Envy. That's a Dream. There we go. So it's just flying over there. So I guess it's relatively easy if I just skew in that direction. Worried about your adulting today. It's responsible to do research to choose between 3 techs and say which one would work better. So I will be making a presentation today to all the managers of the company. Just say that none would work. And just say that none would work. I bet they will not be happy. Yeah, but... probably more happy than you recommending something that just won't work. Bum bum. Alright, so we could take a peek down there. Go down to Envy. This is where we launch from. But I don't know if I can purposefully... I don't even know how to officially observe something. I think you have good judgment, Lyra. Exactly. Mm-hmm. And I imagine if you recommend something, they'll have to invest in it. So, and then if it fails, that's lost money. Yes, in that case, a lot of things won't work if they're just unreasonable. Aha! Alright, let's take a look at these. So this is for... designed contract. Conduct a focused observation survey of Kerb. Oh, okay. So this is just Kerb in general, or is it? No, this is the one that we want to do. So we'll take this, and then maybe I'll use the ship that I have. I just don't know. We need to test our newly acquired capabilities with a focused survey of Kerbin. Go to the designated test site and gather some observation reports. Oh, so do we not need to actually launch from there? I am confused. Alright, let me see something. Administration building. I don't know how to go to somewhere else, so let's go to the tracking station and I'll just start clicking on stuff. So if I click on this, absolutely nothing happens. So I don't know how to survey something. Or at least I don't know how to have the game consider me having surveyed something. Mission control, launch pad, flagpole, astronaut complex. Can we do anything in the complex? We can just hire new people. We got room for one more. But I guess we don't want to, Courage and stupidity. They have 2 markers. I like that. They're rated on their courage and their stupidity. So let's check on Bob. Oh, you can't do anything else in here? Alright. See, he got an experience point, but I guess he doesn't have enough to use anything. Research not to expend money on the wrong thing. So I guess the goal is... Yeah. I mean, if they said which one of these will work best and none of them work, then none of them work best. Without also providing a solution. Yeah. I agree with you there, Dark. Oh, and thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. You are my 1,966th follower, so we're only 34 away from the insanely stupid plan I have for 2,000. They also limited the amount of hours I had to do. Oh, okay. So it seems like your recommendation seems, as long as, assuming they're reasonable, seems like your recommendation of none of them will work is the best thing you can do. Alright, research and development. So, I don't know how to conduct you know what? We're going to Google a little bit. I don't know what it means by conduct. Like, do I need a specific thing on the ship? Does he just have to look out the window, oriented from the right space? Alright, Kerbal. Alright, looks like a lot of other people have Googled this because it came up immediately. Focused observation survey. Can't seem to get the right altitude at the right time to complete these. Generally advised to avoid these in the early game unless required is under 10 kilometers, which is practical limit for early jets. Well, that's not true. Oh, so you need like a jet, and then maybe you have to have a camera. Early jets. Do you have the planes? Okay, so you can't do that until you're in a plane, so that's fine. Sometimes they wake up in a bad mood. I don't know what that's like. Alright, so we apparently need to do these in jets, but I don't think we have the parts for them. Alright, let's try the space plane hanger. Do we just have any space planes laying around? We do not. I mean, technically I got some fins. Maybe I can make a little space plane. I do not trust myself to make a space plane, so let's just do something else. We're gonna go for orbit. I think I already took that mission. So we'll go for orbit, and I think there might have been one or two other missions we could take. So we'll attempt an orbit. We may fail this, which would be a bummer. But we'll get a lot if we don't fail. So pretty spicy. Alright, what are objectives? Fly the vessel up and out of the atmosphere and accelerate parallel with the surface until you are in a stable orbit. Alright, so we gotta get into a stable orbit. It doesn't say anything about surviving. Is the thing people do after something called sleep. Not sure how it works. We've all heard rumors of this sleep thing. Someday we might try it out ourselves. Alright, we'll go for the orbit. Anything else? Decoupler into orbit, so we're going to take that one. Yeah. So we'll take this mission, and then we'll also do that. Oh, do I have 2 active missions already? Test the Mark 16 parachute in flight over Kerbin. But we already used that. Very strange. Well, at least we have a very long time. Test the mark. Yeah. Weird. Let me read this. To perform this test, activate this part through the staging sequence when all test conditions are met. Trivial accepted deadlines. We want you to test in flight over Kerbin. My only thought is, I triggered the stage when I was out of the atmosphere. Maybe that doesn't count towards this. So we'll wait. Oh, there we go. Incomplete. Kerbin, incomplete flying. Alright, so I think the issue was I triggered the stage, so I have to wait until I'm below 10,000 meters, and then we'll pop it off. Alright, that's pretty straightforward. So let's go back into here. Alright, let's, I guess we'll start from scratch. Pop that in there. We need a parachute. That's pretty standard, for now at least. Parachute in there. So this, if we're trying to orbit, I gotta remember the ship we built. So I think we want this maxed out, because this is gonna be heavier than before. So we'll do that. Alright, what engines do we have? So we need to use this. What kind of fuel? We might not have the appropriate fuel tanks. So I might have to bop over into research, see if we can squeak something else out. Alright, and then we only have... Although we could do the solid boosters on the outside. And then we do have decouplers. So let's do a decoupler. No, that's a payload. Decoupler underneath here. Although we're definitely missing stuff. This is gonna go bad. I don't think this is gonna go well. Alright, electric. We don't have any electric, so we don't really have access. I think I may have bitten off more than I could chew, but we'll try to figure this out. You know what? Maybe we'll do... We're gonna need some thrust when we're in... Alright, let's try this, but we can't control... Oosh. Solid fuel. We can't shut it off. Sorry as I work through this. Alright, we're okay with the weight, so we don't need the decoupler on this first stage. So we'll pop that back over to there. We got the swivel. That's the hammer. That's the flea. I don't think I have everything I need to do a proper orbit, but we'll just burn. Music works. It does. It is perfect thinking music. Alright. This is gonna be a mess. Some of you may want to look away. maybe we'll do one there, and then we'll do one of these here. All right, and then we'll go do another decoupler right there. Now our main issue might be that this is really expensive. So that, this motor here and this fuel, which might not be enough, because we're lacking the one that I was looking for. That will hopefully be how we get out of orbit? I don't know. Things are gonna go wrong. This is when things go poorly. Alright, so let's put our little science pods, and then we will make them symmetrical and snap. I like to put them on these little white areas, because it's easy to see the difference. Alright, so we got that science. We only need to bring a decoupler into orbit and get into orbit. There, we got the parachute on, so now let's just try to... this is... yeesh. We'll go for the hammer, and then we'll go nuts on it. Put that there. We'll grab these decouplers, these side ones. We only want 2 of them. Once again, I am trying to just replicate what we did in the tutorial. Are those low enough? Let's put them a little bit lower. Now, I'll try to line them up with that up there. The little goo pods. Looks similar to tutorial. Yeah, the only thing we're missing is a stage in here. There was that engine that was had those tiny little thrusters. So that may cause us some issues. So no Apollo 13 at the moment. Hopefully not. Because I don't know how I'm going to make a... was it a square peg into a round hole, or is it the opposite? I forget what the filter from the other module was that they had to convert. Okay, and now I guess we could put these bad boys. This feels like it's gonna be a shit show. We'll keep these a little high. All right, that's fine. This is definitely wrong. So don't do this at home. That would be my one bit of advice. You know what? We'll keep those. I've changed my mind a little bit. Grab those, get rid of that. Grab this, pop that over there. Decouplers are also gone. So we're gonna switch things up. Let's go into the fuel tanks. I don't have any bigger fuel tanks. We're gonna put a whole bunch of these on the bottom. More power. Alt, click. I'm gonna put 5 of these, because that seemed to be correct for some other application. I'm sure it'll work here too. Pop that down there. Go into the couplers, pop this in here. Exactly the same thing in your living room. And right there. And now we'll use the solid state. These big boys. Pop them there. I mean, I could just learn how to look at the numbers and keep us from dying that way. So those are a little off kilter. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Come on, you can do it. Alright, trying to find an orientation that the game agrees with. Right there. Now are they centered on those decouplers? They are. Alright, that's good. End up on Mars, I call it a... yes. I'm willing to say if we do land on Mars, I will call it a success. Alright, let's bring these down a little bit. They are a little too high. Alright, right there, we got decouplers. Alright, I've already noticed a problem in that I forgot a decoupler in here. Yeesh. So we gotta blow that off. Alright, damn it. Can I move this over to here, just for now? Okay, you can, cool. You used to not be able to do that. Keep in mind, my point of reference is an extremely long time ago. And then we grab this whole deal, pop that there, so now we can pop that off. 1 stage, 2 stage. Let's also make sure, so that is that. We want this. Yeah, we'll drag that down. So these all 3 of these will fire at once. Do we have any nose cones? I do. So those will pop on top of those. This is looking very professional. almost like I have a vague clue of what I'm doing. What am I forgetting? So we've got place for dude. We've got science. They're symmetrical. I've got engines built onto this. I've already set the parachute.
I mentioned this, but I am a master.
Aerospace engineer, once again. I've adjusted the parachute for the extra weight of this. There's a motor underneath here. That is how we're going to do... I don't think it's going to be enough. But that is hypothetically what I'm going to use to stabilize our orbit and to deorbit, but I don't think that's going to work. Stabilizing fins, thank you, Cut. Thank you. So we'll go for the regular fins. We don't need to be too spicy. And then we'll pop these in. Alright, I accidentally clicked incorrectly. So we'll do... Why are they not doing 4 pieces? Am I going crazy? 2, 3. Do I not have the technology of 4? There we go. And right in there. Should be perfect. Everything should be fine. Nothing bad is ever going to happen. And there we go. We've made another penis rocket. It's just lacking this. It's going to be a problem. All right, let's... what do we want to name this? All right, give them crossed fingers. We will save this bad boy in case it's the best thing I've ever made. So the other issue I'm going to have is actually having a proper inclination as we're thrusting. We may just burn up. We may disintegrate here. But we'll try for the best. Hopefully poor Jebediah makes it through. Let's launch this. It'd be funny if it just topples over. Just... So just a reminder, we're going to start tomorrow's stream early with some PC building, because I'm going to change out the case on the gaming computer. And then we're going to play Skyrim, assuming I don't break my computer. Set the angle correctly. Well, I'm going to have him set on SAS. We don't really have... Yeah, it's a very dumb ship in its current state. This is... He might just die immediately. The G-forces might kill him. All right, we're going to try our best, and then we're going to go back to the drawing board. All right, everyone say your goodbyes. It looks like we got... Yeah, everything's pretty good. And... boom. Alright, so let's scoot things over a little. We don't want to go straight up. Alright, I have very little maneuverability. We'll wait until the stages... Alright, I can't help but notice that the main engine didn't pop off. And that it didn't turn on. Alright, I don't know. Yep, I've made some mistakes. Oh, that's why. They're liquid. I gotta throttle up. Damn it. Alright. So we're not getting into orbit. This is operator. No, it was my staging was fine, but I never throttled up.
I've got myself in a fine predicament.
But honestly, we're fine. Because now we'll just wait. And so we're set for the parachute. All right, so not a total disaster. We're not a successful mission, but not a disaster. Yeah, the staging was okay. I forgot for the liquid, you have to actually, to make the car move, you have to apply a little bit of weight to the gas pedal. And I neglected to do that. All right, while we're in here, we might as well take a peek. So we're going to get up to 44. Well, that's nice. Saves us some time. All right, so it was a good practice run. You have to wait to redo. I just want, because I can still get something out of this. We're going to be wasting money, but I can at least do some science. If we just redid it, then we'd lose this. Yeah, we're getting 2 science. That's worth it. Let's do this one. All right, so we're getting 4 science for that. That might be enough to get the pieces that I wanted to put on this. And look at Jebediah. He is having a lovely time. So this was a successful failure. We failed the main mission, but we didn't. Little Jeb isn't going to die. Are we falling? All right, we are falling, so let's just speed up time. Let's fall faster. Mm-hmm. Bum, 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 biddly-doo. Kermits look deranged. That's just their default look. Okay. Now there, I'm not quite sure what happened. I guess the ship was too heavy. Oh no. Okay, 2. We got 2 dead. Vessel destroyed. Cannot autosave. What was that about him? I mean, everything went fine. All right. I don't know. So, revert to launch. 6 minutes. Revert vehicle assembly. Tracking station. I guess we'll revert. I'm a little confused why the parachute didn't even try. Maybe I did set the settings wrong. So that was it. Yeah. That was our problem right there. This should have been at 2. So I set that up for a very different re-entry model. So that's why it never triggered. So the first stage of the parachute. All right, we figured out two important lessons there. So let's go back up. We had the parachute. I'm misremembering the circumstances from the tutorial. I was thinking of there was an in-between rocket where we were just trying to get into the atmosphere and we kept a lot of stuff on us. So okay. Anywho, let's get back out there. Now we've adjusted our parachute, and no one remembers anything that happened there. So he is still looking pretty stoked. We did revert. We went back in time. Now this time I'm going to remember 1, throttle up. 2, don't explode this time. At least Jeb is happy. Eulogy for the dead. Actually, I have to write 2 eulogies. One was redeemed earlier. We'll have one for the Lady Kerbal. Lesson 1, never put Jason in charge of a rocket program. Number 2, refer to lesson 1. I think that would be advisable. All right, and let's save this bad boy. Actually, no, save it. Mark 2. Make sure we do this justice. And, all right. Let's try to launch this again. All right. Step 1. Good quoting, Lyra. All right, step 1, throttle all the way up. Step 2, put on the SAS. All right. So let's see how this goes. This might be, now this could backfire in a different direction in that now all the motors are going to be firing when they should. It might be too much. So you know what? I think what I want to do, instead of all the way up, let's scoot this down to 2/3. I think I'm mixing up different parts of the tutorial, but this is a good way to learn. I'll never forget once I make the horrible mistakes in this this version of things. And here we go. All right, we're looking pretty good. I'm just trying to get a 70. I think I really want to go over to, so we'll go up. Yep, no, ooh, calm down, calm down, calm down. There we go. We gotta get at a little bit of an angle. All right, we're almost done with that first stage. Up, up, drop them. Second stage is still going. All right, just trying to maintain that 70% inclination. Still got a lot of fuel on that bad boy. I probably should switch over to the map, but I'm scared to. And we're almost out. How fast are we going? All right, looking pretty good. I mean, we're definitely going to get out of the atmosphere. And then we drop that stage. And then this next one, yeah, we're just going to freely do our thing here. Scoot around. So where are we going to go? So we're going to get to 107. That is good. But we do need to, change some stuff. And I have the most basic SAS, which isn't going to be the super duper helpful. So which way do we need to go? All right, we're scooting that way. Now we need to elongate this, which I'm not going to do well. Because I don't know how hard to push things. I know you can do controls from that way. So let's change our little inclination. Oh, I guess, what is this? That's the opposite of what we want to do. I think I want to go for this one. All right, let's do the next stage. Please don't die. All right, we're just trying to... This seems wrong. Seems very wrong. Let's check this out. So we are out of fuel. Okay, definitely not enough. We might die. Yeah, they may be... No, they're going to come back down to Earth. Okay, so I just didn't have nearly enough. But we're okay. Let's go back in. If you go to the east right at launch, it takes less rocket fuel. Since you're using the rotation of the planet to boot, that does make a lot of sense. That does make a lot of sense. I did feel like I was just... So I probably should have looked. I also got to learn. I don't know what most of the things on this mean. So that's causing some issues. Alright, but we're just having a nice little float. Enjoying ourselves. No, that's the appropriate level of backseating, Unicorn Man, so do not worry. Yeah, without the little pink marker that the tutorial gives you, I'm a hair clueless at this stage of things, but you know, every failure is a learning. We've been given a bit of a learning. I do love the space music. Okay, we are back in gravity's grasp. Now the key here is to see if, alright, we are back into the atmosphere. And then we'll still do speedy. So we'll see if the, parachute, oops, shit. Fuck. Oh, God. Okay, this is a bad thing. No, we're okay. It doesn't seem like we're burning up. We're fine. Okay. I didn't need to panic. I don't think. He's not on fire. It's pretty good. Waiting for that parachute. Really waiting on that parachute. We're slowing down. Yeah, we're not going to slow down enough. Okay, we're just going to crash into the ground now. Okay, I'm learning. This is a very important... Poor little guy. Alright, let's time travel back. He's very dead. Made me sad for him, but now he's not dead at all. Well, there you go. We've got a eulogy in place. We're already eulogizing him. Alright, so we're coming in way too hot there. I think my angle, I should have belly flopped a little bit. I should have pretended I was Starship and belly flopped because we were coming in real hot. It was too much for the parachute to risk dispersing itself. All right, so let's go back to assembly. What do we want to do? Maybe here's an idea. All right, I got another idea. Is abandon this for now. Learning kill Kerbal's very expensive manner. It's fine. I learn best from making horrible, horrible mistakes at other people's expenses. It's just the best way to do it for me. So we do have 36. So maybe I can, let's go into here, general rocketry. So this is that's another fuel tank. That's a solid thumper. So I don't know aviation, but I want to see what this is. So there's a component that I'm lacking. Service bay is not it. We already have that. Go into here. What do we got in there? No, I guess, do we not have access to like electrical stuff? That is not a very good way, but I like it. Hey, it works for video games. I wouldn't use it if I was actually running NASA, but in a video game, it's my favorite way to learn. Yeah, we've got tool eulogies already. That Jebediah had a family. It's fine. We have time travel. Technically, I'm still on day 1. We're only 31 minutes into day 1, so everything's fine. We're actually going at an insane pace. All right, let me go. General construction. So I'm looking for a specific... When do we get access to, like, electrical components? All right, stability. I guess that's something we can work on. I think I'm biting off more than I can chew by trying to get into orbit. Service bay. That's, once again, not what we're looking for. We already have this, which just gives us the fins and the extra decouplers. Yeah, my problem is... Reliant liquid fuel engine. I don't even... Basically, there was an engine from the tutorial that I just don't seem to be anywhere near gaining access to. Alright, so we can do this. This is marked survivability. Do we have a more powerful parachute? Maybe I could just launch a whole bunch of parachutes. Radial mount parachute, radial drogue parachute. I don't think that's going to change too much. Alright, we could switch over to space planes. That could be a thing we do. Micro landing strut. There we go. Landing struts. Maybe if I'm not going 300 meters per second, that would be helpful. Heat shields. Alright, let's keep it simple. I guess the real problem is my inability. Things are too heavy, so I'm burning through all my fuel immediately once we get up to me trying to fix up my orbit real nice. Fuel tank, fuel tank. No. And then what is this? Propulsion systems. Baguette. A little bit of French bread. Rocket engine. 1 has a longer lasting solid state. Yeah, I guess we could go solid state for it. I'm trying to see. Aerodynamics, landing, advanced flight control, inline stabilizer. That's not what we're looking for, but it seems that this is... Okay, so this was it. I think it was actually this one. So we were able to attach this. Or do we just attach this to a fuel tank? Alright, let's go for flight control. Inline reaction wheel. Re-entry module. That takes 45, so we don't have. Okay, so there's just some stuff that I don't have yet. So I think it's a hell of a lot more efficient to make use of these little doodads. The little thrusters. We'll try it out. We'll keep going. We are going backwards in time. I don't know if it's... No, my money's still good. So it's not touching my money. So we keep reverting. All right, let's go into here. We're going to change a lot. So let's take... So we're getting up. Getting out of the atmosphere isn't the problem. So we're going to call the lower stage a complete victory. And we're just going to pop that over there. And then I don't even remember what's going on in here. So let's scoot in. All right, let's take this off. Put that there. So what is this? Is this just a fuel tank? Oh no, it's just got the fairings covering it over. All right, and then we got that in there. All right, let's get rid of all this. We'll ditch all of this early stuff. We'll put a decoupler there so that this is as light as possible when we're coming back down. So we'll just jettison everything. And then maybe that'll do something good. All right, so there's that. Now we'll put a tiny... We could do this baby one that we used when this was just a hopper. I don't think this is even close to appropriate for what I want to use it for. But it's the best thing I can think of right now. And then we'll go into the coupling. We'll pop this on there. So this will get us into orbit. I just don't think this is going to be enough to... I mean, this will get us out of the atmosphere. This will get us... I don't know if it's going to be enough to do that. Thermometer would help this time. Okay, I was only waiting on the thermometer until I had a mission for it. But that is a good point. Let's pop this one. Zoom. And we will do 2 of them just for fun. Right there. So now we have dual thermometers. Our Kerbals don't need to go in and out, so we can block it with the thermometer. That's perfectly fine. Alright, we already got that there. I doubt this is going to be... This will teach me. I'll learn from this, but I don't think it's going to... So we'll definitely get out of the atmosphere. And then I'm hoping that this upper stage is enough to get us into a circular orbit. I suspect it won't be, but we'll try. Trial and error is the way to go. It may not be the best way to go, but it's... Otherwise, we're not playing a video game. We're reading a step-by-step how-to. Remember to make the right turn at Alba. You keep reminding me, and I keep forgetting it. All right, so just to review, we've got science. We've got 2 different things for sciences. We've got some fins, cuz. All right. I didn't unlock anything else, so let's make Mark 3. Please don't die, please don't die, please don't die. Save, and let's go get it. Now, my favorite thing to do for streams like this, when I learn everything that I need to learn, and then after the stream, I'll binge YouTube tutorials. I'll kind of semi-solidify. The beginning of the next Kerbal stream, there will be disaster, but then I'll figure out how to properly apply the new knowledge, and then we'll be good. We'll be good. I'm just really hoping I don't smash into the ground again. But we should be fine, because I'm going to jettison everything. Please don't die would be a good name for the next rocket. Very appropriate. Once again, let's throttle this. We'll do 60%. Yeah, we don't need a full 100%, so we'll do 66. And, all right, are all the stages where I want them to be? They seem nicely separated. All right, those are those. Oh, there's a problem for you. All right, so that would jettison both of those things at the same time, so we definitely don't want that. Let's open that up. I want those down there instead. Okay, so all 3 are going to go off. Then we'll lose these outer 2 because this one's still probably going to be burning. And then we jettison that. Hopefully at that point we're pretty high up, and then all I got to do is burn. We got to leave some fuel behind to deorbit, and then maybe the parachute works. All right, and we got that other decoupler. All right, we're learning, and I'm pretty sure I'm missing an important part for the actual circularizing of our orbit, but let's just go. If you're not into killing Kerbals, you're really playing the game. Exactly. SAS, thank you so much. There we go. Boop. This is why mission control isn't just one guy. You know, you gotta have a whole crew of people. All right, also, so which way, I think we want to go, yeah, if we go in that direction, we're rotating, which is bad. I don't want to be rotating. Oh God, oh my God. All right, I'm trying to incline a little east. Maybe we want to do a little bit more. Building up that sideways velocity. Alright, we are almost done with that stage. Dropping it, and now we're just going to let momentum. Those boosters were very hot. Very, very hot. Let's check on the old Maparoni. Alright, so we're going to get out. So we're definitely going to get a lot of height. I'm going to let things coast. And then I think once I get very close to here, then I'll try to burn. But I'm also not going to be a very good... That's what I got to learn, the appropriate angles for these different burns. So let's go back into here. And we'll scoot the ship like so. Also, since we don't have the smarter SAS, if I had the other things and I could just have it lock on to the appropriate directions, I'd be much, much happier. So where do I want to wait for? We're going to go... So I guess... Maybe I'll start the burn... I don't know. About 120? Give myself some room? That might be stupid, but that's what I'm going to do. And we're going to throttle this, maximize the throttling. Do that. I don't even know how long this stage is going to last. We are almost there based on, you know, nothing. And let's punch it. All right. Check the map. Oh, shit. Okay. All right. Hold on a second. Pause. All right. It's kind of working. I think it might be a little too much. I might ease off on the throttle. Isn't good in space. It's better to use liquid. Yeah, but we used liquid last time. The problem is...
Oh, I'm sorry. You appear to be having fun.
The problem is I don't have a lot of options. So the last one I used liquid. I guess I could do the liquid when we hit space, but I'll just need more... Give it more fuel. I guess I only gave it one of the tinier fuel things. All right, so let's go back out. We're going to throttle down a bit. But we are... Alright, how to do this, because this is very time sensitive. So there. Let's pull down. Less, damn it. Okay, we're all out. We can't do anything. We got closer to making it a circle, but you are right. Oh, that's right. I forgot. You can't. It is a solid booster. All right, so many things to keep in my poor little mind. Well, hey, this is still much better than last time. All right, so let's go back over to here. Boom. I guess we can just ditch this. No reason not to. Bum 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 bum. So we are eventually going to come back down. I don't know at what speed we're going to be coming back down, but we'll find that out. Let's also switch this to the land, in case we land over land. Don't want that whole situation to happen again. Let's just stage... So I've staged the parachute, so that I don't have to remember that. How's it going, Ice Tempest? The music is very nice, and I like that it has different music depending on... where you are in relation to the atmosphere. All right, so we're going to land somewhere over there. It's going to be dark and scary, but that's fine. Expensive flight to Asia. Hopefully we, it's a return flight. All right, back into here. Let's speed things up significantly. All right, and then as slow as possible. We're going to check our orientation. Just going to scoot like that. All right, I do have it set, so now it's based on where the ground is underneath us. And hopefully we don't die. We should be fine. We're very, very light. That's to be expected. I think we're at a decent inclination. All right, we do seem a little on fire. Yeah, we're very burny. We're burning a bit. That's an issue. And okay. All right, part of our underneath exploded. Okay, that seems more important. Our little dude, he's looking fine. All right, he might actually. I forgot to do science. Let's do the science real quick. All right, when we're 800,000 degrees, what does the science look like? Let's zoom in to our thermometers. I think my thermometers exploded. That's what happened there. All right, observe the mystery goo. Getting very little science from this. All right, first stage of the parachute is out. And we're at about 8,000, so he's going to survive. I think those were the thermometers exploding. Yeah. I think that's what happened. Our thermometers went boom, boom. So I think he's gonna... Yeah, we've slowed down pretty well. All right, let's get a little bit of... Is there any light anywhere? We are deep, deep on the night side of the planet. So let's speed things up a little bit. All right, going 4 times fast. All right, the full thing is unfurled. We have slowed down. Okay. Is that the sea? It is the sea. Okay, so we're over the ocean again. I don't know where. So he is a little concerned. It registered 30,000 before kaboom. Now, if only I had sent that back down. All right, let's speed things up. All right, better than the last one. So I'm picking up lessons as we go. My main difficulty is the part that I actually need. I don't have. All right, we got some science done. I don't think that counted for any of my missions at all. We wasted a lot of money, but we've been making money.
Nice.
We've like doubled our money, so not horrible. We've got we earned 1.8 science from that, all the way up to 37. Dying is bad, I hear. I can be, can be a negative. All right, so we did recover some stuff. Got those mystery goo containers. He's still not enough XP for a whole point. And let's get back in here. We are recommitting. All right, so the lower stage is not an issue. We are having a great time with that lower stage. Nothing to change there. So this upper stage, we're going to ditch this whole thing. We're going to keep that decoupler. So now this time, let's try, we're going to go liquid. Go liquid, and then let's do 3 of these. So this is specifically for orbital maneuvers. Do we have a tiny engine? We only have the 1 engine. I feel like this is a super duper overkill. So the main thing that I'm gonna do off stream before my next Kerbal stream is really learn how to absorb all of this information up here. Once those numbers mean something to me, I'll be able to make decisions other than, I'll be able to use the numbers instead of everything being just trial and error. All right, so let's pop one of these bad boys on there. Okay, so now this is our getting in and out of orbit stage. High ASL is good. Okay, cool. All right, and then let's put a decoupler down there, and then we'll bop this guy back onto there. All right, now this has been a great success in that it gets us out of the atmosphere. The problem has been stage 2. That's been the real problem. It's getting very long. It's becoming a very long boy. All right, let's make this Mark IV. And we'll save it. So, yeah, I guess that's as good as we get. Although the re-entry is clearly very fiery. Looking good. Was longer? Yeah. Well, the thing is, in the tutorial rocket, we had something that I don't have access to. I would need solar panels, a special tank area that's a little bit smart, with extra maneuverability. That's why I had more options for the SAS controls. And then there was another thing that I don't have yet. Oh, the little nozzles, the thrusters themselves. Think that'll do it? Okay. The only thing I'm worried about is I honestly don't really understand what the right angle would be once we're at height, the right angle for to circularize our orbit. I'm gonna just kind of try to redo what I did last time, and then we'll see what happens. All right, let's go out there. Mark IV. This is the one. This is the one. Bum, 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 bum. All right, so once again, SAS is on. Do you want to throttle all the way up? No, I like
Sleep, yes, it's time to slumber.
All right, Loscroc, you have a good snooze, and thank you again for triggering that infinite Jason. Always appreciated. All right, we'll go for 66% again. Let's make sure all of our stages are appropriate, so the 3 engines at the bottom are doing what they're supposed to do. So that is good. I got to make sure that goes 70 degrees to the east, so we're at least starting there. I think there's also another point where I should make it a little bit steeper. It might be easier to get into a circular orbit. 69% thrust. That could get dangerous. All right, and then that's looking good. Not too much to double check here. Just gonna hope for the best. Another thing, actually, you know what? No, let's go back. Let's go back to the, I guess back to the space station. I want to rotate. I forgot to rotate it. They did tell you in the tutorial, rotate it 90 degrees, and then it'll be easier to have that eastern inclination. All right. The problem is, don't remember how to rotate the whole thing. Maybe I just give up on the rotating. It's definitely not those. Trying to think, what buttons did it have me hit? All right, let's give up and let's just launch it. We'll deal with it. Everything's fine. Clear, abort the launch. Oh, let's go back out to the landing pad. Just kidding. Just kidding. Launch, leave. Back out to there. Astronaut, reset, mission flag, what? Launch vessel. Go to crossed fingers. Yes, there we go. All right, make sure we throttle up a little bit. I want to see 420 thrust. Stage is correct in the new config. I'm pretty sure. So we got, yeah, bottom motors, everything fires at once. Oh, no. They are not correct. All right. Good call, cut. So we want these down into there. All right. So that was almost another disaster. I mean, we might have still been able to get to orbit, but it would have been, eesh. All right. Let's go. Go. Gotta go. SAS is on. We'll put the throttle up to there. That should be good all around. Honestly, the less throttle, the more time I have to fix horrible mistakes. Right, let's go. 3, 2, 5. All right, and we're scooting to the east. And we're scooting And we're scooting. Yeah, I definitely want to rotate the whole ship so that this is like that. There we go. That should be a little easier to maintain. We're almost done. Drop those. This is still good. So since we're almost guaranteed, I'm gonna keep on pushing it. Try to circularize things now instead of later. So I'm trying to get in on that little hash mark based on relatively no knowledge. Alright, dropping that. Now we're gonna coast. We're gonna coast. Let's take a peek. Alright, so we're just barely... Alright, what do we want to do here? I might be able to just squeak it out. I mean, we're going to get out of the atmosphere. I don't think this is enough. Let's do a smidge, and then we'll throttle down. So we're going to go for a few seconds, and then throttle down immediately. This might be a mistake. Alright, now where are we at? That got us a little bit higher. You know what? We can do... We could just go for it now. I probably want to get... Yeah. Let's... I'm going to hold off. Now... Goose things a little bit. Actually seems to be kind of working. I don't know if I have enough fuel to do this. Let's zoom out. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be enough. But it's going to be much closer than the other tries. They're in space. Oh, so close. Oh, no. I mean, not close, but sort of close. All right, one more fuel tank. And then go sideways. Okay, I was trying to do a hybrid maneuver based on pure guesses. More efficient at the... Okay, so yeah, so I was wasting fuel there. All right, let's go back. You know what? Let's revert just to the beginning of the flight. All right, to launch. So we'll try it again. This time I'll hold off. Also, I started that second burn still in the atmosphere, so it was really, really wasteful. All right, and then we will also do that. Bring those down to there. That's looking good. We'll also do... Maybe we'll just do 100% burns. No, I'll give myself some wiggle room. I don't... It doesn't really work that way, but... I was just guessing based on gravity having less of it. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. I bet NASA had these same issues. They probably solved a lot of them on paper first, though. Hopefully. A few of them. Or, hey, if they had Kerbal Space Program, no need for paper. All right, we're good. Let's hope for the best. All right, now we're going to rotate, which I keep forgetting. Oh, stop rotating. There we go. There we go. And then scooch. Scooch to the east. All right, scooching. Lots of scooching. So far, so good. Based on nothing. And we're just going to keep on going up. Alright, that seems pretty reasonable. It's probably a little bit too steep of an angle. And now we're just gonna check our little map. So, basically exactly like the last one. But as you guys said, I'm gonna wait for it. We're gonna be patient this time. So where do I want to go? I guess if we're going to max out at 72, I really want to kick things in gear. I don't know, maybe 65. I'll start thinking about hitting things at 65. We also, I need to leave a little bit in the tank for the deorbit. Otherwise, they're just going to be spinning in circles permanently. All right, so at 65, let's change the old inclination here. I'm guessing, I don't really know what degree we should be doing here. I'm going for like 20. It seems a little aggressive, but I don't know. I don't know any better. And I'm going to keep it that way for quite a while. 20-ish. Okay, cool. And we're getting close. I'm going to push this as much as I can. Well, maybe we'll go for 69. Yeah. Nice. All right, check the old macaroni. It's definitely, I don't know if we're going to do it, but we're close. It's a little bit better than last time. All right, we got about 20% fuel left. Keep in mind, I'm not going to have any fuel for the return. All right, so a hair better. A hair better, still not amazing. All right, let's go back. So we will go, let's revert flight, and then we'll go back to the vehicle assembly. All right, so the main thing I'm going to change, I'm going to take that off, and then I'm going to take that off, and then we're going to put some extra, is the decoupler still on here? Yeah, it is. All right, so we're going to do 2 more fuel tanks. It's probably not enough. Think you needed a steeper angle. Yeah, that might be the way to go. But I enjoy noodling around. This is what I love about this game. Engines, we want more fuel. So the problem is this is the only liquid fuel tank I have access to. So that's kind of holding us up a bit. Let's pop that on there. And then we'll do another one. So we're doing 5 for this stage. And then we'll grab this, pop that back on, and then underneath, I think there's a rocket under here. Hold on a second, I should make sure there's a rocket involved. All right, there we go. So there's that rocket, and then that's that, and then this does a thing. I feel like, let's hover over things. So that's up there, that busts off. We got that engine down there with 5 fuel containers up here. When in doubt, add more fuel. Let's add that in. We'll drop those into there so the stages are fixed up. Your recommended, no, you know, I think seems pretty good recommendations. Suck at this game, but my solution is always more engines. Currently, we're going more fuel, but obviously that can have some issues in that it adds more weight. All right, so this, I think this might do it. My only concern now is that I added 2 more fuel tanks for the upper stage. My only concern there is it's not going to be enough to deorbit, but honestly, our mission is to orbit, not to deorbit. How you doing, Cheese, by the way? I hope all is going well. So just a reminder, tomorrow I have some work to do on my PC. So tomorrow is going to start a little early, and it's going to be me putting my gaming computer in a different case, changing a whole bunch of coolers. So we're going to have a nice hands-on stream, and then we're going to go into Skyrim, assuming I don't break my computer. Need to drive to your brother's house in 4 hours. Do you want to borrow my rocket ship? You could borrow this. Then you could leave later. It's a shit show here, but yeah, it could be. Oh, sheesh. All right. Well, stay safe. All right, let's try this again. This is the Mark V. I am happy that we're up to the 5th version of this particular vehicle, but it's not because all of the other ones exploded. Only 1 or 2 of them. Who goes outside anymore? I've heard rumors of it. Actually, I am now fully vaccinated, so I've regained that option. Might overshoot in that rocket ship. Well, yeah. If I'm giving you the instructions, you're gonna, and you're gonna explode probably. All right, let's try it again. Good old Mark V. That's the sweet spot. You don't want to really get anything done with anything before the Mark V. The Mark V's where it's at. Forget, what suit is Iron Man on right now? All right, so let's throttle. Let's throttle all the way up. Let's go to town. That might be too... throttle down a little bit. We'll keep things... We'll go around 70%. And then that should be, at least, at the bare minimum, interesting. Consider takeoff a success. We've been able to take off every single time. I actually haven't exploded on the launch pad. So I got that going for me. Ah, little cat. Kitty cat. All right, I think we're good. Let's just go for it. Boop. All right, and then I'm rotating because I don't know how to change things otherwise. Stopping the rotation and then scooting this way. So we're getting our... Ooh, ooh, ooh. There we go. Ooh, there we go. All right. Yeah, I don't think... I'm definitely not doing anything efficiently. I do enjoy that little kick I'm getting there. Alright, let's just worry about the height for this stage. We're almost done with that second one. Everything's looking basically exactly the same. At least I'm able to replicate things. The fact that I can replicate is a good sign. It almost would make you believe I'm not failing completely. So where are we at? Now 54, so that's bad. All right, we'll still wait. We'll try for the best. I'm definitely too heavy. So I'm trying to compensate, but I just don't have access to the right parts. I'm sure there's a way to get to orbit with what I have, but I have so little unlocked. Waiting. All right, let's change our inclination down to about there-ish. And we'll keep it pretty damn steep. The problem is we're still atmospheric. So let's kick it. Yeah, it's not going to be enough. We'll get out of the atmosphere again. We're just burning. All right, maybe the lower stages we increase. I don't know. We might have a chance here. I don't think poor Jebediah is going to get back down. Yeah, more than 2 boosters. I agree with you. We're getting really close. And... oh, come on. Get around that planet. Get around there. Oh... oh, oh. Damn it. So close. Aww. Oh, no. Now, it's a horrible... It's a horrible... Now, I think what you would normally do is... you would do this, and then you do a secondary burn to make it a properly centered circle. All right. We're moving in the right directions. You made an ICBM. I did. Very long distance. All right. I'm not too bummed out about that. All right. We've learned some things. Let's go go back to the assembly. So I think one thing that might be nice is I'm just going to double this whole first situation. Are we still on that? Let's do for that. And then we'll grab this. Alt, click, and we'll pop these, change my angle so I can actually understand what I'm looking at. Scoot, scoot, boop these in here. Boop. All right, they're roughly the same height. That's good enough for me. So this should... I don't know what this should do. It should do something. We'll get real high. And who doesn't like that? All right. God, I love this game. It's so fun. Even not being successful, it's a lot of fun. All right, let's just try this. All right, Mark 6. Now, I was just joking with you guys. I don't know if you guys picked up on it. It was a little bit my inflection. Mark 5 was stupid. Why would... I didn't really care for that. Being off by a few feet never hurt anyone in rocket science. Just a few feet. The Mark 6 is where it's at. I was joking with you guys. I think most of you picked up on that. Obviously. Trying to remember. I thought I had some show and tell. I got a lot of deliveries, but I think they're just stuff that you guys will see on stream tomorrow. So we're starting off, I just said this like 10 minutes ago, but tomorrow's stream is going to start a little early, and it's going to be me changing out a bunch of coolers on the gaming PC and also the entire case. So it should be interesting. Mark's a cool guy. So cool. I've made 6 marks. All right, so let's make sure we save that, and let's just go for it. I don't know. It should do something. Johnny 5. I was reading. Apparently, it's still in the works. They are reviving Short Circuit. Johnny 5 is going to be alive. Do Kerbals use V-Bucks? I don't think so. Not that I know of. All right, let's get back out there. All right, vehicle assembly building. Can't support vessels over 30 parts. Unable to launch. I don't know what to do with that. What am I supposed to do with this? Maybe now I need things to attach from the outside? Maybe? All right. Coupling, payload, structural. Modular girder segment. Build new structure of your dreams. We could do this. Remove one of the liquid fuel cells. I guess so. Take off the fins. Yeah, no, I'm gonna go with the fins, because basically we'll pretend the lower stage engines are our new fins. All right, and we will grab all of these and pop them into there. Did that remove all of them? It did. All right, now we're good. We've worked around it. Teamwork makes the dream work. Oh, that's right. I gotta upgrade my buildings. I forgot I'm doing the whole kit and caboodle. All right, let's try this. Let's resave it. Assembly 30, what? Oh, that's right, it's 4 parts, but we removed 4 parts. Let's remove the thermometers. Now good? No. Launchpad can't support a vessel heavier than 18 tons. Unable to launch. Fingers crossed is 24.22 tons. So that's a bit of a thing. Childish. No, I don't know what you think that looks like down there. Alright, let's go back out. See if we can upgrade things. Let's leave. Only just a quick 6 tons overweight. I don't know how to upgrade things. That's the complex. Maybe mission control, development, runway, space hangar station, vehicle assembly building. Right click on them. All right, there we go. Upgrade. Max parts supported 255. Basic action groups available. So that's cool. That was most of my money. And I don't think that changed. Yeah, we can't do another upgrade. Let me see. Oh, the lawn. Okay, we can do this. All right, so we had the money, but now we have $16,000. Before you get the fun, I've maxed out. I have 2 contracts. They're both contingent on me getting into orbit. All right, back into here. It's fine. We had the money. I just blew through the whole budget. Complete this quest soon. Yes. Well, the thing is, we keep failing and then reverting. So time isn't moving, and we're not actually losing any of these parts, but we're also not gaining any science from it. So at some point, I'm going to have to actually commit to the mission. All right, but we can launch it now. Hey, 6 times the charm. Oh, we could have added more liquid. I'm still worried about that not working out. We'll see. We'll see how this goes, and then we'll work from here. We don't have any control fins, so when we drop the... Oh, let's sort this out, though. All right, that's separate. Okay, we're good. We're good. This should be okay. Gotta spend money to make money. Very true. You also have to have money to spend money to make money, so that then you have money. And fingers crossed. I probably forgot something. I don't know what that something's going to be. Okay, we are a little bit out of control. The SAS isn't on. Okay, there we go. We got that fixed up before it was a complete disaster. Thank you. All right, it's not a perfect inclination. All right, lower stage is gone. Let's keep on keeping on. That was, I was like, something's wrong. What did I forget to hit? That's what I forgot to hit. All right. Now we're a little bit ahead. We're definitely higher than we were. And we still got some fuel in the old fuel bucket. It's a technical term. Dropping that, and now we're coasting. We are coasting. Let's check the map. And we'll scoot around. So now we're going... Okay. As far as that is, we're doing much better. And so we might be able to get into an orbit. I don't know if they're going to be able to get back down. But we'll get into an orbit. Let's do our science while we're waiting. While we're on the coast. Oh, I took off my thermometers. I forgot about that. I should have put them back on. I feel like I've betrayed the thermometers. So we'll do the goo on that one, and then we'll wait until I'm out of the atmosphere, and then we'll goo the second one. I get to say so many weird sentences. All right, looking pretty good. Space music should kick in. There we go. Observe that mystery goo in outer space. That's a lot of science. All right. Feather the liquid boosters. Feather them now. All right, let's go into here. We've still got a bit of a ways to go. So we're going up to 105. All right. Let's go back down to here. All right, we'll scoot. Change our orientation to about a 20%. All right, that's looking pretty good. I guess when we hit like 100, I'll kick things on. And here goes nothing. 3, 2, 3, 1. All right, let's check out. Oh my God. Now we are very heavy. All right, I'm just gonna really lay into it. Not down. There we go. Let's increase the throttle. Yeah, I think we're gonna be in another situation where we're just gonna get it.
Henry.
Hey, Jeff. How you doing? Thank you for bringing Henry. All right, let's... Boom. We're technically orbiting. We're technically in an orbit. Yay! It's not a good orbit. It's a pretty bad orbit. But we're in one. Now the problem is, I don't think I have enough... No, we might have just enough to deorbit. Did it activate the contract? I have no clue. I don't know where that would even say that. Top right corner. Contract. Oh, nice. Yes, yes, yes. We did get it. I think maybe. There's a lot of things over here. All right, up here, completion, contracts, escape the atmosphere. We already did that, so that's an oldie. Escape the atmosphere, hammer, launch site, scientific data, launch our first vessel, no? I guess this doesn't, but we're orbiting. Do we dip too low over here? Yeah, maybe because our whole orbit isn't... All right, let's hit it. Oh, I made a horrible mistake. Oh, no. No. Oh, God. I meant to throttle up instead. Instead, I ditched my engines. Okay. That went better. We can't do anything. Houston, we have a Jason. All right. Okay, it's fine. Everything's fine. I mean, no, it isn't. But we've ironed out a lot of kinks here. We've ironed out a lot of kinks. I mean, we technically got into an orbit. All right, I accidentally jettisoned the stages. Will eventually slow me down. It will. We could go for that. You know what? Yeah, we should be fine. I'll have to check some inclination things. Let's go back into here, and then we'll just go a super speed. All right, 100 times. All right, we're still going up, but then we should start... Oh, we're coming back down. I don't know. It might take a few orbits. Maybe? Let's see. And now we should slow things down. All right, we're back in the atmosphere. All right, is this... It might take a few times around. I'll get some speed. Have you tried using the handbrake? I've been using hand signals, but all the Kerbals who I've been forced to use the hand signals have had their arms break off. Oh, you can press those to warp. Okay, cool. All right, I'm hoping... Let's check on the other thing, because we... Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Let's, whoa, okay. Oh, no. Yeah, I don't see us not exploding. He is... oh, no, this is Valentina. It's not Jebediah. All right, see, she seems to be just, you know, really enjoying the horror show that is happening to her. She's going way... Nothing's exploding. It looks like... Yeah. Looks like one of the goo containers was at its limit, but did not pop. I mean, hell, if we land this, we'll get the science, and we might have enough to afford the parts that I need. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get... all right, are we going back up? Yes, we're going back up. So then maybe the next time around... All right. Once we get out of the atmosphere, we can speed up even more. Back in space. I love the floaty space music. Slow down. And then super speed. Earth-shattering kaboom. No, we're fine. We're totally fine. Now I'm hoping... I mean, by totally fine, I mean we may get incinerated pretty soon. But we'll see how that goes. Let's double check my inclination here. Oop, there we go. All right, we've hit the old atmosphere Rooney. All right, we want to lean into it. You meant by fine. There's a lot of different ways, a lot of different things you can mean when you say everything's perfectly fine. All right, we are still going at an insane speed. Let's check the big boy map. Go a little faster. A little faster. A lot of faster. All right, just trying to keep myself positioned there because we're going to get real warm. Real warm. All right, if we get under 52, then I know that this... I may be unintentionally slingshotting. All right, come on, gravity, do your work. Atmosphere, pull me down. All right, we're getting toasty. Getting real toasty. There you go. All right, nothing to worry about. We're just going 2,300 meters per second. I believe we may lose the goo. The goo is getting superheated. All right. Ooh, oh, shit. Oh, God. All right. Oh. Trying to pull it back. Trying to pull it back. All right, that's not the way we want to incline into it a little bit. Yeah. E. Come on. Come on, gravity. Grab me. Grab me up. Oh, this is bad. This is going real. And, okay, some of the goo exploded. It's fine. The rest of the goo exploded. We're not getting any science, but we could at least land it. We technically orbited. All right, this is a bad way to do things. Oh, God. Completely losing control. 38. All right. Whoa, oh. Maybe next time we do a heat shield. All right, how we doing on the big map? Yep, we're definitely gonna land. Hopefully the parachute doesn't incinerate. That's one way to do it. All right, we are kind of pinned in there. Oh, now we're tumbling. Let's get back up. How does he have control? How does he? Okay, we've gotten through the thick of it. Let's switch that over. Make sure that final stage is on. All right, pressure. There we go. That's a good sign. And then it should be at 1,000 feet. I switched it over to the ground, not sea level. Second stage. There we go. Okay, we're actually landing. I'm gonna call this one a win. We're at least gonna get a bunch of science from this. That's something. All right, because if we get enough, if I get, oh. Okay. All right. It was such a fast tumble. Everything was like, eh, oh no. Okay. You almost got it. We're getting closer. We're slowly dialing it in. Let's go revert. We're going back in time. We're not getting any signs from that, so we're going back. Successful. I mean, technically, we got back onto the planet. 10 times around the planet. Can't land on a bloody hill. We need, if we had maybe some legs to slow our roll. Well, quite literally slow our roll. So let's re-examine. We got the height. We technically got into an orbit. We didn't have enough fuel to come back in. My worry is if I keep adding fuel for the liquid dealy up here, maybe we'll make the bottom stage all solid state. Bum bum bum. Oh, that's a good point. Well, I might have had the fuel for I only had like 5 or 10%. That I guess that might have been enough. All right. We'll try it again. We'll try it again with this exact configuration. Although, let's take a look at one thing. So thermal, do we not have... Okay, we still don't have heat shields. So I can't apply a heat shield due to our lack of heat shields. Yeah, the entry is an issue. Is a bit of an issue. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have that. So I'm pushing things. I probably should have. I have the stuff to build a space plane, and then you can do some like surveillance missions, and then you get some science and some money from that. Those I have not done. fins and the thermometer. Yeah, I guess we can put them back on since we expanded everything. So let's go for the fins. Get those thermometers back on. All right, let's do... We're snapping and we want a 4. So we'll pop these right in. All right, zoom in. Zoom. Change that and then go into here. Why'd you switch back? All right, we got those. I feel like those aren't really doing anything. It'll make me feel like they're doing something. And then we'll put those thermometers back on. Go back down into science. So this does make it more expensive, but I don't think that's really a concern. I'm going to let trouble me too much. We'll do a twofer. I'm going to make things nice and symmetrical. All right, perfect. We got the ship of our dreams. When re-entering, think you're supposed to have the bottom facing towards the wind. I was trying to, but we were going. It was impossible to really control it for more than a half a second. Also, each building at the Space Center has its own science. If you build a car and drive it between each, you can cheese it. Oh, okay, cool. Maybe we'll start. So I have an easy starting point for the next Kerbal stream. Maybe we'll cheese the car stuff. I think you need lasers. We do have a horrifying lack of lasers. And sharks. And sharks with lasers. Oh, yeah, also no wheels. All right, let's go back up. This is technically the Mark 7. So let's make sure we don't try to alter history here. Save that bad boy, and let's go get it. Let's go get it. We'll have lasers, we'll have sharks. We'll have lasers on the sharks, but then the sharks will also have their own lasers. 4-wheel drive laser sharks. Mark 7, let's go. All right, so we turned on the SAS. We are throttling up to about 70%. We're going to make sure the stages are good. Stages appear to be nice. And boom. All right. And then we're going to scoot. Scooting a little bit to the east. Trying to feather things. Feathering. Feathering. Alright, that's probably decent enough. Drop those. Oh, shit. Okay, those went boom real good. Alright, and then I'm also gonna, maybe at this stage, since we're almost definitely gonna get the height, I think I'll go for a little bit steeper of an angle here. Because that's what they did in the tutorial. At this point, they really... Alright, and then we drop that. And then we hope for the best. We look at this. Where are we at? 119. So that's good. Scares me. The whole world is watching. Oh, God. I always find... I love watching, especially like the newest rover when it landed. Like, so many people are watching, the mission control. But things landing on Mars, it's what, 3 minutes before it's a 3-minute delay on everything just because of the speed of light. I just find it so satisfying watching all of those people who have done nothing but work on that project for like 7 to 10 years of their life, see it actually be successful when there's, it could so one little thing and everything goes wrong. All right. So far, so good. Let's just move that there for when we do the next burn. We're going to do a nice 20%. Yeah, I'm getting a little hopeful for this. All right, lock in there. So that is that, 119. So we will, yeah, this is where we triggered things last time. So I'm going to wait until like 115. And that should maximize. It always feels risky to wait for the wait to do things at the appropriate spot. But it's the opposite. All right, here we go. All right, we're waiting. I'll hedge my bet. Let's go at 14. All right, and we're at 12. 13. And boom. Okay, it's looking pretty good from there. We're only at about 70% throttle. So the fuel should last a bit. Not sure that really matters since we're so far away from the atmosphere. This is looking... It's looking good. I just want as much fuel as possible for the potential return. Getting there. Getting there. Come on. Pop around that planet. Do it. Oh, God. Oh, it's going to be close. Damn it. Damn it. Oh, no. All right. The angle's off. Yeah. We're like 10 degrees too much. All right, let's re-roll it. Do it now. Revert flight. Beginning of flight. So we're not going to change anything. So we're getting trade-offs. Stop burning before you finish the burn. Wait till you get... Yeah. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Wasn't the capsule last time so hard to control due to the time warp? Probably, because I forgot that I was time warping. Thank you for pointing that out. Now, one thing, generally when I'm playing, you know, a dumb game, once I get to 6 hours in the stream, my lack of being able to use English properly, I use the 6 hours as an excuse. I'm trying to do space flight and orbital mechanics, so I do appreciate you guys pointing out me doing something that level of stupid. Okay, so SAS on. Let's do the throttle. Let's go back. We'll go back down to a 66% throttle. Words hard. Orbit. Go zoom, zoom. Zooming, zooming. And go. All right. And then we're going to scooch. We're scooching. We're scooching to the east. We are rotating slightly. Rotate back. Scooching. Rotating. Come on. Alright, this seems to be the limit of me being able to control this thing and drop those. Those have exploded. Okay, it doesn't seem like it caused any damage, so that's fun. Let's be a little bit more aggressive at my angle on this portion of the ride, because then we won't have to could use less of the upper stage for circulating, making a circle. So we're gonna get, yeah, we're definitely gonna get that. Okay, and when we drop that stage, go back into here, and now we wait. NASA needs more scooch. Let's scooch it a little. The suspense of finding out how things will turn out. What type of disaster we will have on that particular run. All right, I'm going to hold off on the science. I'm going to wait until we're actually, we're hopefully in orbit. Just waiting and waiting. You can tilt down, technically below the horizon by 10 degrees. I'll help straighten it. Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah, I guess I've been way too conservative, because I've been doing 20 over the horizon. I appreciate it. All right, so actually, let's set that up. Set that up now. We will do... I'm going to still... Yeah, we'll go 5%. 5% under. Right in there. It's very peaceful. Let's go back up. So this is 119. So basically almost identical to last time. I'm just going to go full. Nah, I don't want to go full. The only reason I'm not going 100% is to give myself a little bit of time to panic, tell myself to stop panicking, try to fix things. All right, waiting, waiting. We're getting real close. Over. Is fall and miss. Do a burn. Pause burn. Pause. Time for panic. Wait for it. We're getting closer. I'm going to really push this to the edge. Zooming. We are almost there. All right, let's hit it. And boom. See where we're at. All right, throttle down. And then let's change. Throttle up. All right, there we go. We might just get it. It's gonna be close. All right, we got a little bit of fuel. We are technically orbiting. It's not a pretty orbit, and we got some fuel to slow down. I don't know. All right, let's see. Contracts. Flight over Kerbin, M16 parachute, orbit, achieve goal, note. What now? What is the note? Fly a vessel up and out of the atmosphere, accelerate parallel with the surface until you're in a stable orbit to achieve this goal. Well, okay, so it's not, this doesn't count, apparently. You have to raise the periapsis a little bit more. Now, I don't remember the good way to do that. I know you used to, I forget. I remember a very long time ago when I played this, I would do most of this stuff based on, like, extending these out and doing shit with that. I can burn again. Go to the AP and then burn east. Alright, so I guess I'll wait until I go there. And then continue burning east. Get to your APO and then slightly increase the throttle on prograde. Okay, I'll do exactly that. They said it better. All right, we're approaching the APO. We still got a ways. Use warp drives. The Vulcans will contact you someday. Someday. I'm just going to enjoy the music. It's very nice. If I had $1 for every time I got to APO. All right, we can speed things up a bit. Oh, no, not that much. All right, so I'm going to want to continue my burn. Ooh, hold on a second. Slow down. We're drifting. Make sure you don't use all your fuel. So just a squidge. Just a smidge widgeon. And we're going to keep going. Is this what I want, or do I want the exact opposite of this? Pretty sure I want this, right? Right? Wrong? That is right. All right, cool. All right, we are approaching. Speed up a little bit. Not too much. Wait until we hit it. It's going to be on and off. We're going to go 100% and then nothing. Then we're going to cut it. You want either this or the exact opposite. Is this correct? It is in reverse world. No, we're getting closer. We're almost there. We're almost there. All right. Oh, do it like 1% throttle. Okay. Waiting. Until it goes above 70. Until what goes above 70? I don't know what I don't know what the 70 means. All right, we're about to hit it. Periapsis. How do I tell that the periapsis goes above 70? I don't know. Would that be on the ball? Punch it. Okay, I did that. That's a thing. I know one thing I do remember is when they start to kind of flip. That's a good sign. They want to kick it. Just a little kick. You are in orbit. I've achieved my goal. Yay! Thank you guys for helping me. I really appreciate it. Is the perfect level of advisement. There we go. And we're 7 hours into the stream, and you guys somehow managed to actually communicate with dumb Jason brain. Woohoo! All right, so we got orbit. Now the only downside is I thought I had 2 contracts for orbit. Turns out only have 1. So that's a bit of a bummer. But other than that, now we just got to land. All right, so it doesn't matter where I land. It would be nice to land back at home, but let's go reorient over to here. And then, so should I just do, okay, calm down, calm down. So should I just burn at 100% or should I juice it a little bit and then see what's up? Now to go back down, flip your ship. Okay, we flipped it. We've done a flip. Then do, oh, thank you. I forgot to do the science. That would have been upsetting. All right, I can't see my science. It's on there. All right, there we go. Click on that. Log temperature. Boop. And then you also log temperature. It probably is not useful to do both of them. And then where's our other doodads? Now I really only have 2 of each to keep things symmetrical, but it doesn't seem to be a downside. Okay, so we got that. This is looking good. The game has agreed that I'm a master of all of space. Crew report. I don't know how to do a crew report. Do I right-click on him? Remove slot. It would be most efficient to do the burn at
I don't know if I've mentioned this,
Apo.
but I am a master.
of all of space. A little bit of time. Mostly space, though. All right, and I got to make sure not to hit the space bar. That would be disastrous. Do we right-click on him? Do I just hit the crew? There we go. Is that right? Transfer crew, confirm. Wheels. Crew report. There we go. So I have not done a single crew report. Can't do carpentry in space. Oh, you can. It's just dangerous. It's super dangerous. All right, so let's check where we are. We might just, yeah, I'll wait until we get to the Apo. So let's speed some times. Getting there, getting there, getting there, getting there. Close, close, close. So the nice thing is you, especially in this little gaining a proper orbit thing, you guys, you dumped enough information in my head. You force it in there. So now I know exactly what to look into after the stream. So we're definitely, I think I'm already space obsessed right now because of a few movies and TV shows that have come out recently. Also actual events in real life. We're going to be playing a lot of Kerbal. Your ship is facing the yellow circle. All right, let's... All right, is it that one or the other one? I think it's that one. Let me just double check. I don't know which one, so we want the ones that are on a diagonal. Come on. Come on. The one with the X in it. Okay. All right, I believe we're facing the right circle. There we go. One of us. One of us. All right, we're getting close. We're going to do a full burn at 100%, and then hopefully that's enough. We don't have a lot. This is retrograde. All right, cool. All right, I'm going to wait until we just are hitting it. Make sure we're where we want to be. Wait for it. Wait for it. Waiting, and... full burn. It worked. Thank you guys so much. This is so satisfying. This is one of the most satisfying streams I've had in quite a while. There we go. And you guys have just been lovely. Thank you for holding my hand through this. You're about to break out the wine. Yeah, wine, champagne. What am I landing on? I don't know. That's not... It's just the fact that I am landing. The funny thing is we're actually not too far away from another launch site. This is where we took off from. So we're on the almost the other side.
Somebody think of the children who may or may not have been forgotten in the dungeon.
May or may not. All right, so we can ditch that. We can ditch that stage. My worry is, now here's where things are going to get iffy again. I got to remember my time scale. We can ditch these. Might be a mountain landing. I hope not. Hopefully it's in the ocean. Let's just pop that off. Bye-bye. Everything's so pretty in space. I can't wait for the Kerbal Space Program 2, just for the improved visuals. All right, we'll also set this to the land, just to be sure. Double check me jettisoning that didn't. No, everything seems fine. Nothing like space garbage. It'll burn up, maybe. We'll find out together. Binary planets on... Yeah, I'm gonna re-binge. I already watched... They've put out a lot of little featurettes. Yeah, I'm gonna speed it up. I'm just I'm paranoid. I don't wanna... We've got a good thing going. Alright, and now scoot in. Let's go back to here. Alright, slow down. Slow down. Change my orientation. So I guess I want a little bit... So we're going in this direction. We're going east. So I want to point myself into it a smidge. But the other way. So I guess I want to be... Yeah, so if we come in like that, we want the bottom poking. So we'll do about 60 degrees. Aim the ball at retrograde. So which one's retrograde? Is that the same one? So we want to just do this, and that'll slow us down the best. Here we go. We're taking some heat. Seem to be okay-ish. We might lose some of the instruments. It's getting real loud. All right, relatively speaking. Let's really get into this. Oh, I think the thermometers are going to explode. Oh, shit. All right, it was just... Okay, it was just the thermometers. We may not come back with any science left. SAS off at this point. Woo! If we can just keep those goos. All right, the temperature's going down. Okay. I think we've passed the disaster point. All right, we lost the thermometers again. I do have the crew report. We're gonna get the goos. The goos are good. It's just we don't have any temperature information. All right. Luckily, I remembered to initiate the final stage so that we will survive, and everything's perfectly fine. So perfect success here. Really, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. It is fun. All right, and we can see our space debris, which is going off into the distance. We're at a pretty reasonable speed here. And we're just letting it sink in. All right, speed up a little bit. So if the parachute should pop at around, there you go. And then wait for the second stage. Pretty much flawless. Hey, it only took me a little over 7 hours to get into a proper orbit. Mainly because of you guys. Keep clenching, you're not done yet. No, we're pretty good. Because now it's going to get big right there. And then we've slowed down. We're almost going nothing miles an hour. We're over the ocean, so I'm probably not going to die. Be very difficult. I mean, we could land and then a giant whale. You could have one of those whale situations people are always having in fiction. Boom, boom, boom. Doodly-doo, zoom. Okay, under 300 meters per second. All right, oh god, that that scared me. The water isn't rendering when I'm at that angle. I thought the parachute just blew off. All right, we're fine. Everything's fine. Oh, Hagen C, thank you very much for the 300 bits. That was very nice of you. All right, let's get recovered. Boom. That was a groundbreaking mission in the history of our Kerbal Space Program. Party! Come on, give me the lowdown. I want to see the goodies that I won. All right, what did we get? We got a ton. Now we got 81 science. Now we can really progress things here. So what do we got? So the crew report was 5 science. The mystery goose. I mentioned this, but I am a master. Ocean lander. Master at ocean landing. All right, so we got goo science. We got about almost 13 from the goo. And then just from getting the vessel back after being in orbit, we got 10 science from there. Could have done an EVA after the land. Oh, yeah. I didn't want to risk it. We got a lot of things. We got a lot of good things happening there. I don't want to push my luck. I'll remember that for next time. All right, so, and we recovered a lot of stuff. Not too shabby. Boop. He gained 2. Nice. He advanced to level 1. He got 2 experience points. Or she. That was Valentina. I didn't even bring up the correct Kerbal for that. Whoops. All right. So we fully recovered. So we made about 115,000 from those missions that we finished. You had a Kerbal die. So how did that happen? Allow. Like, did they do an EVA and drown? Or was it things on fire? Was there an explosion? See, I think being passed out for that mission. It was a pretty huge mission. Oh, it glitched. Okay. Now with her, we should be able to automatically pilot retrograde or prograde. Point retrograde. Oh, nice. So that's how those things unlock. Very cool. I was wondering how you unlock the extra SAS features. All right, that was really satisfying. That was a good time. Once again, thank you guys. I really appreciate all the help. Let's check over here. So just a reminder, let's go into one of these buildings just so it looks. Let's go into the astronaut complex. There we go. So she's our lead astronaut now. Effects. Stability is, yeah, you're right. Prograde, retrograde hold. So that's going to make things so much easier. Very cool. Bum, bum, bum. Let me just check in here. Anyway, so tomorrow's stream's going to start early, assuming nothing changes. I'm not going to change the official schedule on the Discord, but 99% chance tomorrow's stream starts early, and we're going to, I'm going to be switching out a whole bunch of coolers and the case on the gaming computer, and then we're going to do a regular Skyrim stream. Let's go over to here. Bum, bum. And then we do a copy, and then we go over to here. It was a good time. That was really fun. I'm definitely going to be getting addicted to this game. And this is a good time, because then I can really learn everything I need to learn. And then by that point, it should be next year, and the second one will come out. Kerman seems to be a great hire. Let me see. Oh, extreme stupidity. I love that they have a stupidity and a courage quotient. It'd be... I kind of want Gerdred. He's stupid but courageous. Can now hire and start a brewery. Perfect. All right. Well, I think we're going to end on a real good note, and we're over 7 hours into the stream. So this is a lovely spot. Once again, thank you guys. So we're going to raid into... we're staying in Kerbal, so we're not going anywhere. We're going to Jimorian. Apparently their stream is family-friendly and unmodded. They're doing a hard career. So this should be basically the complete opposite of me going, I don't know. Let's start that raid. And this should be fun, because we're going to meet some new friends. I always like meeting new people when we go raiding. There we go. Start the countdown. Next stream is the sun landing. Yes, we will attempt for the sun next time. We might do just start the stream with sandbox, so we have all the parts, and then straight into the sun. But thank you guys for hanging out. You guys, once again, were lovely. Everyone who's new and helped me stumble through this. I did not expect us to actually get into an orbit. That might be hard. We're going to try. I'm going to strap everything I can to this thing.
From Henry.
I'm going to try to build a sea dragon. We're going to see how that goes. Glow Shout, thank you very much for the follow. You're my 1,967th follower. So now we're only 33 away. But, okay, so tomorrow is going to be a Skyrim stream, but it's going to start a little early, and it'll be a PC building stream, because I'm going to tear apart this computer and then put it in a new case, new cooling stuff. So that should be at least interesting. I got to work out the camera angles, so that'll be confusing. But then tomorrow will be Skyrim, and then Monday is going to be XCOM 2. Tuesday, Wednesday are days off, and I think Thursday is Crusader Kings 3. And that's pretty much it. And then most likely, either next Friday or Saturday is going to be more Kerbal Space Program. All right, well, you guys have a nice whatever the hell time it is for you, and I'll catch you on the flippity flop.
Black. Who's that? Faking it with Jason with the raid coming through. Welcome everybody.
Plebs are needed.
How are you guys doing? Faking it with the Wells, also with the follow. Thank you, Jason. Welcome to the chill team. Howdy, welcome guys. We're doing some Kerbal.
Plebs are needed.
Have to put up a new station around Minmus, so I'm thinking ahead. Glow Shout, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the chill team. What have you been doing?